With regard to the next witness, we'd like an offer of proof, and if that witness is present, I'd like for the witness to step out, and then we want to have an argument with the witness.
All right, can you have your witness step outside, please? All right, Ms. Clark, who is your next witness?
My next witness, Your Honor, is Kim Goldman. She will testify that she found the uniform that has been marked as People's 30 in Ron Goldman's apartment hanging over a door inside his apartment on June the 15th when she went to collect his things.
And that's the items that have previously been marked as, was it 31?
I thought it was
The
30.
bag.
Not
I'm sorry.
30?
Number 30. Is Mr. Jones here?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
He's in the foyer.
Oh, all right. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is not present before the court. Three of his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Bailey, are present. People represented by Ms. Sherry Lewis, and present on behalf of the subpoenaed witness is Counsel Carl Jones. Good morning, Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, you have a motion to quash the subpoena for Marguerite Simpson Thomas.
We have, Your Honor. We are moving to quash the subpoena based on the outrageous manner in which the service took place, activities which we feel should shock the conscience of the court, and/or because the witness has no relevant material testimony to offer. You have been presented with two sets of facts. Both cannot be true. Our version has a subterfuge taking place at the front door of the Thomas home on December 27th. The People's version, as reflected in the reports, read as if Mr. Thomas does not exist, as if nothing happened between the police officers and Mr. Thomas, and that their activities start at the front door with Mrs. Thomas when they knocked at the door, identified themselves, and politely served her with the subpoena, at which point she responded, "You chicken shits," quote, end quote. Now, we think the court has the power to quash the subpoena in this case because of the power inherent in the court to control the proceedings that take place before it. We also think that the court has the power to quash this subpoena based on the cases in which outrageous police misconduct took place, and serious criminal charges have been dismissed or contraband has been suppressed. And we talked at one past appearance about the power to do the greater should include the power to do the lesser. It is our position that if the court, based on outrageous police misconduct, conduct which shocks the conscience of the court, has the power to dismiss charges and to suppress evidence, then certainly it has the power to do what we are asking, which is to quash the subpoena. We also think that the power of this court to suppress the subpoena comes by analogy to other cases where pretexts have been used and then condemned. Pretexts, for example, in the areas of traffic stops where they are used as a subterfuge to conduct searches for evidence of other crimes. We have pretextual vehicle impounding as an excuse to do an inventory, to rummage for evidence of other crimes. We have pretextual arrests, where one arrest is made as a ruse to conduct a search for evidence of other crimes. All of those cases give this court the power to quash this subpoena because of the pretext that was used at the door of the Thomas home, namely asking Mr. Thomas to come outside in response to an investigation having to do with an auto burglary, a burglary of his vehicle. And when he disappeared with the officers, having them come back to the door in his absence, infer to Mrs. Thomas that her husband, her loved one, was either injured or dead, and she should come outside immediately, at which time they served her with the subpoena. We think that was outrageous. We think that all of these cases that condemn pretexts apply. And we think that if the court is looking for another reason to quash, some factor in addition to the improper service, then we can look to the fact that Mrs. Thomas has no relevant or material testimony to offer in this case. Now, in my paperwork, I have been supplied with reports that say, or that quote Mrs. Thomas as indicating that the defendant Simpson never hit me, never beat me, never abused me, never battered me. I don't think they would call her in their case to establish that. She also is quoted as saying, Mr. Simpson told me he was innocent and that he was being framed. I don't think that they would call her to testify to that. She also is quoted as saying, Mr. Simpson asked me to keep his younger children involved in the black church and in touch with the black side of their heritage. I don't think they would call her to testify to that. The only thing that I have been supplied with as coming close to any basis for calling her is a report covering an incident by that can be summarized as this. On some unknown date, about 20 years ago, a backup officer responded to an unknown address with unknown primary officers and took Mrs. Thomas Simpson at that time to an unknown location where she stayed for an unknown time. And that this backup officer, the one thing he is certain in the middle of all of those unknowns is that she, Mrs. Thomas, had no visible injuries. And I think that that is not relevant, that is not material, and that is no reason to have her come in here. The other thing that I would point out to the court, and you have this report attached to the people's response, is that it appears that on December 27th, which is the point in time that we should be testing when the subpoena was served, that the people did not have this information in their possession, because the notation in the bottom left corner indicates received 1/9/95. Now, if 1/9/95 means January 9th, 95, they did not have this on December 27th, 94, and I don't think I think a good argument could be made that this provides no basis whatsoever, and attaching it to to these papers in opposition does not help you decide what relevant material information she had on December 27th. Now, I would ask the court to do the following. Observe that not one single deputy district attorney has attached an affidavit to these moving parties. And that is to their credit, I would submit, because these reports, which tend to justify this service, is a half-truth, a distortion, and misleading in the sense that it starts at the front door as if nothing had ever happened. I would ask the court to reject the invitation by the titles used in that police report as of chaplain officer so-and-so doing such and such, because those titles are misleading. And the titles that come to my mind are Reverend Jim Jones of the Jamestown Massacre and Reverend Jim Baker and other reverends that don't match the invitation that's being extended to this court by the use of the term chaplain. I would ask Your Honor to consider the incredible scenario that the people want you to swallow, which is this lady is in hiding, and they go up to the door and they knock on the door and they say, Miss Thomas, police officers, would you please open the door? And this lady who is in hiding and who is in concealment opens the door and they give her the subpoena. That is not consistent with someone who is in hiding. Her response, however, you chicken shits, is consistent with our version of the facts, which is they had lured her husband outside based on a lie about his vehicle being burglarized.
Let me ask you a question. My recollection of the civil code that deals with the service of subpoenas does allow a court to issue orders to allow police officers to even break and enter to serve subpoenas under the appropriate circumstances, where these officers apparently didn't resort to that.
You are correct, Your Honor, and the difference is gigantic, because what happens in the situation that you are touching on is that a detached, neutral magistrate, much like the magistrate with a search warrant, is given all of the information that they have. And that detached, neutral magistrate then decides whether or not there is sufficient cause to authorize these officers to break open the door in order to accomplish the service. There is no code, civil procedure, civil, criminal, penal, or any other code that allows the officers to do that without the evaluation of the detached, neutral magistrate. In this case, the people bypassed that magistrate and they went out to the house. And what they did is traumatize Mrs. Thomas by inferring the injury to her husband. Now, there are cases which permit the police to say telegram, florist, FedEx, or some innocuous excuse in order to get the occupant to open the door. But there is no case that says you can create the stress and the tension and the climate of fear that was created in this case.
So you're analogizing to the intentional infliction of emotional harm cases.
Well, I would, except that sounds like she wants to sue somebody, and she is not interested in suing. What she wants is to be treated with the respect and dignity that she's entitled to. She's not a suspect. She's not a defendant. She has done nothing wrong except be the victim of a cruel hoax by these people. these reports, it's much like Watergate. Watergate started off as a second-rate burglary, and it reached a national scandal level because of the cover-up. These people did what they did at the door, and then they filed reports with you, not by any police officer who was involved, not by any deputy district attorney who was involved, and omitting all references to what happened between them and the husband, and then uses the term chaplain in order to invite you to attach some credibility to that. And then they attach a report that they apparently received in January to justify conduct in December. I think it's outrageous. I think that what they did is totally inconsistent with what they claim. They claim in these reports that she was not in hiding. Her response indicates that her husband had been tricked outside. And their reports, which indicate she was not in hiding, I would add, is totally contrary to the representations made by Mrs. Clark here on January 3rd when I filed these papers and I complained of this conduct, and Ms. Clark said on January 3rd at 9 o'clock, we had to do that because she was hiding from us. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lewis?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your Honor, in deciding whether the court should indeed quash the subpoena, there's only one relevant issue for the court to decide, and that is whether this witness has relevant and material information to offer. There is absolutely no authority for the proposition that the court can quash the subpoena on any ground other than that, and that was the gist of our responsive brief and the People v. Superior Court Long case, which indeed holds that that is the only means in which the subpoena for a witness can be quashed. The authority cited by counsel does not apply here. This morning I supplied the court and counsel with the Fabricant case, which indicates the Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1987.1, has no application in criminal cases. That case squarely held that. In addition, I was going to remind the court, which the court already took note of Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1988, which certainly carries with it a harsher manner of accomplishing service than anything that was nearly approached in this case, and that is to allow the sheriffs to go break down someone's door. Certainly if someone were going to suffer emotional distress as a result of being served with a subpoena, that would be the situation where that happens. Further, the case law that counsel cites with regard to outrageous governmental conduct has no application here. There's not a single statute or a single case that I'm aware of, and I looked to see whether that has ever been applied in this instance in terms of moving to quash a subpoena, and it has not. There is simply no authority for that. As long as counsel mentioned the idea of pretext stops, the evolution of that law, indeed, is that so long as the police act lawfully, it does not matter what was in their mind or what subjective thinking they had. In fact, I'm aware of the most recent pretext stop case by the Court of Appeal was People v. Todd, decided a couple of months ago, I believe, at 30 Calap 4th, 617. I think that was the fourth advance sheet from now, or third advance sheet from now. At any rate, that has no application here either. That's not an analogous situation any more than the cases which dismiss based on government conduct is. So what the court really has to decide here, and all the court has to decide, is whether Marguerite Simpson Thomas has relevant and material information to offer in testimony. And she does. We know, first of all, that she was married to the defendant for 12 years, from the period of 1967 to 1979. And the police officer, who, by the way, I received information with regard to that police officer's knowledge before we got the report in hand. That police officer indicated that he had been out to that location of where the defendant was living with his first wife approximately 20 years prior to that, which would have been 1974, since the police officer's report is dated late 1994. And 1974 would have been squarely in the middle of the 1967 to 1979 years, during which Marguerite Simpson was married to the defendant Simpson. And he recalls it well enough to recall that she had claimed she had been hit and that she and the children were removed from the home. That is a significant event, especially when one considers that it took place 20 years ago. As the court is certainly aware, the evolution of the seriousness with which police respond to domestic violence calls has brought us to the point where there is a serious response. 20 years ago, I submit, there was not a serious response. So the fact that those children and the wife had to be removed from the home certainly lend credence to the importance of that incident.
When was that information made available to the prosecution? When did you become aware of that?
I didn't make a note of the date, Your Honor. The officer who had that report brought it into the office at some time after that. I'm sorry, I didn't make note of the date that I became aware of it, but I did become aware of it before we actually got the report.
Mm-hmm. What is your response to Mr. Jones' argument that that information was not made available to the prosecution prior to the December 27th date of the service of the subpoena?
I think, though, I cannot honestly tell the court one way or the other. I think it was made available to us before then, but I'm not sure. At any rate, Your Honor, that is not
Then let me ask you another question then. Let's excise then from the thought process of issuing a subpoena for her, what is there that's material then that's left?
There, in terms of her relevance and testimony,
Yes.
There is a lot, Your Honor. She spoke to a police detective with the Robbery Homicide Division on June 23rd, 1994, and she had several things to say, which we, as the prosecution, feel it is incumbent upon us to investigate and to determine what can be gleaned from that information. Initially, she received a threatening phone call on her answering machine, which was made to, as she described, her unlisted home telephone number. And during that message that was left, the man who left the message threatened to kill her. Now, she was advised by Detective Harrow, I believe it was, of RHD, Robbery Homicide Division, to save that microcassette. We would like to talk to her about that. We would like to obtain that microcassette and do voice comparisons. Although Ms. Simpson Thomas indicated that she did not recognize the voice on that tape, we as prosecutors would like to do some comparisons with known voices and see if they're...
Excuse me, Ms. Lewis, was that threatening phone call, the message, was it relevant to any of the facts and circumstances of this case?
Well, we don't know. The timing was very interesting that it happened on June 23rd, Your Honor, only 13 days or 10 days, 11 days after the murders in this case. So we need to find out exactly what is on that tape. We need to do comparisons. Part of the difficulty is in that, and I don't want to get into this factual dispute, but part of the difficulty was that Marguerite Simpson Thomas was indeed evading contact with the district attorney's office, so we could not determine that in another manner. But of even greater salient relevance to this particular case was a conversation she had on June 17th with the defendant at Bob Kardashian's home in Encino. And she indicated to the police detective who interviewed her that the defendant Simpson asked her to go to his home on Rockingham. That's all the report indicates in that regard. We need to know why, for what purpose. This was hours before the defendant fled with Mr. Cowlings in the Ford Bronco, and after he knew he was going to be arrested. We want to know the details of that conversation. In addition, Your Honor, apparently she also spoke to Mr. Simpson when she did arrive at the Rockingham residence by cell phone. Apparently the defendant called her on a cell phone from the Bronco and spoke to her at that time. We would like to know the details of that conversation. These are all facts that could well be very important to the case. Now, recognizing that the court has made valiant attempts to limit both sides to only the one argument in cases, I want to address for a moment the idea that even if the court were to accept a notion that the court has the authority, even without statute or without case law in point, to dismiss the subpoena or to quash the subpoena based on outrageous governmental conduct, this declaration which Mr. Jones has provided, Your Honor, actually read more like, to me, a civil complaint for intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress. I found it interesting that the court made a similar type of observation because it concentrates a great deal on Marguerite Simpson Thomas's state of mind as a result of the alleged conduct. But what I want to do, and I want to make it crystal clear that the allegations as set forth with regard to December 27th in Mr. Jones's declaration are not the way that it happened. and we can have a full-blown hearing and take up this court's time, despite having a sequestered jury, and ask the court to make that determination. But I do want to make it clear that we are not saying those facts happened. They did not happen. But I'd ask the court to treat that declaration sort of like a complaint in a civil case and a demurrer which is brought against it, and look at the allegations on their face, even accepting they're true. And again, I can't say it enough, especially with a camera and the way that non-lawyers understand these things, that it did not go down that way, and we have the investigators involved in it here prepared to testify, and we can take all the court's time the court, I'm sure, doesn't want to do in that regard. But if the court looks at the allegations that are made with regard to the conduct in Mr. Jones's declaration, all it alleges is that the police called the husband outside on a pretext, yelled something about her husband which caused her to open the door. It does not even indicate what it was that was yelled within the declaration, but yelled something about her husband which caused her to open the door, and put their foot in the door long enough to throw a subpoena inside. And that's the end of the factual allegation. Then it talks about her mental state. So by implication, law enforcement left at that time. So what I'm suggesting, Your Honor, is that even if the court were to want to look beyond, want to look at the facts themselves, which the court need not do in this regard, as a matter of law, there is no outrageous governmental conduct, even under the allegations that Mr. Jones' declaration, which apparently is on information and belief, alleges. In fact, the trustworthiness of those allegations, it's inherently untrustworthy. Ms. Marguerite Thomas, when she appeared on the Barbara Walters show, indicated that the police had said there had been a rash of burglaries and for her husband to come outside and check. Even that is inconsistent with what's stated in this declaration, which was that the husband was told his car was burglarized. So, but like I said, I don't want to get into a factual dispute because it's not important. It's a waste of this court's time and resources, and we're talking about a subpoena on a witness. We're not talking about something that goes to the defendant's guilt or innocence directly and should consume this court's time. But, Your Honor, the only issue that the case law allows this court to decide is whether indeed this witness has relevant and material information to offer. And for the reasons set forth, we certainly believe that she does. And consequently, we ask the court to deny the motion to quash the subpoena.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Jones, do you have any brief response?
Very brief, Your Honor. Your Honor, counsel refers to some additional hearing sometime in the future. I've been here 3 times. It was my impression this is the hearing. If they have witnesses, if they have information, if they have documents, if they have Barbara Walters, then this is the time for it. We are asking the court to quash this subpoena. They say they need to investigate things. Well, the thirst for knowledge is admirable, but you don't do it by subpoena. It's the reverse. You do the investigation, you develop relevant and material information, and then you serve the witness with a subpoena. You cannot serve the witness with a subpoena and go fishing once she is on the stand, and I think that's ludicrous. Secondly, they talk about the weakness of our factual scenario. I would just submit it to the court that the response by this lady after this approach, knock, knock, police officers, Mrs. Thomas, may we come in, open the door, and she says, you chicken shits. That speaks volumes for what happened and where the truth lies with respect to this factual controversy. And lastly, this case that they gave me this morning says you can't assess fees after you quash the subpoena. I concede that. We're not requesting fees. We do ask the court to quash the subpoena.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, I accept the argument by Mr. Jones that the court does have inherent power to quash subpoenas in the face of outrageous conduct by either party in the service of a subpoena, although I have not been able to find any case authority that directly says so, but I accept that as a given, and I would be surprised if any appellate court would overturn that particular finding. In examining the assertions in the moving papers, however, I find that factually that the facts and circumstances in this situation do not rise to the level of outrage that would shock the conscience of the court. And so on that grounds, I declined to quash the subpoena. Then the court has to focus its attention to whether or not the witness has some relevant information with regards to this case. The fact that the witness on June the 17th did in fact have, or is alleged to have had, 2 telephone conversations with the defendant, and was, which relate both to the date of the arrest and the Rockingham residence. I find that that is a sufficient showing for the purpose of the issuance of a subpoena. So the motion to quash the subpoena is denied. All right, counsel, we had previously issued and held a body attachment for your client till today's date. You want to make her available on some date in the future, and I'll hold the warrant to that, hold the body attachment to that date.
Yes, Your Honor. I would appreciate being given a date by upon which the people intend to place Mrs. Thomas on the stand without any prior interviews.
All right, she's declining any prior interviews?
I beg your pardon?
She's going to decline to be interviewed previously?
Absolutely. As a result of this treatment, she has no willingness to be interviewed by the people who were involved.
All right. Certainly.
I would add, she lives in Orange County, so I would appreciate a realistic date when they will put her on the stand.
Your Honor,
Well,
I just wanted...
I would suggest then that we place her, give us a relatively, we'll get a date, and then we'll place her on call and make the arrangements through your office, Mr. Jones, if that's agreeable to you.
I will represent that we will cooperate and she will be here.
All right.
May I mention, Your Honor, that Ms. Thomas has been in the audience observing these proceedings quite a bit during the trial. It doesn't seem to have been a hardship for her to arrive from Orange County.
Well, as a matter, she's going to be here with her counsel as well, though, so knowing Mr. Jones's schedule as well, I'm willing to accommodate both Mr. Jones and the witness.
Tentatively for March 3rd, Your Honor.
March 3?
Mm-hmm.
All right, March 3, body attachment will be issued, continue to be held until Friday, March 3 at 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, record should reflect that we've been joined by the defendant, Mr. Simpson. Ms. Clark, are you prepared to call your next witness? All right. Mr. Cochran, anything else before we ask the jury to join us?
There's one other matter, but I think we can do it later. There's one other matter. I do have a question, Your Honor, that I'd like
Certainly.
I'd like to approach on without recording. Let's do it the weather.
The jury, please. Ms. Clark, you may call your next witness. I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, what was the name? Eva Stein. Thank you. All right, Ms. Stein, would you come forward, please? Ms. Stein.
So you're calling me?
All right, Ms. Stein, would you step around council table here and stand over here by our computer projector?
Can you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Eva Stein.
All right, have a seat, please, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, could you spell your name, please?
Eva Stein, Evastein.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Clark.
Good morning, Ms. Stein.
Good morning.
You a little nervous?
Yes, I am.
All right. Take a deep breath. I'm going to talk to you about where you were living on the day of June the 12th, 1994.
I was living on 873 South Bundy.
And do you know where that is in relationship to 875 South Bundy?
It's just north
Is
of
that right next
875.
door?
Yes, it's the building right next door.
And was there someone living there with you at the time?
Yes, my boyfriend,
And his name?
Lou Karp. Karpf.
To your left is Tree Ford. That's been marked as Peoples 26. Do you see the location I'm pointing to, the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if this purple house, excuse me. If this red house here is 875 South Bundy, what would this blue house be?
That blue house would be 873 South Bundy.
Your residence?
Yes.
Now, your particular apartment at 873 South Bundy, did it face the street?
Yes, it was in the back of the condo unit. It did face the street.
The street where cars drive back and forth? Or was it an alley?
Well, the bedroom the bedroom part faced the alley.
Okay. Jonathan? Can you look on your monitor next to you there? Thank you. Do you recognize the location shown there? Does that look familiar to you?
Well, it's the back alley of it's the back alley.
Now, directing your attention to the building that is on your right as you face the photograph with the lights on the balcony and a Jeep parked in the driveway. See what I'm talking about?
Well, I see a few cars parked in the driveway.
Okay, do you see one that's parked facing into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If that was 875 South Bundy, where would your apartment have been in relation to that?
Well, it's right behind that where the lights are on.
Okay, I'm going to use a laser pointer. See that moving cross?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you move it up, Jonathan? Would your building be right there, where that moving cross is shown?
Yes.
Okay. And so, do you have an entry that opens onto the alley there?
Yes, I do.
Is that the entrance that you use for your, that you used for your apartment back in June of '94?
That is the entrance that I used, yes. That is the garage entrance.
Excuse me, Ms. Clerk, which exhibit is this?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, is that People's 38?
People's 38? All right, and are we going to be able to preserve that particular mark?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to print.
All right. Then the print will designate as People's 38A.
All right, now did you have an entry that opened onto Bundy as well?
Yes.
You printing? Okay. On the night of June the 12th, 1994, what time did you get home?
I got home later on in the afternoon.
And do you recall whether Louis Karp was home on that day?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he was?
He was visiting family in San Jose for the weekend.
And do you recall what time you went to bed that night?
I went to bed a couple of minutes before 10 o'clock.
Now, your bedroom, did your apartment have an upstairs and a downstairs?
Yes,
And where was the bedroom?
upstairs.
So when you went to bed, you went upstairs to go to bed?
Yes, I did.
Did something awaken you?
Yes.
What?
A very loud barking of dogs.
And what did you do when that loud barking woke you up?
Well, I was sleeping and I heard the dogs barking, and I tried to go back to sleep and I couldn't because the barking seemed to be very, very persistent, nonstop, and very, very loud, and it actually kept me from falling back to sleep.
Could you tell if it was one dog or two dogs?
Overruled.
When I had first awoken out of my sleep, it sounded like, it sounded like a few dogs.
Okay. Could it have been one? Could you tell?
Overruled. The way it's phrased, it's compound, however.
Sorry, thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell for sure whether it was one or more dogs?
No.
Had you ever heard barking that loud and that insistent in the neighborhood before?
Not at that hour of the evening. It's a pretty quiet area, and I've never really heard this, very much barking.
So the barking woke you up, and you couldn't go back to sleep?
No, I couldn't go back to sleep because it just was very unusually loud. It was just like a regular bark. It just seemed very like an insistent, loud bark, and it just didn't stop. And I remember being very annoyed because I couldn't fall back to sleep.
Could you tell, or did you have a sense of where that barking was coming from? What direction?
Well, facing, the alley from my bedroom, it seemed to be coming from the left, a distance down on the left side.
Okay, so if you were facing the alley, it would be to your left?
It would be to my left.
And would that be south of you?
Yes.
Can you look at your monitor? See where the cross is?
Yes, I do.
Would
Yes.
it be from that location that you heard the barking coming?
Pleading suggested, Your Honor, said distance down the alley. Objective.
Overruled.
And your answer was it coming from that area where you see the cross?
It seemed to be coming, yes, from that area, but further down.
How about there?
Almost from the end of the alley, like from where the street starts.
It seemed to be coming from...
That marked, Your Honor,
Well,
and the alley was just-
excuse me, Your Honor. Could counsel allow me to question the
Yeah, we can
witness?
do that on cross-examination if you like.
Counsel will have plenty of time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Could you, Jonathan, could you move it down farther, please? There we go. Tell us when to stop.
Yes, around that area.
All right. Could you put a circle there? All right, now, that was the general sense of the direction?
That was the general sense, yes.
So it would have been to the south of where you were?
Yes.
At some point, did Mr. Karp get home?
Yes, he did.
When he did, was the dog still barking?
Yes, it was.
And when he got home, about how long was that after the dog barking woke you up?
It was approximately half an hour after I woke up.
How could you tell when Mr. Karp got home?
I asked him what time he came home the following day.
And he told you?
11:45.
So you began to hear the dog bark at approximately 10:15?
At approximately 10:15.
Now, did you see Mr. Karp when he got home that night?
Yes,
And when you saw him, where was that, upstairs or downstairs?
downstairs.
And did you see anything in his hands?
No.
Was the dog still barking at that point?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back to sleep?
I did go back upstairs and I tried to go back to sleep. Kind of dozed in and out. Not really, fell back to sleep.
And why's that?
I just couldn't fall back to sleep.
Was there something preventing you from falling back to sleep?
I think just because I had been already up and was woken up, and Lou had come home, my boyfriend, and I went back to bed. I guess I was kind of like waiting for him to come up, and there's no other reason I could think of.
Was there any noise outside?
I don't remember.
Do you remember hearing the police arrive?
Yes, I do.
And was that, how long was that approximately after Lewis got home?
Well, Lewis stayed downstairs for a while and came up, close to midnight. And then sometime after midnight, I don't remember the exact time, is when I heard the police come and all the commotion in the alley, just from the police cars.
So it was sometime around midnight, after midnight?
After midnight.
And did you and Lewis have a conversation about a dog that he saw that night?
No.
Was it after that? Did he at some point tell you about a dog he saw that night?
Yes, the next day after we had found out what happened.
What did he tell you?
Sustained.
As of June the 12th, 1994, how long had you been living there?
Approximately a year.
And had you ever heard dog barking like that before?
Not in that intense way, no. I mean, I've heard dogs barking in the neighborhood, but not as intense as I heard it that evening, and non-stop like that.
Thank you, Ms. Stein.
Mr. Cochran?
Morning, Ms. Stein.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you just a few questions, if I might. You lived at a house just north of the 875 South Bundy residence at 873, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Stein, the bedroom window of your residence faces west, kind of looking over this alley we see depicted on People's 38, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes, the bedroom faces over the alley.
And you recall talking with the police in connection with what you'd observed on June 12, 1994, back on 11/9/94? You recall talking to the police officers?
I recall talking to
To some police officers about what you'd observed?
at my work. They
Yes.
came to my work.
In fact, you talked with the investigating officers in this case, the detectives Lang and Van Adder, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they came to your place of work in the city of Vernon,
Yes,
and they spoke to you, is that correct?
yes.
And when you spoke to the officers, you, of course, tried to be as accurate as you could. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you told them what you recalled. Is that correct?
yes,
And would I be correct in assuming that in November of 1994, the events were fresher in your mind at that time for things that had happened in June than they are now? Is that a fair statement?
I assume so.
All right. Now, when talking to Detectives Lang and Van Adder, you told them, did you not, that you went to sleep between 9:45 and about 10 o'clock, or strike that, that you got into bed by 9:45, between that and 10 o'clock. Is that correct?
I don't recall saying I got into bed between 9:45 and 10 o'clock.
All right. Well,
I recall saying that I went to sleep at approximately 10 o'clock.
all right. Well, let me, if I might approach Your Honor, I'd like to show, referring to page 1371. I'm just going to ask you just to review Circuit Court's report, if I might, refresh your recollection. Will you read this first part to yourself? Why don't you read from here to here? Just read that part. Thank you. You read that now?
Yes.
Okay. And does that tend to refresh your recollection that you indicated to the police that you retired to the upstairs bedroom and went to sleep between 10:45 and 10 o'clock p.m. on June 12th?
It does not refresh my memory about the exact words that I used,
All right. Does not refresh your recollection?
of the exact words that I used.
Okay. But,
Speak yourself when you said between 10:45 and 10 o'clock.
I'm sorry, I perhaps did, Your Honor. I intended to say between 9:45, thank you, Your Honor, and 10 o'clock p.m. on June 12th. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
I remember saying that I went to sleep approximately 10 o'clock. I don't remember the exact words that I used.
Okay, so about 10 o'clock would be accurate.
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to sleep, you didn't hear any dogs barking at that point, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, did you then tell the police officers that sometime between 10:15 p.m. and 10:45 p.m., you were awakened by what you described as, quote, intense barking by a, quote, a few dogs?
Yes.
All right, and that's what you told them, isn't it?
Yes.
So sometime between 10:15 and 10:45, you're awakened by this intense barking by a few dogs, right?
Yes.
All right? And you went on to tell the police, did you not, that you had never heard this much barking of dogs in the neighborhood before that particular night.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? All right. That after you were awakened, your fiancé, Mr. Karp, returned to the residence approximately 30 to 45 minutes after you were awakened by these barking dogs.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. He came upstairs and changed, and he went to bed ultimately. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, at any time that evening, did you hear any screams or any sounds anywhere in that
No.
area? You never heard any screams or any sounds or anything?
No.
And these dogs that you heard barking, it's your best recollection that the sound of these dogs barking came somewhere south of your location, near the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And, have a second. Sure. And the area here, you can see that on your monitor, can you? Where that circle is, that is where the general area where you believe that there was these barking dogs. Is that correct?
Yes, the general area.
And if you can tell from that location, if you can tell, is Dorothy somewhere right around in this area? Is that near the end of the street?
Yes.
All right, and that's about the location as you understood it.
Yes.
Now, when you heard these barking dogs, the intensely barking dogs, you never got up and looked out the window, is that
No, I
correct?
did not.
And you never saw any of these dogs, did
No.
you? All right. And you have heard dogs barking in that neighborhood before, but not to this intensity, is that correct?
Right.
Do you know about what time it was that you became aware there was some activity in the alleyway behind your residence? You know what time it was?
I mean, as far as the police getting
Yes,
there?
as far as the police.
I don't know the exact time.
All right.
I know that it was after midnight, but I do not know the exact time.
Sometime after midnight, is that correct? Did you get up and go look outside?
Yes, I did.
All right. You saw police cars out there?
I saw a police car downstairs, right.
All right. Did you see any other cars other than the police car?
No, just the police cars.
And you didn't
Actually,
talk?
one police car.
One police car? And you didn't talk to the police that night, did you?
No,
Did they come and try to talk with you the next morning at all?
no,
So it wasn't until November that you spoke to the police, is that right?
right.
And that's when Lang and Van Adder came out to talk to you at your place of business, is that right?
That's right.
As best you can tell, Mr. Karp came home from this trip to San Jose sometime between 10:50 p.m. and 11 o'clock p.m., isn't that correct?
I asked Mr. Karp what time he got home after we found out about the incident,
Yes, ma'am.
and he said that he came home at about 11:15, is what he told me.
All right, so about 10:45 is your best thought.
Yes, according to what he told me.
And that was during the time that you've been sleeping, is that correct?
Objection, the state's testimony.
Well, I'm asking. I'm stating testimony.
Overruled.
Had you been
Well, by the
asleep?
time he came home, I was already awake.
All right. So if you slept between 10:15 and 10:45 and were awakened by the barking dogs at 10:45, right? You're already awake, right?
I was awake when he
All right.
got home.
And have you seen his statement to the police about what time he arrived home?
No,
But it's your recollection that you were awake by the time he actually got in.
I was definitely awake by the time he was home. I had been awake for some time.
How long?
It seemed approximately a half an hour.
So could he have gotten home later? Perhaps 11:15?
I don't think so.
You didn't look at a clock, however.
The only time I looked at a clock is right before I went to sleep.
And that was at what time?
That was a few minutes before 10 o'clock.
All right. And that was the only time you looked at the
That was the only time.
clock? Okay. Thank you very kindly.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, do you have any redirect?
So your most accurate statement of time is that you were awake for half an hour by the time Lewis came home.
Yes, approximately half an hour.
Felt like that.
It felt like that.
And you feel certain of that?
It just felt like about a half an hour.
And when he came home, that was half an hour after you heard the dog start barking.
Yes,
And then you learned that he came home at 10:45 approximately.
yes.
Overruled. Recross?
I have been further.
All right. Ma'am, thank you very much for coming in. Please don't discuss your testimony with any other person until after the case is over. However, you may discuss it further with the attorneys. All right?
Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much. All right, Ms. Clark, let me ask you a quick question. On the two hard copy printouts of the items that were circled, do you have one or two? We have two? All right, the 38A will be the cross by the, up by the windows, I believe. And then 38B will be the circle down by the end of the alley. All right. Mr. Bailey, you have a comment on that?
Well, Your Honor, I think there'll be quite a volume of these. I suggested to Mr. Fairtlaw that we might put the name of the witness who is testifying when the printout is made for later sorting out by the jury.
That's a good idea. Thank you. All right. All right, Ms. Clark, Mr. Darden, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Lewis Clark.
Madam Reporter, how's your paper supply? How does 10:30 sound? All right, Mr. Carp, would you come in, please? Step over here by the court reporter. All right, and why don't you face the clerk?
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Louis Karp. That's Louis Karpf.
Ms. Clark, don't trip over the bag there.
Thank you very much. Right here. Good morning, Mr. Carp.
Good morning.
Sir, directing your attention to the date of June the 12th, 1994. As of that date, sir, where were you living?
I was living at 873 South Bundy Drive.
And where would that be in relation to 875 South Bundy?
That is the next condominium north of that unit.
Okay, so 875 South Bundy would be just south of you,
Just south of me,
right next door?
right next door.
I ask you to turn and look at the exhibit that's been marked as People's 26, and take the pointer. And just to orient you, if this red square here was 875 South Bundy, what would that blue square be?
That would be the unit that I lived in.
873 South Bundy?
That's correct.
All right, 1492, could you hear that answer? Thank you.
Jonathan, could I have that? I'm going to ask you, sir, to look at the monitor to your right. Look down. There you go. Do you recognize the location that's shown there in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you see that moving cross?
Yes.
First of all, I'm going to show with the cross, Jonathan, could you put it on the Jeep? Thank you. If that cross is now at a Jeep that's parked at 875 South Bundy, could you please tell the jury where your unit would have been in relation to that?
Just north of that.
Would that be where it's indicated with the cross?
That is correct.
Thank you. Can you print?
Now an X.
Now an X. And I think we're going to put the initials of the, excuse me, counsel? I'm sorry? Yes, yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Can we put an LK at the top of the, very, very, very top? In the center? Or, that's fine. Thank you, John. All right, now, do you have an entrance that opens out onto that alley, sir?
My garage opens out into the alley.
Do you use that garage to go in and out of your apartment?
Yes, I do.
And as of June the 12th, 1994, sir, how long have you been living there?
That would be about 4.5 years.
Did you ever know who was living at 875 South Bundy in June of 1994?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
That was Nicole Simpson Brown.
And did you know she had a dog?
I heard it on occasion, never saw it.
You occasionally heard it barking?
Yes.
On the date of June the 12th, 1994, sir, were you in Los Angeles?
No, I wasn't.
Where were you?
I was in San Jose.
Did you return sometime that night?
Yes, I did.
About what time?
I got home approximately 11:45 at night.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, I know what time my flight approximately took off and that it was late. And I'm aware of the time when I was in a hurry to get home, so I know I was late. I should have been home at least a half hour earlier.
Okay. So what time did your flight land?
It landed approximately 10 p.m.
And so do you take that flight often from San Jose to Los Angeles?
I would say 2 to 4 times a year.
Okay. Do you do a lot of flying?
Not excessively.
Have you landed at LAX before?
Many times.
And have you driven from the LAX parking lot to your home on Bundy many times?
Yes, I have.
And are you very familiar with how long it takes you to get to the airport parking lot and from there to your home?
Yes, I am.
So your flight landed at 10 o'clock that night?
Yes.
And then you got to the airport parking lot about what time?
I would say no later than 10:15.
And from there you had to drive home?
Yes.
And that takes you how long?
20 minutes to half hour maximum.
And so that night, how long did it take you to get home from the airport parking lot at 10:15?
I would say within that period of 20 minutes to half hour.
So you got home no later than 10:45?
No later.
What did you do when you got home, sir?
The first thing I did, I went out to retrieve my mail, which is out towards Bundy.
Let me back up for a minute. I wanted to ask you something. In that unit, sir, when you come in, did you go in through the garage?
Yes, I did.
And does that garage door kind of squeak?
It's noisy. It rattles and shakes the unit a little bit.
And when you open the door that leads into the actual unit itself, is there a noise that your alarm gives off to indicate?
Yes, I have it set so it beeps, so when the door opens, someone knows someone's coming.
So it gives beeps
Yes, it does.
so that someone inside can hear someone enter?
Definitely.
And you went in through that particular entrance that night?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Then what did you do?
So I went out to my mailbox, which is in the front of the condo complex. And at that point, I noticed a dog barking quite profusely.
When you say the front, would that be on the street of Bundy itself?
Yes, it faces the street of Bundy.
And where exactly were you when you saw this dog?
Well, I had reached my mailbox at that point, which is maybe 10 feet from the curb. And I saw a dog in the street coming at me, barking very profusely.
Now, after that night, did you see that dog on newscasts and television?
Yes, subsequently I did see it, yes.
And did you recognize the dog you saw on television as the one you'd seen that night barking in the street on Bundy?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have here a board. Shown to counsel yesterday. I'd ask that it be marked Peoples 40.
All right, People's 40.
Thank you. You see the dog depicted in the photographs that have been marked as People's 40?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize the dog that is shown to you there?
I would say that's the same dog.
The same dog that you saw barking in the street on Bundy on the night of June the 12th at approximately 10:45?
That is correct.
That is 6 hours. That's what it said. It's not clear what time it was. What the mailbox.
Approximately. That's what you said, approximately. Overruled.
Yeah.
People's Exhibit 40 is a board that appears to contain 4 photographs, 3 of which are a dog, and the 4th appears to be a, what is it, a collar?
Caller. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir. You got home at 10:45. Did you go directly into your apartment and out to the street to get your mail?
Yes, I did.
So 10:46 or 47, you saw the dog?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
And where in the street was the dog when you saw it?
At that point, it was in the middle of the street, just running or walking aimlessly,
And barking?
barking very loudly.
And what did it do when you approached your mailbox?
It started to approach me, which did scare me, so I actually retreated back inside my gate until it moved on.
When you retreated back inside your gate, what did it do?
After that, a few, maybe 20 seconds or so, it started back into the street, walking up towards Montana.
When you saw that dog, did you happen to see anybody else in the street?
Yes, I saw somebody walking across the street with a dog also, heading north.
Was it a couple of people, or was it one person?
One person, I believe it was a man.
A man?
Hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So in what direction did you see the dog, the Akita go? Excuse me, the dog go?
The dog was heading north towards Montana.
When you were outside in front of your apartment unit, you saw the dog, did you look around to see what was causing the dog to bark?
No, I didn't.
Can you describe the lighting in that front area on your street?
The lighting is not, it's not great. We have lights in front of our place which illuminate the front part of our unit. There's a street light just maybe 30 feet to the south. But basically it's fairly dark.
And the apartment or the condominium to your, that's just south of you, 875 South Bundy, was it dark in front of that unit as well?
Yes, it was.
At some point after you got home, do you recall hearing the activity of police arriving to the location?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was about 1 a.m.
At 1 a.m., what made you think that it was the police that were there?
Well, I looked out my window.
You saw them there.
Right.
Do you know if that's exactly when they arrived, or is that just when you noticed them?
No, since I live in the back of the unit, of her unit, that's when I started hearing a lot of noise.
When you say you live in the back of the unit, does that mean that your unit does not have access to Bundy?
No, it doesn't.
So your unit faces the alley, and that's your exit and entrance?
Well, I have two entrances. I can come through the front, but I enter, since I drive in from the alley.
Okay. The front part of that unit that faces Bundy, is that also part of your unit?
No, it's not.
That belongs to someone else?
Yes, it does.
So does your unit have any windows that face out onto Bundy?
No, it doesn't.
How many dogs did you see barking that night?
One.
The one you've described?
Yes.
And you indicated, I believe you indicated that you had heard, withdraw that. Had you heard dogs barking in that neighborhood before?
On occasion, yes.
Had you ever heard a dog barking the way you heard this one barking on that night?
I would say no.
Did you know who was living next door to you at 875 South Bundy, sir?
Yes,
I did?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Cochran.
Morning, Mr. Carp.
Good morning, Mr. Cochran.
Just a few questions, if I might. Sir, with regard to the trip that you took to San Jose, you returned Sunday evening, and you recall that you returned about 10 o'clock in the evening?
That's correct.
And on what airline were you traveling, do you recall?
It was Southwest.
And was the flight due in at 10 o'clock, or just happened to get in at 10 o'clock?
I think it was due in about 9:30.
So it was late, about a half
Yes.
hour. And had you checked any luggage?
No, I didn't.
And so you had carry-on.
Correct.
And with regard to arriving about 10 o'clock after you retrieved your carry-on luggage, where were you? How did you get home? Did you have a car parked there somewhere?
I had a car.
And where was the car
It
parked?
was parked right next to the terminal. I think it's called Park 1.
All right, so the Terminal 1 is where Southwest is.
Right.
And then you would park in that new parking area there at Park 1.
That's correct. You can
So
walk
you-
right to it.
So you then walked across and got your car. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you then headed home to the 873 Bundy address.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Now, do you recall speaking with two officers, Officer R.O. Harrow, H-A-R-O, and J.A. Harper, in connection with this matter back on July 7th, 1994, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
I don't remember their names, but I did speak to two officers.
All right. And where did you talk to them, sir, if you recall?
They came to my place of business.
All right. And that was somewhere downtown L.A.?
Yes, it was.
All right. And you talked to them about the events and your involvement in those events of the night of June 12th, 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And specifically, do you recall telling Officers Harrow and Harper that Mr. Karpf indicated that he arrived home from LAX Airport, San Jose, in at approximately 2250 to 2300 hours, that is 1050 to 11 o'clock? You remember telling him that?
I might have said in that approximate time, yes.
All right, and that would be fairly accurate, would it not be?
Within 10 minutes, either side, yes. Maybe 5 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes. Let me, may I approach you? I'd like to show you the report and ask you to read this. And I'll ask you to read to you
Sure.
first, Mr. Carpenter. Why don't you just read from here to there first? All right. Have you now read that?
Yes, I have.
And is that, tend to refresh your recollection that you did in fact tell these officers that you had...
Objection, there's been no indication that Stephen Dees has ever requested.
May I finish the question?
You may.
Does the review of the report that I just provided to you in any way refresh your recollection that you told the officers that you'd arrived home from LAX Airport at approximately 10:50 to 11 o'clock p.m.?
I'm not sure exactly, within 5 minutes either side, yes.
All right. And when you were talking to the officers, you were trying to be as accurate as you could, weren't you?
Yes.
All right. And you had no reason not to be accurate in telling them that, would you?
No.
And when you would talk to them, you saw them write down what you were saying. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You told them you'd been to San Jose, and they wrote that down. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, after you arrived home, you described how you come in the rear in that real alleyway there that parallels Bundy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You then came in the garage. Did you go into the house at all before you went to your mailbox, if you recall?
Well, I have to go through the house to get to the mailbox.
All right. So you come in the garage, then you unlock the door, I presume, and you go in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you put your luggage down, that sort of thing?
I would just drop it on the floor.
All right, drop it. And then your first goal was then to get out and try to get your mail. Is that correct?
That's what I did.
Okay, and then so you'd go through the house toward Bundy to go and try to find your mail. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was at that point, would you say that would be within 3 to 5 minutes of your arrival in the garage that you went out to the mailbox?
I think 3 minutes would be accurate.
3 minutes? Okay. So if you got home at 10:50 or 11 o'clock, so within 3 minutes of that, or whatever time it was, you then went out to your mailbox. Is that right?
That'd be correct.
And at that point, that's when you saw this dog that you believe is the dog depicted on People's 40 there. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And at the time you saw that dog, you had never seen that dog before. Is that correct?
And that is correct.
At some point, even though you retreated back inside your gate, you were able to get your mail at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever have occasion to look to your right in the general direction of 875 South Bundy? Did you look in that general direction at all?
I don't think I did, no.
All right, so you have no recollection of well, you don't think you did actually look to your right.
If I did, I wouldn't see anything anyway.
All right. So from your vantage point, you couldn't see anything. Is that right? You gotta
That's
answer out
correct.
loud. All right. And the dog was out in the center of the street, is that correct?
In the center, right.
All right. Now, sir, with regard to this other individual that you saw, you indicated, I believe, that you saw another male who was across the street. That would be then on the east side of Bundy, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in which direction was this male who was walking the dog headed?
He was heading north,
So he was headed on the east side, headed north
which would go towards Montana.
toward Montana. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that someone that you knew?
No,
And was that someone you'd ever seen before?
it's hard to say. It was dark, on that side of the street.
All right, I understand, sir.
Okay.
Have you seen that person since that time, this male?
Not that I noticed.
Have you seen the dog in the neighborhood since that time?
I don't think so.
All right. Can you describe for us the individual who was walking the dog as he proceeded northbound on Bundy, approaching Montana on the east side of the street?
I really can't describe him. He was a male,
All right.
Caucasian.
Male Caucasian. Do you have no idea of how tall he was or
No.
how much he weighed? You have no recollection of how he was dressed?
No,
Can you in any way describe the dog at all that he was having?
no, I can't.
Was his dog on a leash?
It was on a leash.
With regard to the dog that you believe was the dog depicted in People's 40 there, that dog have a leash on it that night, if you recall?
I believe he did.
All right, your recollection is he had a leash?
Yes.
All right. And as you saw the dog running in the street with this leash, the only other person that you ever saw was this man, male Caucasian, across the street walking the dog.
That is correct.
When you came back inside your house, did you have occasion to go back out in that alleyway at all?
No, I didn't.
When you drove up, and as I understand, can we have one of these photos? May I have just a second, Your Honor? Now, you can watch your monitor if you see that way. People's 38, I believe. Is that 38? 38, thank you. Mr. Carp, sir, with regard to your returning home, would I be correct in assuming that you proceeded from Dorothy into this alleyway heading north to go into your particular
That is correct.
residence? Is that correct? And as you then, of necessity, in proceeding northbound, you passed by 875. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you see any vehicles out there when you drove past at
Nothing that I
10:50,
recall.
11? You don't recall anything
No.
at all? You see any other parties in that alley when you drove in there that you recall at this point?
No.
Did you first become aware of the police after about 1 o'clock that particular morning?
That is correct.
The morning of the 13th? But you did not talk to the police at that time at all?
No, I didn't.
You just knew they were out there?
Yes.
And you didn't talk to the police actually in connection with this case until about July 7th, is that correct?
I was interviewed on July 7th.
And that was the first time you were interviewed?
Well, I walked out front the next morning and gave a statement. They asked me a couple questions.
All right, did they write that down?
He can answer.
You walked out front the next morning, that's June 13th?
That's correct.
And who'd you talk to, if you know?
I don't recall the officer's name.
All right, was this officer in uniform, or was this?
And he was in uniform.
He was in a uniform? Have you seen that officer since that time?
No, I haven't.
Can you identify him at all?
No.
And we just ask you a few questions?
Just a few basic questions.
Like what kind of basic questions?
And where I was last night, they wouldn't tell me what was happening in the crime scene, so, and there was nothing that I even knew about the crime scene until much later in the day.
All right, you just had a brief conversation.
Very brief.
And then your first formal interview then was on July 7th,
That's correct.
1994. When, how close did you get to the Akita that particular night?
I would say he came within 15 feet.
And that's when you kind of retreated, is that correct?
Yes.
When you arrived, when you finally got into the house and upstairs, I presume if we follow your trail, you got the mail, then you didn't came back inside, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you at some point go upstairs to your bedroom area?
I did around 12 o'clock.
All right, you didn't go up until 12 o'clock?
Right.
And so when you got there at 12 o'clock, in other words, you had not been up there till 12 o'clock from the time you arrived home. Is that right? Upstairs.
That's correct.
And would that be the first time that you saw your fiancée, Miss Stein, at about 12 o'clock that particular night?
Actually, I probably went up to put something in, but she was in bed, so I didn't wake her up.
Right. She was sleeping when you went up. Is that right? As near as you could tell?
As near as I could tell, yes.
All right. So when you went up there about 12 o'clock, is that when did you
That's
wake?
when I decided to go to bed.
All right. And did you wake her up at that point?
To be honest, I don't remember if
All
I
right.
woke her up. I'm sure I did.
All right.
I've been gone for all weekend.
So you think you probably woke her up? All right. That would have been about 12 o'clock.
Yes.
All right. And the police, you became aware of the police in that alleyway sometime about an hour after that, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Had you fallen asleep by that time?
I think I did, yes.
And so it was the noise in the alley that awakened you also?
That's correct.
All right. With regard to the Akita, did you ever see anything on the paws of the Akita at all?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see anything at all on the paws of the Akita?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner.
You're welcome.
Do you have much redirect, Ms. Clark? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this time. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to talk to you or perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and we'll take them up to the lounge upstairs. All right, Mr. Karff, you're excused for about 25 minutes. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody other than the attorneys, all right? You're ordered to come back at 11 o'clock. All right, thank you, sir. Don't forget your jacket. All right, we'll stand in recess. Anything we need to discuss before we resume with Mr. Karp? All right, let's have the jurors, please. All right, like the record reflect, we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Lewis Karp is still on the witness stand. Mr. Karp, you're reminded that you are still under oath, sir. And Ms. Clark, you may commence your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Karp, did you and I have a little conversation over this past break?
Little conversation.
Very little. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ms. Clark.
And do you recall that I asked you if you remembered your girlfriend coming downstairs to see you when you got home from the airport?
I didn't remember that she did, no.
Do you remember my asking you that?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And what your answer was?
I didn't recall that she did. It's possible, but I didn't recall that she did.
It's possible that she did, but you don't remember it.
That's correct.
In any case, after, the day after you found out about the murders, do you recall that she told you that half an hour before you got home, she was awakened by dogs barking?
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The objection was overruled.
Yes.
And so the day after this, did your girlfriend, Miss Stein, tell you that she was awakened by dogs barking a half hour before you got home?
We did discuss that she was awakened from the previous night by the dogs barking, yes.
And did she tell you that she was awakened about a half hour before you got home by the dogs barking?
I would say that's fairly accurate. I don't know if it's a half hour, 45 minutes, but it's in that area, yes.
I'm sorry?
It would be within that area, a half hour before I got home at least, maybe even more.
That's what she told you?
Right,
And that was the day after the murders?
that is correct.
And you didn't speak to the police to give an actual statement until July 7th?
That is correct.
Now, you indicated that within 5 minutes or so of 10:45 is when you got home from the airport?
I would say it's closer to 10:45 to 10:50 in that area.
So are you certain that you got home before 11?
Yes, I am.
Absolutely certain.
Absolutely.
Are you certain that you got home before 10:50?
Not absolutely, no.
What's the very latest you think you could have gotten home?
By 10:50,
No later than that.
no.
The gentleman that you indicated that you saw walking the dog, you don't remember his height or his weight? Was that your testimony?
Well, yes, I did. I really didn't, I wasn't trying to observe him.
So, given that fact, sir, if you did see him again in the neighborhood, would you have recognized him?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you recall how long you were outside in front of Bundy when you went to get the mail?
The whole process may have taken 1 to 2 minutes.
Mr. Cochran?
Yes, sir. Just a few more questions. Mr. Carper, sir, when you spoke with interviewing officers Harrow and Harper, and you told them that you'd arrived home between 10:50 and 11 o'clock, you're being as accurate as you could at that time, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And here we are now in February of 1994, and your memory for events that had taken place on June 12th, 1994, was better on July 7th, 1994 than it is now. Isn't that correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, you agree with that? All right. Now, with regard to this conversation, sir, that you had with your fiancée, what she told you isn't it that she told you that you returned to the residence, she believed, approximately 30 to 45 minutes after she was awakened by the barking dogs. Is that correct?
That would be about correct, yes.
And she also told you, did she not, that she told you that she'd heard more than one dog barking, didn't she? A few dogs? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
All right. And she told you that she had fallen asleep about 10 o'clock that particular evening, right?
That's correct.
And that sometime between 10:15 p.m. and 10:45 p.m., she was awakened by this intense barking by a few dogs, as this window was open in the back part of your house. That's right?
That's correct.
All right. And so when you talk to these officers on July 7th,
Objection. Objection, that misstates the testimony with the police report.
I read from the police report, Your Honor. I was reading directly from it. May I proceed? Thank you. With regard to, when you talked to the police on July 7th, you were trying to be as accurate as you could
Yes.
in telling them the time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Attention to page 908 of the murder book. Mr. Clark, I'm showing you a statement here. Do you see your name at the top?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to a line right here where it says, witness further stated. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, this is your witness statement, right, Mr. Clark?
Right.
Your name's at the top?
Mm-hmm.
And it says here, witness further stated that his girlfriend, Eva Stein, heard dogs barking earlier in the evening between 10 o'clock and 10:30. Was that your statement to the police, sir?
That's what I said, yes.
And was that your best recollection back on July 7th as to what she had told you?
That would be my best recollection. Yes.
And do you recall her also telling you, sir, that she was awakened by dogs barking a half an hour before you got home?
That's correct.
Now, in your statement also, you indicated that you arrived home from Los Angeles Airport at approximately 10:50 to 11 o'clock.
That's correct.
How carefully were you questioned as to the timing of your arrival from the airport?
Sustained.
At this time, sir, you've made an effort to recall very precisely what time you got home. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
At the time that you spoke to the police, were you aware that that particular aspect of your statement would be very important?
Objection to the following question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, can you tell us, did you have any idea, did you make an effort to be very precise in the times that you gave the police officers with respect to when you arrived home from the airport?
Objection to the following question. When you ask the answer, 10:50 to 11 o'clock is fairly correct.
Overruled.
Do you know the question?
State it again so I can answer it correctly.
Question was, did he try to be very precise in his answers to the officers regarding times?
Thank you, ma'am. Did you make an effort to be very precise in the times that you gave the police officers with respect to when you arrived from the airport?
Yes, I knew it was an important question. I did try to be accurate.
Okay. And you told them between 10:50 and 11 o'clock?
That's what I said.
And was that accurate?
I would say it was fairly, yes, it was accurate.
Well, today you're saying that it was no later than 10:50?
She's arguing with the witness, Your Honor. I'd like to approach it by my.
Overruled.
I would say it was closer to 10:50 than 11, but I would say within that 10 minutes, that would be, without documenting it, that would be accurate.
So is it your testimony at this time that you could have arrived home at 11 o'clock?
I don't think so, but that would be a possibility.
What is your best recollection today, sir, as to when you got home?
Overruled.
It was closer to 10:50.
And so if you were to give the most accurate time estimate of when you got home, that time would be?
Sustained.
Sir, you indicated that you got to, your plane landed at 10 o'clock, and you felt that you... It's foundational.
Counsel, let's approach with the court report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark?
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Closest you ever got to that dog that was in the street, the Akita?
Sustained.
Were you able to see the dog's paws and legs clearly?
I could see his legs clearly, his paws I wasn't looking at.
And was it dark in the street where that dog was?
It was fairly dark, yes.
Did you examine his legs or his paws carefully when you looked at him?
Objected to, Your Honor. Improperly direct, you got 15 feet out to be there. Objected.
That objection's overruled.
No, I didn't look at its paws, or... You want to rephrase that one more time?
Yeah. Were you examining its legs or its paws very carefully when you saw it out in the street there?
No, I wasn't.
You were frightened by it, in fact?
Frightened by its barking.
About how long did you look at that dog?
That's the answer.
Sustained.
I didn't ask him about this, Your Honor. This is in response to counsel's questioning about whether he saw blood on the legs, and I don't think I did.
Well, it's a simple question and answer. It'll take me more time to go back through my notes to see, so go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How long did you look at the dog?
I would say I saw the dog no more than a minute, basically, maybe a minute and a half.
And during which time the dog was moving around and barking?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mercifully, I have no further questions, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Karff, I'm going to excuse you from further attendance this morning. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the attorneys till the matter is concluded. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Clark, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Mr. Stephen Schwab. Thank you, Lord.
All right, is one of your colleagues bringing Mr. Schwab in? Court reporter, please, and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Stephen Schwab. That's Stevenschwab.
Ms. Clark.
Good morning, Mr. Schwab.
Good morning.
I'm going to direct your attention to the events that occurred on the night of June 12th, Sunday, 1994. As of that date, sir, can you tell us where you were living?
Yes, at that time I was living at 11965 Montana Avenue. That's between Bundy and San Vicente.
Okay. There is a map that's marked as People's 26 to your left.
Mhm.
Could you indicate on this map where approximately you were living?
Here's this here.
Yes, there should be a bigger one. Oh, this one's better.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is where I live.
For the record, the witnesses pointed to, I guess it's a greenhouse that's indicated on Montana.
Here, this.
And were you a pet owner at that time, sir?
Yes, I was.
What did you own?
I have a dog, Sherry, and I also own a cat.
You want to pull that microphone in a little bit, sir?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, did you have a habit with respect to walking your dog?
Yes, I walk the dog the same time every night during the week, and on the weekend I also had a habit that was the same week to week.
And what was that habit?
Well, during the week, I would walk my dog between 11 and 11:30, so that I would come home. When I got home, I was able to watch the Dick Van Dyke Show on TV. On the weekends, I walk the dog between 10:30 and 11 because the Dick Van Dyke Show ends at 10:30 on the weekends. So I had the same habit and took roughly a half hour each night when I walked my dog.
Now, the show that you watch on the weekend, is that also Dick Van Dyke?
Yeah, it's a little, the schedule is a little different. Or at that time, it was that the Dick Van Dyke Show ran from 10 to 10:30. I would walk my dog from 10:30 to 11, and at 11 o'clock I would come home and watch the Mary Tyler Moore Show. That was my Sunday evening.
And was that a habit, a matter of routine for you?
Yeah, that was what I did, to relax before, starting a new work week.
And on June the 12th, a Sunday, did you follow that same routine, sir?
Yes, I did.
Now, on that particular night, do you recall what episode you were watching of the Dick Van Dyke Show?
I'm not completely clear on what episode it was on that particular night.
But you know you were watching the Dick Van Dyke Show?
I know that I watched the Dick Van Dyke Show and that it ended at just prior to 10:30.
So when it ended, sir, what did you do?
When it ended, I got my dog's leash from the closet and put it on my dog and took my dog out for a walk.
And you left your apartment how long after the show ended, sir?
Shortly after the show ended, within a few minutes. Didn't take very long.
Okay, within what?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. So at 10:32, 10:33 you left?
Approximately, yeah.
Now, can you tell us where you went when you left your apartment?
Well, again, this is a habit that I had. I walked my dog down Bundy, and I walked my dog down Montana towards Bundy, and then I went past Bundy, and I made a left on a street called Gretna Green over here, and then I made a left and I walked down 1 block and made a right on Gorham, and continued along Gorham till I got to this street here, which is Amherst, and then I made a left on Amherst, and then made a left on Dorothy, and walked along Dorothy till I got back to Bundy, which is the corner over here, and my normal routine is to walk down Bundy then and return to my house on Montana.
Okay, I'll tell you what, if you don't mind,
Yes.
we're going to put this up on the monitor,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to trace the route as you tell it to us, okay?
Of course.
We're going to have a monitor that's to your right,
Okay.
all right?
What am I supposed to...
You don't have to do anything. We're going to
Okay.
do it for you as you speak, and you make sure, you tell us if we're doing the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Still, I can't...
Yeah.
Let's slide this over a little.
A little bit over that way. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's make sure. Does that cover the area that you...
Yeah,
traveled?
that covers the area entirely. This map doesn't have the symbol for my house, but it's just above the B in Bundy. It's about the 3rd house from the corner of Bundy and Montana.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we You see where the cross is?
Yeah, the left,
Okay.
about there.
There? All
Yeah,
right. Can we,
roughly.
we'll put an X there. We have a cross there. Is that accurate?
That's very accurate.
Okay.
People's 41.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to put the initials SS in the, there we go. Good. Thanks, John. All right, can you tell us the route again, and we're going to trace it for you on this?
Okay. I leave my house on Montana Avenue and I walk down Montana towards Bundy. I cross the street at Bundy and continue along Montana until I get to Gretna Green. At Gretna Green, I make a left and continue on until I get to Gorham. At Gorham, I make another left and continue on to the next cross street, which is Amherst. At Amherst, I turned left and continued on to Dorothy. At Dorothy, I turned left again and continued on Dorothy, passing Gretna Green again, and continued until I got to Dorothy and Bundy. At the corner of Dorothy and Bundy, I turn left and continue on Bundy, down past Gorham, all the way to Montana, and then I walk down Montana till I return to my home.
All right. I'm going to leave that there because we're going to mark it again, okay? Now, you left your home with your dog at about, you said 10:32 or 10:33?
About shortly after 10:30. It's not exact that the show ends exactly at 10:30, because the next show starts at 10:30, but I left shortly after the end of the Dick Van Dyke Show, so a couple of minutes, yeah.
Can you highlight that in red? Make it a little more visible. Right, now, how can you be so certain of this route?
Well, it's a route that I use frequently. It's one that I've designed essentially to take about a half hour to get me home, so that I don't, so that I can watch whatever shows I want. If I choose to vary the route, I can. But this is a basic route. It's kind of a circle. I mean, you can see that it's takes me home again very, very easy. Also, it's a very beautiful neighborhood. I pass a lot of nice houses along the way, and it's pleasant. It's a pleasant walk.
Now, can you tell us, was there any point at which you checked your watch to see what time it was?
On this particular evening, I checked my watch once at the corner of Gretna Green and Montana.
Okay. And what time was it when you got to Gretna Green in Montana?
Okay, my dog had taken care of its business, and I'd cleaned up after it, and I checked my watch at that point to decide whether I should continue on or to return home, because I didn't have to, for the dog's sake, I didn't have to continue on if I didn't want to. And that was between 10:35 and 10:40 when I checked my watch, somewhere in the middle there, because I didn't have a digital watch. I have an analog watch, and that's where the hand was.
So the hand on the watch is between 10:35 and 10:40?
Yes.
And you made a point of looking at your watch at that point?
Yes.
Okay. That was at the corner of Gretna Green in Montana?
Yes.
Can we write in? Make it thinner, so I can- At that intersection, at that corner of Gretna Green and Montana?
It's a different color.
Okay, yellow? Black? Okay, okay. 10:35 to 10:40. Joe Madden, he's not, but can you make that 5 a little bit better, John? Thanks.
Well, I think the jury can read the map as well and figure out where the corner of Gretna Green and Montana is here.
Yeah, no, I just wanted him to write the number. Okay. Yeah, and that'll be right there. All right. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes,
All right.
yes,
And then you continued walking,
yes.
and at some point during your walk, sir, did something unusual occur?
Yes, as I continued on, after I had started down Dorothy, past Gretna Green, it was roughly halfway down the block about where that alley is, I saw that there was a dog at the corner of Dorothy and Bundy. Now, at that time, I didn't think it was anything unusual. I thought that the owner was probably around the corner or on Bundy somewhere, and it was just another dog walker.
Okay, now approximately, if you know, how long did it take you to get from the corner of Gretna Green in Montana to the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
Well, it takes the halfway point of my route is roughly on Amherst, so that takes me about 15 minutes. So it was after that. Basically, I mean, in terms of what time I get home, this was towards the end of my route. So this I would say was between about 10:55 or so that I saw the dog. It's another between 5 and 10 minutes for me to get home from that point, from the corner of Dorothy and Bundy.
So approximately 10:55, you got to the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
That's correct.
And can you... Approximately. Can you put... Easier said than done, huh?
I don't think we need to get too detailed on these things because the jurors have their notebooks.
Right. That's it. Thank you, Alan. All right, so you got to the corner of Dorothy and Bundy and you saw a dog.
Yes.
Was there anyone with that dog?
No, as I got to the corner, I saw that the dog was alone. It was just, at that point, it was just standing on the corner.
What did you do?
Well, I approached the dog, and I saw that it was alone, and I observed the dog for a minute or two, and it was doing an unusual thing. It would turn away from me and look down. There's a house on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy, and it would look down the path leading to the doorway of that house and bark at the house for a brief interval, and then it would stop, and then it would turn back to me. But it would bark at this house, which is something that I had never seen before. I didn't know quite what to make of that.
Could you tell what house it was barking at?
It was barking at the corner house. It was, again, there's a path at that particular corner house that leads almost directly to the corner, and it was looking down the path and barking essentially at the front door.
And were you able to see anything? Were you able to see that house?
Yeah, I could see that house clearly from where I was standing.
And did there seem to be anything unusual in that house?
No, it was quiet. It was dark. I didn't know if the people were asleep or not home, but there was nothing going on in the house essentially.
Okay, now this was the house that was on the corner of
That's
Dorothy
on the
and
corner
Bundy.
of Dorothy and Bundy, yes.
And when you saw the dog barking there, what did you do?
Well, again, I didn't know what to make of it, but clearly at this point, because there was no one with the dog, I figured that this was a lost dog. So I wanted to check the collar to see if there was a name tag with an address so that I could bring the dog home. But I know that Akitas can be very protective dogs. So before I went to touch the collar, I let the dog smell me, and then I patted it on the head and said, things like good boy and good dog, to show that I was friendly. And when I saw that the dog wasn't going to bite me or attack me anyway, I put my hands on the collar and turned it around to see if there was a tag.
Okay, now, you knew this was an Akita?
Yes, I knew the breed. I'm a dog owner, so I know, some breeds of dogs, and Akita was one of the breeds that I'm familiar with.
I have here a board entitled Nicole's Akita. Can you tell us if you recognize the dog depicted in these photographs, sir?
Yes. Yes, this looks like the dog, and it looks like the same collar that I saw that night.
And you saw the collar that's depicted in that last photograph?
Yes, I saw the collar and noticed that it was embroidered, that it was red and blue with embroidered symbols on it. It seemed expensive to me. It wasn't something that I could afford to get for my own dog. But I noticed that, I looked at it extensively to see if there was a tag or something written on the collar, but there wasn't.
What exhibit is
I'm sorry?
this? What exhibit is this?
I'm sorry, no, People's 40? All right, now, as you looked at the dog and you examined it for a tag, did you happen to notice its paws or its legs?
Yes, as I got closer to the dog, the first thing I saw was some blood on one of the back paws. First thing I noticed, it was above the paw, it was slightly on the leg, there was a streak of blood or a drip of blood on one of the back paws. And that was unusual to me, so I observed more closely and then saw that there was also blood on the bottom of the paws. Also, the underside of the dog was dirty. There was brown stuff on the bottom of the dog.
Okay.
I didn't notice anything wrong with the dog's paws, but it's a dark corner, so I wasn't completely sure, whether there might be a piece of glass wedged into one of the paws or something, but I didn't see anything like that at that time.
Okay, so was it dark? It was dark in that area, sir?
That's a very dark corner. It's a dark area. That side of the street is dark.
That side of the street, meaning the west side of Bundy?
Yes, the west side of Bundy is darker than the east side of Bundy, just because of the nature of the street lights that are there.
So what happened after you looked at the dog? You noticed its paws and its legs and its collar.
Yeah.
What happened next?
Well, I was confused. I didn't know exactly what to make of the situation, and I didn't know what the dog would do. At that point, I crossed the street. I crossed from the east side of Bundy. From the west side of Bundy to the east side of Bundy to see basically what the dog would do.
All right, you said you went from the west side to the east side of Bundy?
Yes, that's another part of my route. That's what I do. I cross the street at that point. That's what I do. It's a little lighter on that side of the street.
So you like it better because it's lighter on the east side of the street?
Yes.
Now, I'm pointing to you this red house and the blue house
Yes.
on the west side of Bundy.
Yes.
Okay, and you saw the dog on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy. Was it
Yes.
on the west side?
That was on the west side. Yes.
And after you looked at the dog, you crossed over to the east side?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
Well, I basically wanted to see what the dog would do. If the dog would go in a particular direction, then maybe I could follow it and find out where it came from. But the dog stayed with myself and my dog. It crossed the street with us. It stayed with us.
And did it follow you?
Yeah, at that point, I turned left to head back. At that point, I continued. I turned left to go down back towards Montana, and the dog stayed with us as we walked, but it continued its routine of, as we passed a house, it would look down the path and bark and howl at the houses that we passed.
Did it do that at every house that you passed?
It did that at every house along here on this side of Bundy. It did this at several houses along here. pretty consistently when there was a path that led, that led up the street. Sometimes there were steps and things like that, and there's even a wall. But when there was a situation with a path leading to a door, it would bark down the path.
For the record, when the witness said along here, he was pointing to the east side of Bundy in the area of the two icons that are depicted on that side of the street.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every time it would pass a house on the east side of Bundy where you were all walking that had a path leading up to it, it would stop and bark?
It would stop and bark. It barked down the path.
And how many times did it do that?
I would say approximately 3 times. It was several. It was more than one. But it wasn't like 10 or 12. It was approximately 3 times it did that.
Did that seem unusual to you?
That seemed very unusual to me. I had not seen a dog behave in this manner ever, and I didn't know whether it was because it was lost or because it had come from one of these houses. But that didn't appear to be the case either, because it didn't turn down the path to any of these houses. It would just bark at them.
Now, was it what was the traffic in that area at that time? Was it very heavy? Was it very light?
Bundy is very quiet that time of night, especially a Sunday night. There's not a lot of traffic on the street. I don't recall seeing a particular number of cars. I wouldn't necessarily say there were no cars, but there was not very much traffic at all. There generally isn't when I walk that time of night.
And did you continue to walk and the dog continue to follow you?
Yes, I continued down Bundy towards Gorham.
How did the dog stay close to you?
Yes, the dog stayed very close to me. It would do this thing of barking at the houses, and the first couple of times I kind of watched just to see what was going on, but then later I continued walking, and the dog would catch up to us in order to stay with us. It would bark, but it very clearly wanted to stay with myself and my dog.
Now, did you just say that you turned onto Gorham, or you just crossed Gorham?
No, I was walking towards Gorham at that point. I had turned left at Bundy and Dorothy and was walking along the east side of the street towards Bundy and Gorham.
Okay. What happened next?
Well, at that point, I saw a police officer drive by, and the unusual nature of all this, I flagged down the police officer to tell him that I had found this lost dog, and that it was unusual to see a loose dog in Brentwood at this time of night. It's unusual to see a loose dog in Brentwood at any time. This was the only time I've seen it.
All right, were you concerned with what to do with the dog?
I was concerned about the dog. Being a pet owner myself, I'm very sensitive to a dog being separated from its owner. So what I had done in the past when my wife or myself had found a lost dog was to bring the dog home and try to find the owner by putting up posters, and you see them all the time on the street, lost dog, maybe take a picture of the dog and put that with it. Because I had no idea how long this dog had been lost for. The dirtiness of it led me to believe that it might have been some time.
Did you encounter any police on your walk?
Yes, as I was walking between Dorothy and Gorham on Bundy, I saw a police officer drive by and I flagged him down.
Did you have some conversation with him?
Yes, at that point I told him that I had found this lost dog and indicated the corner at which I had found the dog, and told him that I didn't know exactly what to do in the situation. I wanted to alert him, and maybe someone had reported a lost dog in the neighborhood, or maybe he could call someone who would know if there was a lost dog reported in the neighborhood.
And did you ask him for some help?
Yeah, I told him, and I didn't have an extra leash or anything on me, so I didn't, know what the dog was going to do. So I told him about the situation, that the dog was loose in the neighborhood, and he told me not to worry about it, he would take care of it, and that I should continue home. And I said, okay.
What happened then?
Well, I continued walking towards towards my house, or walking then down towards Gorham, but the dog stayed with me still. The dog continued to stay right next to myself and my dog.
So he wouldn't stay with the police officer?
He didn't stay with the police officer. The dog was still intent on sticking with myself and my dog.
Did the dog continue to bark as you went home?
Yes, the dog barked considerably at the corner of Gorham and Bundy. This was like the loudest barking really that it did in the course of the time that I was with it, and it went on for a longer period of time than it had barking at the individual houses. It really, barked and howled quite a bit. I can show you here. Right about here. Again, this is my habit. I cross the street here. I have to cross Gorham, and I end up crossing from the east side and ending up back on the west side of Bundy. And so I crossed the street here, and the dog stood at this point here and barked considerably as my dog and I continued to walk down Bundy towards Montana.
Can you look at your monitor, sir? You see where that pink arrow is? Can we use a different
That's
color?
basically correct, except it's the other side of the street.
Okay, that yellow arrow.
Yeah, it was on again, at this point, it was the west side of Bundy.
On the west side of Bundy.
Yes.
Can you move it a little bit to the left, John? Thank you. A little bit more?
No, it's.
How's that?
That's pretty close. I don't know if you can get the arrow to point in the other direction from the other side, but that would be more accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Pointing that way.
Back it up a little bit more west,
More
little
west?
left, little to the left, further to the left. Yeah, like at that point there, the dog barked considerably as my dog and I headed on Bundy, now back on the west side of Bundy, back towards Montana.
Okay. And then did you continue home?
I continued home, and at that point I wasn't certain whether the dog would continue to follow us because it was barking and the police officer was there. But it did. It stopped barking after a minute or so and caught up to myself and my dog and continued with us.
And when you walked into your apartment building, was it still following you?
Yes. Yes.
Now, at your building, is there a courtyard that you walk into from the street?
Yes, our building has a courtyard with a pool.
And did the dog follow you into that courtyard?
Yes.
Is your apartment, was it upstairs or was it downstairs?
So I live on the second floor of my apartment complex.
Did you walk up to your apartment on the
Yes.
second floor?
Yes, I walked up the stairs to my apartment.
And did the dog follow you up to your apartment on the second floor?
Yes, it did. It followed me all the way up to the landing outside my apartment.
Do you recall what time you got home?
Well, it was approximately 5 minutes after 11 o'clock. I came in the door, and I opened the door. My wife was sitting at the computer, and behind her I saw the TV set, and the Mary Tyler Moore Show was on, and it was the beginning of that episode, and I was relieved that it hadn't taken me much longer to get home than usual, because my wife sometimes worries about me if I'm out more than a half hour. She knows I have this routine, so if I had been out considerably longer, she might have been worried, but she wasn't.
Okay. So the Mary Tyler Moore Show had just started,
Yeah, it was the beginning of the episode.
and do you know what time it began? That show began on Sunday night on June the 12th?
Yes, that show begins at 11 o'clock.
Do you remember the episode that was on?
Yes, I remember. It was an episode that I had seen previously involving Mary dating someone from a rival station.
Okay. And that had just begun?
Yeah, it was the beginning of that particular episode.
So it was approximately, you said 11:05?
Yeah, approximately that's what time it was.
Now, did you let the dog into your apartment?
No, I didn't. As I said previously, I have a cat, and I didn't want to upset the cat by bringing the large dog in right at that point. So I closed the door behind me. The dog was on the landing outside, and I hadn't told my wife yet, so I told my wife, Linda, that this big Akita had followed me home.
And what did you do with the dog?
Dog was on the landing outside my apartment, and I told Linda that the dog had followed me home, and she said something like "You're kidding," and I said no, and I opened the door and showed her that the dog was standing there at the landing to our apartment.
It just stayed there?
It just stayed there.
Okay.
And she went out to see that, in fact, it was real. It was just this big Akita standing at the landing to our apartment.
Why was that so strange that this dog would stay there on the landing? Because of the... I'm sorry?
You handling this witness, Mr. Douglas? All right.
Why did you think that was strange?
It was unusual.
Well, roll the objection. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Let me think about it again and again. All right.
I thought of a better question. Why did you think that was strange?
I thought it was unusual for a dog to, attach itself quickly to a person that it didn't know. I'd never seen the dog before, so it was strange that the dog would stay with us.
Are you familiar with how much an Akita costs?
I know that they're expensive dogs.
Did it seem unusual that an expensive dog like that would be out running around alone?
Yeah, absolutely. The dog seemed well bred and well cared for, and again that the collar was very expensive. So I knew that this was not some stray street dog, but that this was an expensive dog.
Okay. So what did you do with the dog?
Well, I had spoken to the police officer as we were coming home as I was walking home on Bundy as I was walking on Montana between Bundy and my house, the police officer had stopped again, seeing that the dog was not staying in the area but was following me, and I spoke to him, and he said, "It's obvious the dog wants to follow you. Why don't you continue home?" And he said he would call animal control, and they would come by to take care of the dog. And I said that was fine. I gave him my name, address, and phone number, and went home. And so, after showing my wife that I had the dog, we got a spare leash and went out to sit on the steps leading to my apartment complex on Montana and wait for the people from animal control to show up.
Did they show up?
No, they did not show up.
So what did you do?
So now that we had the spare leash on the dog, we decided to walk the dog back towards where I found it. Maybe the people had noticed that it was missing, had come out by that time. So our intention was to take the dog back to the corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
And what happened?
Well, as I walked the dog towards Bundy, along Montana, the dog pulled back. The dog shied away from going towards Bundy. It kept pulling back towards my apartment complex.
It was pulling back?
It was pulling back. It was not allowing me to walk it towards Bundy. It was pulling away.
Can you describe what the weather was like that night?
It was a relatively cool night. It had been hot during the day, but in our neighborhood, so close to the ocean, it gets much cooler at night, and this was no exception. It cooled down considerably from the day.
How was the dog behaving?
Well, at this point, with the dog pulling away, again, this was also unusual. I noticed at that point that the dog was dehydrated, that it was panting, that its tongue was dry, and it seemed to need water because it was continual. At this point, it wasn't barking any longer. It was continually panting.
So it seemed dehydrated?
Yes, it did.
Like it needed water?
Yes.
So what did you do?
So we walked the dog back to the courtyard of my building, and I went upstairs to get some water for the dog.
Did your dog drink?
Yeah, I went upstairs. I took my dog's dish, filled it with water, and as I was going back, I noticed that my light on my answering machine was blinking, but I didn't check the message or anything. I went downstairs, gave the dog the bowl of water, and it drank considerably. It drank quite a lot.
Now, when you were down in the courtyard, was there more light?
Yes, the courtyard of my building is fairly well lit. There's there's lights all around, and there's lights coming up from the pool, so it's fairly well lit.
As opposed to the dark area where you found the dog on the street?
Yes, there was much more light in the courtyard area.
Okay, at that time, did you take the opportunity to look more closely at the dog?
Yes, at this point, I wanted to check the paws again to see if it was cut or bleeding, if there was a piece of glass wedged in one of the paws, and that was where the blood had come from. And so I checked, and the dog was getting a little bit calmer. It was not so dehydrated. So with that opportunity, I checked the dog's paws.
Did you check all 4 paws?
I checked all 4 paws.
Did you see blood on all 4 paws?
Yes, there was blood on all 4 of the paws.
And on the legs, did you see blood?
Some of the legs had blood splattered up the legs.
And did you find any injury on the dog that could be the source of that blood?
No, there was no injury. It let me touch the paws, it let me examine them, and it didn't shy away as if it was in pain. There was no glass in any of the paws, and it wasn't limping or walking in a strange way at any point.
You indicated before that the belly and even the chest of the dog, at first when you saw it in the dark area of Bundy and Dorothy, seemed to be muddy. Could you tell at this point, in the better light of the courtyard, whether it was muddy and dirty or bloody on the chest and the stomach?
It was dirty, and it was dried brown stuff, and I really don't know what color blood turns after it dries, but it was this dried brown stuff that I figured was either mud or more blood.
So as to that part of the dog, you couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell because it was brown at this point, and it was dried at this point.
Did you remember seeing any mud on the legs of the dog?
No.
No mud?
No.
Only blood?
Only the blood that I saw.
All right, at some point, did you have contact with animal control?
Well, I had seen the light blinking on my answering machine when I went to get the water. So I stayed down with the dog while it drank, and my wife went upstairs to check the message, and she came down and said it was people.
Okay, what she said, yeah, hearsay.
Right. Your wife came down and told you something,
Mm-hmm.
and based on what she told you, what did you do?
I went back upstairs and listened to the message, and it was from animal control.
Submit it.
All right. The part of the answer that the call was from animal control, that is stricken. Jury's ordered to disregard that. Ms. Clark.
You got a phone call.
Yes.
You spoke to someone.
Yes.
Based on what that person told you, what did you do?
Well, based on that information, I knew that I had to either bring the dog to animal control myself by midnight or keep the dog overnight.
Did you want to take the dog to animal control?
I did not feel good at that point about taking the dog to animal control because I knew that the dog would be left there alone overnight, that there would be no one there to watch the dog. I didn't know if they would feed the dog before the person left animal control. I simply knew that the dog would be left alone overnight at animal control.
Okay. So what did you do at that point?
I went back downstairs with the dog, back downstairs to the dog, and considered various options. One would be to bring the dog inside, maybe lock my cat in another room and keep the dog inside. Another option would have been to tie the dog up in the courtyard and let it stay there overnight. That concerned me because of the barking that it had done. If it started barking or howling in the middle of the night, it might disturb some of my neighbors. The third option would be once again try to walk it back to the corner of Dorothy and Bundy. And I was considering those options. I knew at that point that I was not going to take the dog to animal control myself, that I was going to keep the dog overnight.
So where were you seated at that time?
I was standing actually in the courtyard of my building in front of the staircase that leads up to my apartment. I had placed the bowl at the foot of the stairs and the dog at that point, was lying down.
Did someone that you knew from your apartment building appear in the courtyard?
Yes, at that point, Shukru Bastepi, my downstairs neighbor, entered from the back entrance to my apartment complex.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to spell that for the reporter. S-U, you have it? Okay. Sukru Bastepi showed up?
Yes, that's
And you knew
correct.
him from as a neighbor of yours in that building?
Yes, Shukru is my downstairs neighbor, and we're very close. We had a garage sale earlier that day. He takes care of my pets when I'm on vacation.
Okay.
We're very close.
What time was it when you saw him arrive?
That would be approximately 11:40.
Was he alone when you saw him first?
When I first saw him, he was by himself coming from the back entrance to our apartment complex.
And he has a wife?
Yes.
And her name is?
Her name is Bettina Rasmussen.
And do you have that one, Chris? Okay. Where did she come out also?
Yes, she came out from their apartment. Says they're our downstairs neighbor. We have almost identical apartments. Ours is on the second floor, theirs is on the first floor. So at that point, I was there with my wife and the dog, virtually in front of their apartment door. So he came home and she came out, and he asked where I got the dog, where this dog had come from.
All right. And then did you tell him everything that you've told us about how you found the dog?
Yes, I explained the situation up to this point and the fact that we didn't want to take the dog to animal control.
Okay. And did
Art,
you?
do you have much more at this point?
I do. I mean, not a lot more, but
Enough.
yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess then for the noon hour at this time. Please remember carefully my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Allow anybody to talk to you about the case or conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1:45. Mr. Schwab, you're ordered to return here at 1:45, all right? Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except for the attorneys in the case. All right? Thank you, sir. Matter, Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with counsel. Mr. Bailey, are you standing to address the court?
I have a matter, Your Honor.
And what is that, sir?
Did you have in mind any time to argue the matter of the witness we've been discussing in chambers?
Refresh my recollection.
The lady out,
Oh, yes. I had thought that matter was taken off calendar. That was the impression I was left with the last time we talked.
I think the last time we...
Yesterday, I was told it was not put back on calendar.
What's that?
I checked yesterday, and I was told it was not put back on calendar.
You want to litigate that issue?
I would like to argue the issue at some point because we are trying to arrange a date a week hence for its accomplishment if granted.
Okay, why don't we chat at the next break?
All right,
then?
fine. I just
Okay.
wanted to bring that to Your Honor's attention.
All right, I guess that was sufficiently cryptic. All right, anything else before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, Deputy Magnolia, let's have the jury, please.
Courtyard where you had the dog, you and your wife were with the dog, and then Bettina came out of the apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that was about 11:40,
Approximately 11:40, yes.
and you said that you explained to him what had happened with the dog that night.
Yes, I told him briefly the events leading up to that particular point in the evening, and my desire not to bring the dog to the animal shelter, and my concern about bringing it into my apartment.
Did you tell him where you'd found the dog?
Yeah, yes, he lives in the neighborhood too, so I told him approximately where I had first found the dog.
So did you have a discussion with him about what to do with the dog then?
Yes, we had a brief discussion in which I explained that why I didn't want the dog to go to the animal shelter where they would lock it in a cage overnight, and he offered to take the dog for the night.
And did he take the dog?
Yes, he took the dog, and we agreed that I would get it back from him in the morning so that I could then put up posters for, saying that there's a lost dog, maybe take a picture of the dog and post that in the neighborhood so that we could find the owner. So we agreed that I would get it back, I would give him the dog overnight, and I would get it back from him before he left for work in the morning.
During the time that you were walking your own dog, do you recall seeing a man and a woman walking together at some point on your route?
Yes, that particular night, I didn't run into too many people. I ran into these two people, if I could show you.
Please.
Yes. Okay, as I was walking here along Gorham, I passed a couple coming from the other direction. A man and a woman. I don't know what their relationship was, but I asked these two people, and the woman saw my dog, who was very cute, and bent down to pet it. I spoke briefly to them. People ask, how old is your dog? What's her name? That kind of thing. And she petted my dog, and then they continued in this direction on Gorham, and I continued to go in the other direction towards Amherst.
Could you tell if that couple was young or old?
They were youngish. I couldn't tell you their exact ages, but they seemed younger than me. So it's like in their 20s or so.
And could you describe them at all?
It'd be very difficult for me to if I met them today, I doubt I would be able to say these are the two people who I saw that night. I saw them very briefly and at night, so it would be very difficult for me.
Could you tell how tall they were? Were they very large people, medium-sized, small people?
About average. The woman may have been blonde, but I'm not positive because it was night.
Okay. She was Caucasian?
Yes, so they were both Caucasian, if that's a help. Okay. And I believe the man was dark-haired as opposed to the woman who I thought was blondish.
Okay. And did you see that couple again?
Yeah, that was the strange thing. Right after I had walked down Gorham to Amherst and then come around up Dorothy and encountered the dog here and walked with the dog. And as I said, I crossed back to the west side of Bundy here. As I was walking along here with the two dogs, I encountered that same couple coming the other direction. And the woman said to me, "Oh, now you have two dogs." And I said, "Yes, but one's just a friend of the family." And they continued on, and I continued on, and that was the last time I saw them.
And were they walking southbound on Bundy at that time?
Yes, they were walking. They were walking in this direction. So I was passing them as I was coming this way and as they were going south. Yes.
Do you recall giving the police a statement in the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time it was when you gave that statement?
That was approximately 5 a.m. I remember hearing the pounding on my door. My dog started barking. I had no idea what was going on, and I looked at the clock and I remember thinking, "My God, it's 5 a.m. Why is someone pounding on my door?"
And was it the police?
Yes, when I got to the door, there were two police detectives standing at the door.
And did they ask you some questions about what had happened the night before?
Yes, they said they needed to talk to me in connection with a homicide. The dog was somehow connected with a homicide. I was not even dressed at that point, so I asked them to wait downstairs by that patio area that I spoke about earlier. I went in and got dressed and woke my wife and explained to her what was going on. And my wife and I came downstairs, and they were downstairs with Bettina and Shukru, and I sat down with my wife as well, and we spoke to them briefly.
Okay, what was your state of mind at that time?
Well, I was very confused. I was very scared to find out that the dog was somehow connected to a homicide. I had no idea the night before that the blood was a person's blood. It was very disturbing to to hear that.
And did you tell them how you'd found the dog?
Yes, I briefly said that I had found this lost dog the night before while walking my own dog.
Did you tell them your time estimate of when you saw that dog at Dorothy and Bundy?
Well, they had asked me approximately what time I found the dog, and I was very confused at that point, and I rattled off a couple of different times, but I was not clear as to what time the events had taken place. I wasn't clear what day it was at that point.
And why was that?
Well, as I said, my routine changes based whether it's a weekday or a weeknight, and this happened to be Monday morning. I knew I had to work the next day, but I wasn't so clear as to whether it was a weekday or a weeknight the night before. So I was having trouble remembering what time I had started my walk on that particular evening. I was not clear at that point as to what day of the week it even was the night before.
So they had woken you up from sleeping at the time they knocked at your door at 5 a.m.?
Yes, I was soundly asleep before that.
So you were confused?
I was confused and scared. It was very shocking to hear about this, to hear that someone had died, that the people who owned the dog were not here, were not, around.
And so what time was it that you told the police at that time when you were confused and disoriented? What time did you tell the police that you had you had found the dog?
The first time that I mentioned was 11:30, and then I said no, it must have been around 11. I was trying to get a fix on it vaguely, and as I said, Bettina and Shukru, my wife, were there, and there was a lot of talking and cross-talking going on. No, I saw you then, and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't clear, but those were the times that I mentioned initially.
And did it become clear to you upon calmer reflection when you were able to gather your wits what time it was when you saw the dog?
Yes, I mean, after this brief interview, I went back to bed, and the next morning and day I then remembered more clearly what the sequence of events was, and I was disappointed in myself for not being clearer with the police that night.
And did you make some effort to tell the police that you had made a mistake?
Yes, at that point when I realized that my statement was inaccurate, I called the police on the phone. I was trying 911 and the local police number in Brentwood. I don't remember which number I got through on, but eventually I spoke to someone and explained that I was a witness to the murder that had taken place the night before, and that the police had come by, but I had given them a very inaccurate statement.
And what did they tell you?
They took down my name and number and said that someone would get back to me.
Okay. And did you testify at the preliminary hearing in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify to the events that you've testified to today before this jury?
Yes.
And to the accurate time that you recalled when you reflected upon it further later in the day?
Yes.
On June 13th?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Douglas? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Schwab, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have you had a chance to review any documents prior to testifying today?
When I received my subpoena, I got a copy of my testimony from the preliminary hearing that came with the subpoena.
And you had a chance to look that over, sir?
I looked it over, yes.
Did you also have a chance to look over the statement that you had given to the officer about which you spoke?
No.
You've had a couple of meetings with representatives from the district attorney's office?
I was called in yesterday, and I spoke to to Marcia Clark, and to Sherry yesterday while I was waiting in the interview room.
Have you had an occasion to speak to anyone else about your testimony from the DA's office?
No.
Now, the interview that you had with the officer occurred what day?
That was June 13th.
And would that have been approximately 5:30 in the morning?
I remember, the only time I looked at the clock was when I was first woken up. I looked at the clock on my nightstand, and I don't remember the exact time that it said, but I remember thinking, my God, who could it be? It's 5 a.m.
Sure.
So that's what I recall.
Did you ever have a chance to review a copy of the statement that was taken of your interview?
I was shown the statement at the preliminary hearing briefly.
Do you remember what time the statement said that, or what day the statement said that the interview occurred?
No.
Can I just show him something, Your Honor? Yes. I want to just show you a document and ask you to look it over and to read it to yourself. Is that a one-page statement concerning the interview that you gave?
It's a one-page statement. I don't know when it was written or what it was written based on. I have no way of knowing that.
And what date does it say that the interview actually occurred?
It says 6/17/94.
And that would have been Friday, June 17th, correct?
It says June 17th, but
And that would be incorrect.
I don't know when this statement was written, so if it's meant to reflect what I said on the 13th, then it's saying the 17th would be wrong, but I don't know when this was written or in reference to what.
Okay. Did you ever have an interview with a Detective Roberts on June the 17th?
I don't recall meeting a Detective Roberts, and I don't recall talking to anyone on June 17th.
You recall talking to an officer on the 13th.
Two officers.
Do you recall any other names?
No, I did not get their names.
To the extent that this document suggests that your interview was on the 17th, it would be incorrect.
Again, if it's supposed to refer to that interview with the two detectives, then I don't know. Again, I don't know what this is in reference to. So you're asking me to say if it's about that particular event, then it's wrong. I don't know.
Well, the statement is a one-paragraph statement, is it not?
Yes.
And it talks about you walking your dog in the area around Bundy and Dorothy, doesn't it?
Well, first it says Dundee. It doesn't say Bundy. So that could be a spelling error.
Okay.
It's 1, 2.
And the statement talks about the fact that this dog came up to your dog and started following the both of you, does it not?
There's a sentence to that effect, yes.
And it kept going from house to house, correct?
It says, yes, it mentions the going from house to house.
And that the dog kept following you until you got home, correct?
Yes.
And it says in this statement that you first saw the dog around 11:15, doesn't it?
That's what it says on the statement.
Now, when you were speaking with the officers about this occurrence, you were present with at least one other officer?
Yes, there were two detectives present at
And-
on that Monday morning.
And they were both in plain clothes?
That's correct.
And they were speaking with you and your wife as well?
They were speaking to me. My wife was present.
Was there anyone else present?
Bettina and Shukru.
So the four of you and these two detectives were standing together talking?
Yes, they were all present.
Was everyone contributing to the conversation when you were talking about your portion of what occurred, or were you the only one talking about the different times that you first saw the dog?
There was much contribution from all of us, and it wasn't just, we were asking questions of the detectives as well, because we had no idea what was going on at that point. Well,
Do you recall specifically telling the detective that you saw the dog at 11:15, or do you recall giving some other range?
I recall giving various times and not being clear, even at that point, of what time it was. I didn't say it happened at this particular moment. That was not what I said.
So you never said that it happened specifically at 11:15?
Correct.
Objection, it's not impeaching. Doesn't say
Overruled.
before either.
What range do you recall giving them of the time frame about which you first saw the dog?
As I said, I mentioned 11:30 at one point. I mentioned 11 o'clock, but always it was around 11. It was around 11:30, or it was around 11 o'clock. Those were the times that I was going through in my mind.
And was it the next day that you then called back 911 seeking to correct the misinformation that you had given?
I believe it was the next day, yes.
And do you recall the person with whom you spoke the next day?
No, I did not get the name of the officer to whom I spoke.
You told them your name.
Yes, I believe that I did.
Did you give them your address?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that you had previously given a statement and had given a certain time about having found a dog?
I told them that I was not clear the night before when I had given a statement.
So you specifically referred it to an earlier interview.
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that there would be an officer coming back to you trying to clarify the misinformation?
I believe they said something along the lines of, "We'll get back to you." But so it wasn't clear whether someone would call or someone would come by.
How did they treat you when you called them back trying to correct the earlier statement? Were they rude to you?
No,
Were they abrupt with you?
no.
Did anyone ever contact you to try to correct the misinformation that you had given earlier?
I didn't speak to anyone prior to getting my subpoena for the preliminary hearing.
Now, you say that as you were walking on your walk with your dog, and by the way, what kind of dog do you have?
My dog is part Corgi and part Sheltie.
And was your dog being walked on a leash?
Yes,
You say that as you were walking down Gorham, you happened to come across two individuals,
that's correct.
and they were walking westbound on Gorham, or were they walking eastbound? And just so that we're clear, the lower left-hand corner would be toward the west.
So as you can see, it's not exact, obviously. I mean, the streets don't run perfectly east to west or north to south, but they were coming in this direction, walking in the direction of Bundy, and I was walking in the opposite direction, walking towards Amherst.
So they were walking northeasterly, and you were walking southeasterly. Southwesterly, I'm sorry.
I'm not clear on what you're...
On the exhibit that's in front of you that you're looking at, that's exhibit number...
I was walking, if this map is north-south, there's no legend on it saying this is north-south or anything, but...
This is exhibit number 26, correct? For the record.
Yes.
You were walking which way? From left to right or right to left?
I was walking in this direction, down this way.
From the right to the left on exhibit 26. And they were walking the opposite direction.
Yes, they were walking this way.
Now, do you have any recollection of what they were wearing?
No.
Do you have any recollection of whether, for example, the woman was wearing pants or a dress?
No.
Do you have any recollection whether either wore glasses?
I don't recall.
Do you have any recollection whether either was wearing a jacket?
I don't recall.
All that you can recall is that there were two Caucasian individuals,
Yes,
and a male and a female.
yeah, and that they were together. They were walking together.
Was there anything distinctive in the speech patterns of either, such as an accent or anything like that that you could discern?
Not that I don't recall. Not that I can recall.
As you were walking towards up Bundy and walking towards up Dorothy, and towards Bundy, you had occasion to notice a dog ahead of you, did you not?
Yes.
What was it about the dog that caused your attention to be drawn to that dog? Was it just seeing the dog first?
Well, at first, I just saw the dog standing there.
Okay. And how far away were you from Bundy when you first noticed the existence of that dog?
As you see on the map, there's this alley here. I was past that, so I was about halfway between the alley and Bundy when I first spied the dog.
So, for example, when you were walking on Dorothy, walking up west of Gretna Green, you didn't notice the dog.
No.
You didn't hear a dog.
No.
You didn't hear any sort of long wail.
Not that I recall.
As you got to Gretna Green, heading towards Bundy, you didn't notice the dog.
I'm sorry?
As you were at Gretna Green, walking up towards Bundy, you didn't notice the dog then.
No.
You didn't hear any sort of wail.
No.
When you were at the actual alleyway, where the alley bisects Dorothy, you didn't see the dog.
Not at that
You
point.
didn't hear a dog.
No, I first saw the dog.
So your first attention to the dog was seeing it and not hearing it.
That's correct.
When you saw the dog was looking in the walkway of the home that is on the corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
No.
What was the dog doing?
It was just standing at the corner.
Just standing, doing nothing.
Yes.
Did the dog appear to be in any distress when you first saw it?
No, it was just standing there.
When you first saw the dog, did you happen to hear any other dogs in the neighborhood barking?
I don't recall.
You don't have a present recollection of hearing any other dogs at the moment that you first saw the Akita.
I don't remember hearing any other dogs.
When you saw the dog did not have a leash.
That's correct.
When you saw the dog, you walked and approached the dog holding the leash of your own dog.
That's correct.
And you said that there was something going on with your dog smelling the Akita.
Yes.
While your dog was smelling the Akita was not then barking, correct?
I don't recall.
Because the Akita at some point began smelling your dog as well, didn't it?
The Akita did smell my dog.
You've estimated the time that you arrived at Bundy and Dorothy as being 10:55 in the evening.
Approximately.
Were you wearing a watch at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to look at your watch other than the time when you turned on Gretna Green?
No.
How much time would you estimate that you spent standing on the corner with the dog at Bundy and Dorothy?
Approximately a minute or two.
And then you crossed over Bundy to go to the east side of Bundy, is that correct?
That's correct.
As you crossed on the east side of Bundy, you were on the even-numbered side of the street, weren't you?
I don't know.
You did say something, perhaps I'm mistaken, that when the dog was at the corner of Dorothy and Bundy, the Akita was looking down the walkway of the corner home there. Do you recall saying that?
I recall saying that. Sure.
At what point did you see the dog looking at the walkway of the home on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
As I was stopped there with the dog would occasionally turn away from me, look down this path, and start barking and howling at the house on the corner.
Since June the 12th, have you had occasion to walk this area again?
I've walked this path since then.
Do you now have some understanding of the relationship to where the dog was at Bundy and Dorothy and the crime scene at 875 South Bundy?
Well, I've seen a lot of news crews and such in front of the house, so I know approximately where the entrance to the house is.
The home on the corner where the dog was looking at the walkway is a single-family residence, isn't it?
I believe that it is.
And next to that residence is a separate apartment or condominium complex, isn't there?
There's a house next door. Right?
And then 2 houses away from the corner would be the complex where the crime scene was located, correct?
I don't know. I don't think that that's correct.
When you saw the dog on Dorothy and Bundy, you noticed that the dog had an expensive collar.
Yes.
And you wanted to try to see if you could locate the owner of the dog.
That's correct.
Did you happen to see anyone else in the neighborhood at that point walking their dog as well?
No.
After crossing over Bundy, you then began walking northbound on Bundy toward Montana, you've said.
Yes.
And as you were walking northbound on Bundy, that would have been across the street from the crime scene.
That's
wouldn't
correct.
it? And as you were walking northbound on Bundy, you say that the dog happened to stop periodically and start to bark.
That's correct.
The dog wasn't barking continuously as it was walking northbound behind you, was it?
No.
Now, as you saw the dog, you happened to notice that there was something reddish on its hind legs.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
As you noticed the Akita, you noticed something reddish on the paws of the Akita, the hind legs, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interpreted that reddish substance as being blood.
That's correct.
You never bent over to touch the reddish substance, did you?
I didn't touch it. I did bend over to examine it.
You didn't touch it, but you bent over to examine it.
That's correct.
Did you get any of the reddish substance on your hand or on your body at all?
No, as I said, I didn't touch it.
You couldn't tell by simply looking at the substance how long the substance had been on the dog.
No.
That time of the evening, you said that the traffic on Bundy is pretty light.
Yes.
Did you happen, while you were walking northbound on Bundy, and knowing as you know now where the crime scene was located, did you have occasion to see anyone walking out of the condominium complex directly north of the crime scene to go to the mailbox?
I didn't look in that direction.
While you were walking your dog northbound on Bundy, did you ever see the Akita walking in the street?
The Akita walked with us in the street.
Did the Akita walk in the street or on the sidewalk?
When we crossed the street, the Akita was with us.
And then as you were walking on the sidewalk toward Montana, the Akita was also on the sidewalk.
Except for the times that we were crossing the street, yes.
Okay. You never saw an occasion, for example, when the Akita was standing in the street, in the middle of the street on Bundy, near where the crime scene was?
Not while I was present, no.
Now, you've stated that the loudest and the longest barking of the dog occurred when the dog was at the intersection of Gorham and Bundy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did the dog do? Did the dog just stop and begin barking?
Yes, I was walking with my dog. The police officer was behind the dog, and the dog stopped at that corner and barked for a period of time.
Now, when you were talking to the police officer, did you happen to say anything to the police officer about having observed blood on the dog?
No.
Did the police officer say anything to you to suggest that the police officer had seen or had noticed blood on the dog?
No, no.
Your having seen blood on the dog did not trigger in your mind any sense of concern such that you sought to mention that fact to the police officer?
Seeing the blood on the paw, I had thought that the dog possibly had cut itself. I didn't mention it to the police officer, as I recall.
Oh,
Now, the police officer that you saw was coming southbound on Bundy when you saw it the first time, true?
I don't recall where the police officer was coming when I first saw him.
When you first saw the police officer, that was an African-American officer?
That's correct.
Was he by himself or with
Yes.
a partner?
He was by himself.
Was he the same police officer that you gave your name to later?
Yes.
You have a particular recollection of returning to your home on Montana at 11:05 approximately, correct?
Approximately 11:05.
And you know that because the Mary Tyler Moore show that had began at 11 o'clock had just begun.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. No other questions?
any redirect, Ms. Clark?
Mr. Schwab, you testified at a preliminary hearing back in July of 1994, didn't you?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, you were asked questions very similar to the ones you were asked today, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to read a couple of questions and answers to you from the transcript of the preliminary hearing and ask you if you remember giving the answers that I'm going to read to you to the questions that I will also read to you. Counsel, page 35. Line 15. Question. During the week, what time do you usually walk your dog at night? Answer. I usually leave the house at 11:30. That's during the week. I generally watch the Dick Van Dyke Show and then walk my dog, and during the week that's on between 11 and 11:30. Question. And on Sunday nights? Well, the Dick Van Dyke Show is also on, but it's on an hour earlier. So I watch the Dick Van Dyke Show. On Sunday evening, I watch it between 10 and 10:30, and then I go to walk my dog. Question. Now, June the 12th was a Sunday, sir? Answer. Yes, it was. Question. Did you watch the Dick Van Dyke Show that night? Answer. Yes, I did. Question. And that was at what time that you watched that show? Answer. I watched that show between 10 and 10:30. Question. Did you watch the entire show, sir? Answer. Yes, I did. Question. And what time did that show end? Answer. That ends just prior to 10:30. Question. Did you walk the dog that night after you watched the show? Answer. Yes. As soon as the show was over, I got my dog, put her on leash, and took her for a walk. Question. On the night of June the 12th, that Sunday night, about what time did you leave your apartment to walk your dog? Answer. Shortly after 10:30, between 10:30 and 10:35. It was closer to 10:30. Do you recall those questions and you're giving those answers?
Yes.
Is that still your testimony today, sir?
Yes, it is.
And that was back in July of 1994?
That's correct.
Counsel directing counsel's attention to page 37.
Going on.
8 till 21. Or actually, '26. Question. How long did it take you to get to Gretna Green? Answer. Well, I looked at my watch when I turned to go down Gretna Green, and that was 10:37. I remember that my dog had taken care of its business, and I was deciding whether to return home or continue walking. It was a nice night, so I decided to continue walking. Question, so what time was it about when you got to Gretna Green? Answer, 10:37. Question, 10:37, you know that exactly? Answer, well, between 10:35 and 10:40. I was just not exact because I don't have a digital watch, but it was between 10:35 and 10:40. Question, were you wearing a watch at all? Answer, yes, I was wearing a watch. Question, a regular watch, not the digital kind? Answer, not the digital. In fact, I'm wearing it now. It's a regular watch. By the way, are you wearing it now?
Yes. Yes, I am.
First of all, sir, do you recognize those questions and those answers?
Yes, I do.
Were those the answers given in response to the questions I read to you at the preliminary hearing in July of 1994?
Yes.
And that is still your testimony?
Yes.
And on cross-examination, counsel at page 61, line 12 to line 19. Question, now you indicate you got home then about 11:05? Answer, that's correct. Question, had the Akita dog, stopped barking by that time? Answer, yeah, the dog seemed to have calmed down considerably by that time. It again followed me right up the stairs, right to my front door. Do you recall giving those answers to those questions back in July of 1994 at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, I do.
And that's still your testimony, sir?
Yes.
And again, at the preliminary hearing, did you also describe your state of mind when the officers came to take your testimony on the morning of, approximately 5 a.m. in the morning of June the 13th?
Outside the scope, Your Honor. Objection.
Sustain.
Please.
All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Is that objection overruled, Your Honor?
Proceed.
All right, sir. All right, sir. At the preliminary hearing, you described your state of mind when the officers came to your door at approximately 5 a.m. on June the 13th.
Yes.
And you described your confusion and disorientation
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
at that same time at the preliminary hearing back in July of 1994,
Yes.
as you have today here, sir?
Yes.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Schwab, that concludes your testimony for today. I'm going to ask you not to discuss your testimony with anybody else other than the lawyers in the case until the matter's concluded. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And Ms. Clark, you have a report that is up here on the witness stand. All right, who is the people's next witness?
People call Mr. Sukuru Bastepi. Over there.
Joe Steppi, would you stand over here just to the side of the court reporter, please, and face the court clerk?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Şükrü Boztepe, S-U-K-R-U-B-O-Z-T-E-P-E.
Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bostepi.
Good afternoon.
Sir, directing your attention to the date of June the 12th, 1994. As of that date, sir, where did you live?
I live in Montana Avenue between San Vicente and Bundy.
Now, directing your attention to the chart that's been marked as People's 26, can you tell us? Go ahead and take a look. See this icon, this house here?
Yes.
Is that approximately where you live?
Yes, it is.
And was that an apartment building, sir?
Yes.
And did you have a neighbor in that apartment building by the name of Stephen Schwab?
Yes.
And you both lived in the same building?
Yes.
Can you tell us, sir, what is the approximate distance from that apartment building on Montana to the location of 875 South Bundy?
Around 2 blocks or like 700 feet, 600 feet, something like that.
Do you see the location of 875 South Bundy on that chart, sir, People's 26?
Yes.
Can you point it to us, sir? Is that where the east side of the street, is 875 South Bundy on the west or the east side of the street, if you know?
I believe it's west.
All right, so well, let me orient the witness first. If my right is the east and my left is the west.
It's west.
It'd be on the west side?
You
So-
mean this building doesn't belong to this street, correct?
Right, it belongs to Bundy.
Okay, it's this one.
That area
Or-
there?
Or this one.
One of those two.
Yeah.
Okay. For the record, the witness is pointing to either the red or the blue house. Okay. Now, did you go out that night at some point, sir?
Yes.
And what time did you come back?
It was 11:40 p.m.
Were you alone?
I was alone.
And you got back to your apartment building at 11:40?
Yes.
When you got back to your apartment building, is there a courtyard that you enter into in order to get to your apartment?
Yes.
Did you see someone you recognized in the courtyard?
Our neighbors, Stephen and Schwab, was there.
And was he alone?
He was with his wife and with a white dog.
Had you ever seen that dog before?
No.
Did you go up and talk to him?
Yes, I did.
And did you discuss the dog?
Yes, with it I asked whose dog it was.
And did he tell you about where he had found the dog?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe what the dog looked like?
It was a big, white, beautiful dog. And that's
Now-
it.
I'm sorry?
And that's all I can describe.
The area that you found Steve Schwab in with the dog, is there a pool nearby?
Yes.
Is that the pool area of the apartment building?
Yes.
Showing you a series of photographs that have been marked as People's 40. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did the dog look like the dog depicted in People's 40?
Yes.
Now, after you had the conversation with Mr. Schwab about the dog, what did you do?
We decided to keep the dog an overnight. I took the dog out from the alley entrance of the building and then walk around the building and then come back from the front door.
You did that by yourself?
Yes.
Was your wife anywhere nearby?
She was just in front of our apartment door.
Okay, was she talking to somebody or was she just standing there?
She was talking to Linda Schwab.
To Linda Schwab?
Yes.
Would that be Steve Schwab's wife?
Yes.
And was that in the courtyard area of the building as well?
Yes.
Okay. So you took the dog out and you walked around the building?
Yes.
Did you remember to say that when you testified at the preliminary hearing, sir?
No.
When did you remember that?
Couple days after.
After you testified?
Yes.
And so how long were you out with the dog that first time?
Like minutes.
A few minutes?
1 minute or maybe less. Just very, very, very short time.
And then you came back to the apartment building?
Yes.
Then what happened?
We took the dog inside of our apartment.
You and your wife did?
Yes. And we were going to sleep, and dog was acting so nervous, running around, scratching the door, and we didn't feel so comfortable sleeping with such a big dog in our apartment, and we decided to take the dog for a walk, so we took it.
So you took it out for a walk?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Well, we thought that we can find the owner or owners, and we would like to see if the dog wants to go somewhere. So,
Were you trying to let the dog lead you?
yes.
When you first saw the dog in the courtyard, did you happen to notice its paws or its legs?
Not in that time, but I noticed when we got inside of the apartment.
When you took the dog inside your apartment, you and your wife, did you notice the dog's paws and legs?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice about them?
It was bloody, there was spots.
I'm sorry?
There was spots
Spots?
on the paws and the legs
Of what?
of blood.
Did it appear to be dry?
Yes,
Did you see those spots of blood on all four paws and legs?
yes.
So you took the dog out for a walk?
Yes.
And did you have an idea in mind as to where you would take the dog?
Steven said
Stay. Why don't you ask another question?
Did you had a conversation with Stephen, right?
correct,
And he told you where he found the dog?
correct.
So did you decide to take the dog back to that location?
Yes.
And what was that location you decided to take the dog back to?
Bundy and Dorothy.
And did you take the dog, can you, on this chart, People's 26, can you please show us the route you took with the dog?
Let's start from here. Cross the street in this point. Continue from here. And dog pull me to this side of the street. And then we continued to here.
I think perhaps the court would like to kill the feet at this point. Thank you. All right, so you took the dog walking southbound on Bundy.
Correct.
Now, can you tell us how the dog was behaving as you proceeded south on Bundy?
It was getting more nervous and it was pulling me harder.
As you proceeded south on Bundy, the dog was pulling harder
Yes,
in the direction of south on Bundy?
correct.
And approximately what time was it?
It was just before midnight, like 2 minutes before midnight.
So as the dog was leading you southbound on Bundy, it was pulling harder as it got more and more south?
Sustained.
Can you tell us, when did the dog start to pull harder as you were going south on Bundy?
Around this point, he wanted to cross the street and then pull me harder. We crossed the street together and my wife followed us. And then he started pulling a lot harder to this direction.
For the record, the witness is pointing to the location of Gorham and Bundy when he said that the dog started pulling a lot harder. And were you on the east side of the street?
I was on the east side of the street before we crossed.
And you crossed because the dog pulled you across?
Correct.
And then you were on the west side of the street?
Yes.
Was the dog still pulling hard, pulling you southbound on Bundy
Correct.
and on the west side?
Yes.
At some point, did the dog stop?
Yes.
At what point did the dog stop?
Do you want me to show it or?
Yes.
It was just around here.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the location of 875 South Bundy, Nicole Brown icon, the red house. And when the dog stopped at that location, what did it do?
Well, dog just was in front of me and then looking at the right side of it, right side of the street, so I couldn't go any further, and I stopped and looked exactly the same point where the dog was looking.
Okay. So the dog turned its head to the right
Correct.
and was it looking toward the house that was at the end of the pathway?
Yes.
And because of that, you looked in the same direction?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
I saw a lady laying down, full of blood.
Photographers not to take any photographs of the presentation screens.
All right. Mr. Bostepi, if you will look at the monitor to your right, can you tell us, sir, if that depicts what you saw on the night of June the 12th, 1994 at approximately midnight when the Akita stopped
Correct.
at
Yes.
875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And is that the condition in which you saw the woman?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, that location, is it very dark?
Yes, it was very dark.
As you approached the location of 875 South Bundy, were you able to see that anything was unusual? Did anything unusual appear to you before the dog stopped?
Not really.
Had the dog not stopped, would you have looked up that pathway or seen anything?
Sustained.
Was it the reason you stopped because the dog stopped and looked up the pathway?
Yes.
Otherwise, you would not have done so.
Overruled.
I wouldn't stop and look.
Now, after you saw that sight, sir, what did you do?
I turned to my wife and said there was a dead person there.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I turned to my wife and said that there was a dead person there, and we tried to call 911. We decided to call 911.
And what did you do to try and call 911?
We crossed the street, ran to a house, knocked the door, rang the bell, and there was nobody there. There was no answer. And then we decided to go to the next house, which is, I believe it's the north side of the house. And when we were going there, we have seen a lady. We stopped her and then said that there was a person laying down there and she should call 911, and She said, okay, she will do that, and she just left by her car, and then I didn't trust her that she would call, and then we went to the other house, and we made a man, kind of old man, call 911.
Okay, before you went to the old man, did you knock on someone else's door?
Yes, as I said the first time, I went and knocked somebody's door.
And was that across the street from 875 South Bundy?
Yes, just opposite side of the street.
Okay, and did you ring the bell
Yes,
many times?
probably a couple times.
Did anyone answer?
No,
Was that directly across the street from 875 South Bundy?
yes,
And no one answered the door there?
no one answered.
And then you went to the house next door to that?
Correct.
And after you spoke to that old man, what did you do?
We wait for the police arrive.
And did you still have the Akita with you?
Yes,
When the police arrived, did you meet with them?
yes,
And did you tell them what you had seen?
yes.
Were you able to see the body of the woman clearly from your position at the sidewalk?
Which sidewalk?
When you first stopped at 875 South Bundy and you looked up the walkway and you saw the body of the woman, were you able to see it clearly?
Yes,
Was it dark in that area?
it was dark.
So were you able to see any details, or was it just that you could see a body there?
Sustained.
How much were you able to see in the darkness when you looked up the walkway and saw the body of the woman?
Overruled.
I could see the person was a lady. She was blonde. I could see her arm, and that's all about it.
And that was about it. Were you able to see whether there were any other victims lying there?
No,
Were you able to see all of the blood that was lying around her?
there was a lot of blood, so that's what I've seen.
You just saw a lot of blood.
Correct.
Were you able to see the paw prints in the walkway, the bloody paw prints?
No,
Well, he said no. The answer was no. And question and answer will stand.
Did you walk up that walkway?
no,
Did your wife walk up that walkway?
no,
Did anyone go up that walkway before the police arrived?
no.
Now, when the dog was with you, was it barking?
No.
I don't know if we marked the photograph, Your Honor, but perhaps we should.
Last photograph that was shown, that would be 42, equals 42.
42, thank you. All right, you spoke to the first officer that arrived at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And how long after you saw the body of the woman and you went to knock on the door and ring the doorbell of the person who didn't answer, did they arrive?
Well, it took 5 minutes after I saw the body, probably like 5 minutes for 6, something like that.
For the officer to arrive?
Yes,
So about 5 or 6 minutes after you saw the body?
yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Cochran.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Bestevi.
afternoon.
From the time that you left your residence on Montana to start this trek back to 875 Bundy, did the dog that you've been describing for us, did that dog bark at all during that time frame?
No,
And the dog had appeared calm as he was in this courtyard area and in your apartment before that, at least until you put him inside your house?
correct.
You had arrived back home on Montana at what time that evening?
I arrived around 11:40.
About 11:40 p.m.?
Yes, I arrived to home 11:40.
11:40 p.m.
11:40 p.m.
And when you first came home, this is Sunday evening at about 11:40, June 12th, right?
Correct.
When you first came home, did you immediately talk with and see Mr. Stephen Schwab?
Yes.
And did you see the dog almost immediately also?
Yes.
So that would be right around 11:40 or shortly thereafter, is that correct?
Yes.
This is before you went inside your apartment, sir?
Yes.
All right. And after a conversation with Mr. Schwab and perhaps his wife, it was then decided that you would try to keep the dog in your apartment for that particular night, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've described for us how that didn't work out because the dog seemed agitated and was scratching and wanted to get outside, right?
Right.
So what time was it that you left your Montana address to start heading back south toward 875 Bundy?
Just before midnight.
Right before midnight?
Just before midnight.
Just before midnight. So when you say just before midnight, place it for me. 5 minutes before midnight? 10 minutes before midnight?
3-4 minutes, 2 minutes.
A very short period of time.
Very.
All right. And then you've described for us how you, the dog pulled you along the street and you ended up at 875 South Bundy, right?
Right.
All right. And the photograph, without putting that photograph back up there, when you stopped and your attention was turned to your right up this walkway, you saw a lot of blood, for one thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you saw a gate that was open. Is that correct?
I didn't see the gate.
You didn't see the gate, but you saw the body of a woman. Is that correct?
Correct.
Attired in a black dress, right?
Right.
Appeared to be blonde.
Yes.
And there was nothing blocking your view. In other words, you could look right up the walkway and see this particular body there, right?
Yes.
And you, in looking at that photograph, did you notice that the gate was open, was wide open?
Well, I didn't see the gate.
All right. And if you saw the photograph, would that refresh your recollection at all?
I still didn't see the gate.
You didn't see the gate at all that night? You just saw an open space. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And then you saw the body below the open space.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And at the time you made these observations, were you by yourself or with your wife at that point?
First I saw the body and then I told her, so she saw it too.
And was she standing right alongside of you, sir?
She was a little bit behind of me.
All right, so then she moved up to where you were so she could then look and see?
Well, she didn't get a clear view because I was almost blocking the view. She just was behind of me and she just looked at it.
All right. So as I understand it, you have made these observations.
Correct.
You said something to your wife. She got a kind of a glancing view of what was taking place. Is that right?
Right.
And you saw enough that you wanted to then go make this 911 call.
Correct.
To get some help. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, from a standpoint of perspectives, how good are you at distances?
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's see how good you are. With regard to, let's assume that you are out of the street, out of the sidewalk, in front of 875. How far was this body from where you were, if you're assuming that in the witness box you were at that location? Can you point to something about where I am or somewhere in this courtroom?
You should get a little bit closer to
Okay,
me.
you stop me when I should be. And I'll
All
do
right.
that, okay, sir?
That's okay.
Right here? All right. Your Honor, we can estimate, or you can tell us.
10, 12 feet.
All right. About 10 or 12 feet, looking straight on, is that right?
Right.
And that would be from the sidewalk, on the western side of Bundy, to where you made these observations, is that correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor your wife or the animal approached where you saw this body, is that correct?
Correct.
You then left the area, and that's when you went and made the calls to the police, is that correct?
Correct.
And did I understand you to say the police arrived in a very short period of time after that?
Yes.
Would I be correct in assuming the police arrived there about 12:13?
12:13.
About 12:13 a.m.
I didn't have watch, so.
You weren't wearing a watch. The police officer came a fairly short time after you called.
Correct.
How many minutes was that?
After I made the old man call the police, probably it took 2 or 3 minutes.
All right. Now, before you asked the elderly gentleman to call the police, you'd gone to another house and rang the bell,
Correct.
and then nobody responded there, right?
Correct.
So do you know what time it would have been your best approximation, what time it would have been that the police would have been called?
I can't make any.
All right. But they came within a short period of time after that.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you then had occasion to talk with this police officer when he arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
After the police arrived, you were present, were you not, when a man who lived across the house, across the street from 875 Bundy, came out and made a statement to the police? You recall that?
No.
You don't recall a man coming out and making a statement about the time that the dog started barking that night?
No.
Did you at some point on June 13th, 1994, at about 4:25 in the morning, have occasion to speak with an officer by the name of Roberts, Roberts?
I don't know the name.
All right, but did a police officer come and talk to you at your Montana address?
A police officer, well, I was in the police station, so detective come and talk to me in that point.
All right, did you talk to the police at the police station?
Correct. I did.
And how late did you stay at the police station that morning?
Can you repeat?
How late did you stay at the police station that morning?
I believe it was around 4:30 or 5.
And that was West Los Angeles Police Station?
Yes.
The West Los Angeles Division? While you were there, did you give a statement to a police officer by the name of Roberts?
I don't know the name, but I gave a statement.
All right. And in that statement, you tried to be as accurate as you could. Is that correct?
I didn't understand what you said.
In that statement to the police officer, you tried to be as accurate as you could.
Correct.
You told the police about this woman by her car that you asked to call 911, did you not?
Yes.
You tell the police that after the police arrived, a man that lives across the street from 875 came out and said the neighborhood dog started barking at 10:30 p.m. Did you tell him that?
Yes, I remember, yeah.
You remember making that statement to the police while you were at West Los Angeles Station?
Yes.
Which man was that who made that statement?
It was the old man who called 911, I guess.
The same old man the elderly gentleman we'll call him?
Correct.
Who made this call?
Correct.
And do you know his name?
No.
And you were present when he made that statement to the police officer, right?
Yes.
Now, at any time were you ever present on or about June 17th, 1994? Let's strike that. Were you ever present on June 13th, 1994, after you went back home to Montana, and did the police come to your house after you'd been at the police station at all and talked to anyone?
Well, they gave a ride back to us and they didn't come to our house.
All right. They gave you a ride back home?
Correct.
And when you got back home with the police, do you recall whether or not they talked to you, Mr. Bastepi, and also to Mr. Stephen Schwab?
They didn't talk to me, they talked to Mr. Schwab.
They talked to Mr. Schwab. And were you present during the time you saw them talking to him?
Yes.
And would that have been about 5:30 in the morning?
Possible, yeah.
And did you hear the officer, the same officer, Roberts, was this the same officer who had talked to you at West Los Angeles Station?
Correct.
Talked to him, right?
Correct.
And you overheard the conversation, right? A part of it?
Part of it.
And did you hear Mr. Schwab tell the officer that he had been walking his dog in the area around Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes.
Did you hear him say that this dog, meaning the Akita, had come up to him and started following him and his dog? Hear him tell
Yes.
that? And that it was obviously lost, running from house to house, that is, the Akita had been lost? Right.
As I heard, yes.
Right. And that it kept following me till I got home? Words to that effect?
Yes.
And that Mr. Schwab told Officer Roberts that when I first saw it at the Akita, it was around 11:15 p.m.
Yes, with the court reporter. Your cross-examination, please.
Sure, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bastepi, did you hear Mr. Schwab say to Officer Roberts that when I first saw it, meaning the Akita, it was around 11:15 p.m.?
I don't remember.
Did you hear Mr. Schwab give the officer a time that he first saw the dog that night?
I guess so.
All right.
I'm not so sure.
All right, you're not sure of the time. You heard him give a time, you believe?
I'm not so sure about his giving the time.
All right. You don't have a recollection of that?
No.
All right. Did you see the police officer who was talking to Mr. Schwab write down notes about what Mr. Schwab
He was writing something.
He was writing down? And he was writing down notes similar to the way he had written down notes with you at the station. Is that a fair statement? I'm asking. You saw it.
Overruled.
Looked like.
Looked like?
Looked like.
What does that mean?
Means that you asked him, was it similar?
Okay.
And he said,
I'm
yeah,
just
it
trying
looked
to
like
get
it.
Just give him the elaborate. It looked like meaning looked like the same thing. Is that right, sir?
I didn't see what he wrote when I was talking to him, so
I understand.
it looked like a paper and pen. So.
But he had a notepad or whatever.
Correct.
Is that right? All right. Thank you, and I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, any redirect to Mr. Bastepi?
Sir, did Mr. Schwab tell you what time it was when he first left his apartment to walk his dog that night?
I don't remember.
Do you recall him telling you about what time it was when he found the Akita at Bundy and Dorothy?
I don't remember.
You don't remember anything he told you about that night?
Well, he told something, but I don't remember anything about the time.
You don't remember what he told you about the times?
I don't.
But he did tell you about having found the dog at Dorothy and Bundy.
Correct.
And that was at some point earlier before you saw him that night.
Sure.
And do you, when he was speaking to the police officer, tell him about the same thing that he was telling you? About where
Well,
he found the dog?
I was concentrating on the action at the time, so I don't know.
At the time that the police officer was there?
Yes.
Were you paying attention to what he was telling the police officer?
Not really.
So were you paying attention to what times he was saying to the police officer that night?
No.
And do you remember, you have no specific recollection of the times that he told you?
No.
Mr. Bastepi, when the police officers brought you back home, they brought you and your wife back home, is that correct?
Correct.
And the police officer was was he conducting these interviews in a rather friendly manner? He wasn't being hostile or anything, was he?
He was pretty friendly.
He was pretty friendly?
Sure. Yeah.
And when you observed Mr. Schwab talking to the police officer, it was pretty much a conversation like you and I are having. The officer would ask questions, and Mr. Schwab would respond to the questions?
Correct.
Mr. Schwab didn't seem to be angry or anything, did he, at that point?
No.
Seemed to be like normal to you at that point?
It was, he was sleepy. I was
All right.
just talking.
Okay, other than being sleepy, he seemed to be normal?
As normal as you can be. So.
All right, as normal as one could be.
As normal as you can be at 5 o'clock. So.
You could understand, he'd been sleeping, but you could understand what he was saying when he responded to the officer's questions, isn't that correct?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes. We understand it was 5:30 or so in the morning, but you could understand Mr. Schwab's responses to the officer's questions, couldn't you? The part you listened to?
Well, he was responding, but I wasn't listening.
All right, but he was responding to what the officer asked him. Is that what?
Overruled.
Can you answer
Yes,
that?
yes, he was responding.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
It's only 11 questions. Okay. Ms. Clark, anything more for Mr. Bostippy?
Mr. Bostepi, did you indicate that you were present when a man came from across the street and talked about when he heard dogs barking?
Man didn't cross the street, but the man was living across the street of the location. Yeah, he came and talked to the police.
Were you present when he did that?
Yes.
And did you recall what he said to the police?
I remember this, but nothing else.
And what is it you remember?
He was saying around 10:30, all the neighborhood dogs was barking pretty abnormally, something like that.
He was saying around 10:30, the neighborhood dogs were barking. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I understood his testimony.
Listen.
I'm trying. Mr. Bostepi, could you please tell us what you heard the man say?
Overruled.
Around 10:30, all the neighborhood dog was barking.
That's what you recall hearing him say?
Yes.
And then you told that to another police officer?
I don't remember.
Let me show you your statement, sir. Let me show you the line here. Second paragraph, Shannon, last one, sir. After the police arrived, a man that lives across from the house came out and said the neighborhood dogs started barking at 10:30 p.m. Do you recall saying that to the police?
Well, probably I said it, but I don't remember.
You don't remember at this time?
No.
And is it your recollection that the man said around 10:30?
Yes.
Anything more?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Cochran? All right. Mr. Bostepi, thank you very much for coming in this afternoon. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers on the case until the matter is concluded. Thank you very much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for the court reporter, 15 minutes. Please remember my session.
We're still on the line with the 911. We're still on the line with the 911
I was still on
operator.
the line with 911, and my dog was barking. I asked permission to try to quiet the dog or bring her in, and they said, don't go near your doors.
Matter, Mr. Simpson is again present before the court.
We're still on the line with the 911
I was still on
operator.
the line with 911, and my dog was barking. I asked permission to try to quiet the dog or bring her in, and they said, don't go near your doors or windows.
So they wanted you to stay inside.
Wanted me to stay inside.
And after the officers came and checked your house, checked around all the doors and the side and the back, did they let you go outside?
They suggested I not go outside. They suggested I just stay put, try to go to sleep, and mind my own business. I think.
Did they allow you to go out into the back of your residence to quiet your dog?
They asked me to bring the dog in so that they could check the backyard.
And
Because it is a watchdog. It is a watchdog.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
You brought the
that.
dog in?
I brought the dog in.
And then they checked around back?
Then they checked around and back.
Okay. And it was all clear? everything was okay?
They told me everything was fine.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cochran?
Good afternoon, Ms. Tester. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I think.
As I understand what you've told us, you never came out of your house that night. From the time you made the call for the animal shelter and then the call after that to 911, you stayed inside the house?
That is what I recall, yes.
That's good.
Except to go in the back to bring my dog in.
All right. You
In the
went
backyard.
in your backyard.
Yes.
You didn't come out the front, however, though.
Since the officers told me not to, I did not do so.
I understand. And you've lived in this particular house for 51 years?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Are you
that.
tuning me out? Are you, okay, are you? Only if you do it for both sides, Your Honor. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Touche.
Great straight line.
Touche, Your Honor, touche. With regard to the events of that evening, let me ask you a few questions, if I might. I believe you indicated that you had called 911 sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they kept you on the phone for a period of time. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us how long were you on the phone before you ultimately hung the phone up when talking to
No, I
911?
can't tell you because I didn't watch the time, and at this point of time, I can't recall.
All right.
It
So-
would just be guesswork, which would,
We don't want you to guess, so you can't tell us how long it was.
No.
All right. And, but you talked to 911. They gave you permission to go into your backyard at some point, right? To get your dog?
no, 911 did not.
The police officers did that.
Yes.
Okay. So when the police officers came to your door, you hung up the phone at that point from 911?
When they came to the door,
When
what?
the police officers came to your door, when the two police officers came across the street to your door, did you then hang up the 911 operator?
Probably. It's been a long time, probably.
All right, I understand. Your best recollection, right? And how long had you been doing your bookkeeping that particular evening? Do you know what time you started?
Probably 6 or 7 hours.
6 or 7 hours? So.
Yes, I had a lot to catch up on.
Okay, I understand. Now, what time do you think you started that bookkeeping?
I haven't any idea.
Okay, what time did you finish?
I stopped at just about 12 o'clock.
All right. So if you stopped about 12 o'clock and you did it for 6
Right.
or 7 hours, you may have started as early as 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that right?
Maybe it's possible I started at 8 o'clock in the morning. There's no telling. I sometimes work 12 hours or 14 hours a day, sometimes, with bookwork like that.
I understand. And have you ever heard the 911 tape when you were speaking to
No.
You've not heard that tape?
No, that's what I said. I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Does Mr. Clark have that tape? No. Okay.
Am I testifying now?
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking her. Do you know if Ms. Clark has that tape?
Pardon?
Do you know whether or not Ms. Clark has that 911 tape?
No.
All right. Now, before you called 911, you had called West Los Angeles Police Department,
Correct.
and they had asked you to call Animal Control.
Correct.
And do you know when that was, approximately?
No, I don't know exactly.
You can't give us a time on that either.
Not really, no.
You were just working inside and not paying attention to the time, right?
More or less, yes.
All right. Were you wearing a watch that night?
Pardon?
Were you wearing a watch that night?
Probably, but I might not have been looking at it too often. And now, after all this time, there's things I can't recall.
I understand. I understand. Well, thank you very much. Been helpful. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cochran. Ms. Clark, do you have any further questions? All right. Mr. Sterrett,
Yes.
I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon. Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay.
Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers on the case till the matter's over, okay?
All
All
right.
right, thank you very much for coming in. Ms. Clark, would you like to assist Mr. Sterrett? All right. All right, Ms. Clark, is your next witness the first officer?
Yes, Your Honor. I anticipate his testimony will not be brief.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, Wednesday afternoon is one of our short afternoons for visit purposes. Also, I'd like you to know that I have been making arrangements for us to go out to the Bundy address and to the Rockingham address in the next, perhaps next 2 weeks, sometime in the next 2 weeks, for you to actually see the locations that we've been talking about. And just to let you know that we will be having a court session out in the field, so to speak. That'll be coming up in the next, perhaps, week to 2 weeks. All right? All right, counsel, rather than start the new witness now with only 7 minutes to go, I'm going to take our recess at this time. I'm going to ask counsel to stay, though, because there are a couple of things we need to put on the record after we excuse the jury. All right, we'll stand in recess then until tomorrow morning, as far as the jury is concerned, until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ms. Hazlett, I have a note here indicating that apparently there are 2 television monitors out in the hallway right now.
There's one that I know of. It's a monitor that the operator of the remote still camera uses for to take shots.
Or is that visible to individuals out in the hallway?
It's covered with newspapers on all sides and it's facing the wall. So it's not visible unless somebody gets around behind it, beside the operator, which the operator is very diligent to keep people away from it.
All right, was that the condition this morning?
Yes.
Are you aware of any other monitor that might be out there?
I'm not aware of it. I'll be glad to check.
All right. Let me ask if counsel is aware of any monitors, any other monitors other than the remote still camera.
No, we are not. We know the one right outside, I think Jerry had stuck.
All right, because the note is pretty specific that there were 2 TV monitors, however, without sound. My first impression is that this is a violation of the court's order, that they're not supposed to be watching any of the testimony. However, I'm not that concerned about it since there was no sound. However, Mr. Cochran correctly observed that we have exhibited exhibits on the television monitor, which would be something that is inappropriate for them to be watching. And apparently they were in the tow of somebody, so I would admonish both sides to make sure that if you have witnesses waiting outside, that they be not allowed to watch any of the monitor coverage outside. And that's a clear violation.
We will take care of that. Thank you.
All right, anything else we need to put on the record?
We need to just push them in the sidebar press.
All right.
Thank you.
See it? All right. Mr. Cochran, anything else we need to put on the record before we take our recess for the afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
You had your chance. I asked over there.
I know.
All right. What is it?
I'd like to approach on the record.
On the record. All right.
Well, actually, we don't have, I don't even know if we need to approach.
All right. Ms. Clark. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually getting an almost timely start this morning. Ms. Clark, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Alan. Good morning. People call Officer Robert Risky.
Where's Mr. Risky? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark?
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. Please have a seat for witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
It's Robert Risky, R-O-B-E-R-T-R-I-S-K-E.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles,
And where are you assigned, sir?
West LA.
And how long have you been so assigned?
I've been a police officer for 4 years and 10 months. I've been in West LA 3 years and 6 months.
And in your capacity as a police officer at the West LA Division, what are your duties?
I'm assigned to patrol. We respond to radio calls, traffic enforcement, and crime prevention. basically.
Does that mean that you are in a black and white car
Yes, ma'am.
and you patrol the area of West LA?
Yes, ma'am.
And that area that you patrol, does that encompass 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Prior to becoming a police officer, what did you do?
I was in the Navy for 6.5 years.
And then did you train to become a police officer?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your training?
I did 6 months in the Los Angeles Police Academy, did a year of probation.
In the course of your training, sir, at the academy, were you trained in crime scene preservation?
They kind of gloss over it. They don't really train you in it.
Did you learn it at some point in your duties, in your
Just
functioning as a
on-the-job
police?
training.
On-the-job training?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning what?
I mean, when you're on probation, you're assigned to a training officer, and you go to a crime scene, they tell you, what you're supposed to do. Identification, preservation of evidence, setting up the crime scene.
In the course of your duties in the past 4 years and 10 months, how many crime scenes have you had to protect or preserve?
I would only be estimating 20.
And how many of those involved homicides?
Probably more than half, 15.
Now, as of June the 12th of 1994, you were assigned to patrol for the West LA Division?
Yes, ma'am.
At approximately 12:09 a.m., did you receive a call directing you to that general location?
To 874 South Bundy, yes.
What was the nature of the call that sent you to 874 South Bundy?
It came out as a burglary suspect, and the statements of the call said it was an unknown person knocking on the victim's door.
And ringing the doorbell?
Yes, ma'am.
And in response to that particular call, did you go to the location?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
As we arrived at the scene, we were flagged down by 2 witnesses and a dog. They directed us to 875, and they said there was a dead lady on the walkway.
2 witnesses. Were they men, women,
There's a male and a female.
and they had a dog with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What did that dog look like?
It was white, probably 2.5, 3 feet tall.
Do they have it on a leash?
Yes.
Directing your attention to this series of photographs that's in Marcus Peoples 40. Can you tell us if you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
That looks like the dog that the witnesses had.
And they were standing where in relation to 875 South Bundy when you saw them?
When we approached, they were coming down a driveway of 868 South Bundy.
And was that on the same side or the opposite side of the street?
It's the same side of the street as 874.
As 874?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that across the street from 875?
Yes.
And what time was it when you got there and made contact with that couple with the dog?
12:13 a.m.
And they told you they'd seen a dead woman in front of 875 South Bundy?
That's correct.
And after they told you that, what did you do?
My partner and I crossed the street and went to the walkway, and we observed a female white in a black dress laying in a puddle of blood on the walkway.
John, can I have 38? $38 from yesterday, John. You know what? Cut the feed, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Cut the feed, please. And can you look at your monitor, sir? And tell us if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, that's what we saw when we approached.
Now, if you would please, sir, describe for me, when you approached that location, that particular walkway, could you tell us what was the lighting like there?
It was very dark.
So if you were not specifically looking up that walkway, would you have seen the blood, the body, or anything else?
I'll check the phone that question. I think also speculation.
Sustained.
You can, thank you.
Can you tell us, sir?
Maybe a question. I have a question with regard to the monitoring, what we're seeing and what we're seeing here. Let me approach.
Sure. The victims' bodies. All right, so there's no misunderstanding. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford? No video of this particular board depicting the victims' bodies, still photographers, no photographs of the display of the victims' bodies. Thank you. All right. Ms. Clark.
Thanks, John. When you approach this area, can you describe the lighting for us, sir?
There's really no street lighting. There's overhanging trees over the walkway. There was lights on in the residence, but there's a fence that goes in front of the windows, so the lighting was poor.
So, I'm sorry?
The lighting was very poor.
And was there a lot of foliage, a lot of bushes and trees in that area?
Yes.
So when you first approached the walkway of 875 South Bundy, as you approached it, were you able to see any blood on the walkway before you actually got there and actually looked up the walkway?
It actually took us a couple seconds to find the body because it was so dark.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Okay. First of all, as you approached the location of 875 South Bundy, were you able to see any blood on the walkway before you actually stopped and looked up the walkway itself?
No.
How difficult was it for you to see the body as you approached that location?
We actually, when we first went, we were looking on the grass, and the witnesses directed us to the walkway. So we didn't see it at all until we were directed by the witnesses.
Okay, so until somebody actually pointed it out to you, you didn't see a body?
Right.
Or blood on the walkway?
Right.
Now, did you have a flashlight with you?
Yes.
Did you turn that flashlight on?
Yes.
And where were you when you turned on your flashlight?
Standing on the sidewalk at the foot of the walkway.
So before you actually went up the walkway or went anywhere near that scene, you turned on the flashlight?
Right.
And can you see on the monitor, sir? You see where that arrow is?
Yes.
You see where the sidewalk is? Is the arrow... can you move it down, John? Thanks. Is the arrow now pointing to where the sidewalk is before the walkway begins?
Yes.
And where did you stop and turn on your flashlight?
I was actually to the left of the arrow.
Okay.
Right where the foliage is by the sidewalk.
Okay, could we move the arrow over to the left?
Right about there.
Right there? Thank you. And what did you do when you stood there with your flashlight?
Just turned the flashlight on and saw the body, and went back and requested a supervisor, additional units, ambulance, then went back and talked to the witnesses.
Okay, so after you saw the body, you left the scene for a moment?
Right.
And did what?
Went back and talked to the witnesses, find out how they found the body, basically what happened.
And by the witnesses, you mean those two people with the dog?
Right.
And did they tell you how they found the dog?
They told me that they're...
Correct. Did they tell you yes or no?
Yes.
Right. Next one.
And did they tell you how they happened to get to 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Did you look at the dog?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about it?
There was blood on his legs and on his paws.
Did you notice how far up the legs the blood went on the dog?
I believe on the rear leg it went up approximately to his knee. Just streaks.
Streaks of it?
Yes.
All right. What did you do next?
We went back to the scene. We approached the body of the female, and as we got probably 2 feet from her body, we discovered the body of a male white laying against the north fence.
Okay. How did you get up to the woman's body? What did you do?
My partner approached in the grass, and I approached walking through the plants right there.
These bushes here on the left?
Right, staying to the left of the walkway.
And your partner, where was he?
He was in the grass. It's to the left of the foliage. You can't really see in this picture.
Okay. So you were in the bushes and he was to the left of you as we face the photograph?
Right.
Did you step on the walkway?
No.
Do you have the telestrator? Also, I'm going to ask you to look at the monitor now. Is this approximately where you started walking?
So a little bit to the right, right on the edge of the walkway, right about there. Right about there.
Okay. And then did you walk up through the bushes like
Right.
this? Tell me when to stop.
It's really a poor angle. I can't see where I stopped. It was before the body, before the fence.
All right. So we're going to say approximately here.
Right.
And for the record, I've drawn a horizontal line perpendicular to the vertical line depicting this path through the bushes, Your Honor.
And we're drawing on Peoples 42.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Forgot the number. All right. Now, when you stood in that location, you had your flashlight on?
Right.
What kind of flashlight did you have?
I have a stream light. It's a long black metal.
Long black metal light?
Right.
Is it very powerful?
It's I think it's rated at 30,000 candle power. It's powerful.
And at that point, when you stood up at the closer location, you were able to see that there was another victim?
Right.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs there. This would be 43, Your Honor?
Yes, Peoples 43.
Thank you. All right, if you could, can you see from where you are?
Yes.
You need to step down, go ahead. All right, if you could explain first of all, in the first photograph to my left as I face it, upper left-hand photograph, what does that depict?
That's a sidewalk on the west side of Bundy and the foot of the walkway leading up to 875.
And does that depict the scene as you found it when you first approached?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second photograph to the right of that?
The second photograph would be the victim, the female white in a black dress, laying on the walkway.
And you can see that at the very rear of the photograph, upper part of the photograph.
That's correct.
And the third one?
The third one is the same picture of a female white in a black dress, but it's just closer.
And now the lower left photograph?
The lower left is a picture of the female white in a dress, and there's an envelope on the dirt right on the right of the walkway.
Mm-hmm. And the next photograph?
The next photograph is the male white that we found another picture of the envelope laying in the dirt.
That envelope, was that between the two victims?
Yes.
And the last photograph?
The last photograph is a closer-up picture of the male white.
Okay. Now, do these all depict the scene as you found it when you first approached at 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, that walkway that you see in both 42 on the screen, was that 38? Excuse me, 38 on the screen, and the photographs in People's 43. Did you illuminate that with your flashlight?
Yes.
What did you see in that walkway?
There's a pool of blood under the victim, the female white, and it flows down towards the sidewalk.
And in the blood, did you see any kind of patterns?
There was paw prints towards the sidewalk, and there was a heel mark by the fence where close to where the envelope is.
Okay, if you could look at your monitors there. Might be easier for you. It's here on your monitor. Okay. Can you tell us, do you see the paw prints you just described?
Yes.
And as you looked up the walkway walking through the bushes, were you able to see any bloody shoe prints on that walkway?
Not until we got right by the body. There's a heel print.
But down here on the walkway that is actually outside the gate, did you see any shoe prints?
No.
And next. Next.
Ms. Clark, if I can ask you, which photograph were you referring to previously?
Did we mark that?
All right, this photograph, which is appears to be of the walkway and the sidewalk, and has a Westex sign in the upper right-hand corner. What number is? This is one of the photographs that's here on the chart.
Why don't we mark it? Is that 43 or 42?
This is 43. I would suggest we. Is this the upper top left? How about 43A through E?
E.
All right.
Thank you. So this is 43A. Next photograph. Nope, back up. 43B. Okay, and the next? 43C. Does this depict the woman as you found her and the scene as you found it when you first approached?
Yes.
Can you tell us, sir, can you see an area in this photograph where you were standing in order to see that?
Be to the left of the body, there, you can see a call box on the wall right there.
Yes.
There's a gate that was open. And on the left by the call box is about a 1 foot long fence. I was standing right by the fence.
All right, the call box you're referring to, is that right here?
Yes.
Can you put an arrow on it?
Okay. Oops. You know what? There we go. You were standing by that call box?
Right at the base of the fence.
And it's hard to tell from this photograph, but from that location, you were then also able to see a male victim.
Right.
Okay, next. With the, showing the envelope. Don't you hit that up? That's not a laser. All right, this is 43D, Your Honor. Now, in this photograph, you can see an envelope.
Yes,
Okay, and that's on the right side of the screen.
right,
And that was lying between them.
yes.
Okay, and once again, do you see the paw prints as you saw them that night when you first approached the scene in the blood?
Yes.
Next. No. All right, and is that the envelope you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is what
For-
photograph?
Maybe 43E? No, D. No, E.
E.
E. And this is the condition in which you found it, the placement of everything as you found it when you first approached?
Yes.
All right, sir, now as you made that approach, you were making these observations, you were standing in the bushes that was near the call box you showed us?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you saw a bloody shoe print up near the body of the victims. Can you see that in this photograph?
Not really. It's kind of a bad picture.
I think we do have a better one. The shoe print that you're describing, was it near the envelope?
Right. It's just be west of the envelope.
Okay, let's get the other one.
I can see it in a large one, yeah.
There we go. Can you look at the monitor? Do you see it now?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is it near the, as you face the screen, the left corner of the envelope?
That's correct.
And this photograph is still the same one, Your Honor? We're just focusing on it's a close-up.
All right, 43E.
Tell me if I'm pointing to the right location, sir.
You're too high.
I know, I know.
Right there.
All right, now after you made these observations, sir, and you were able to see, at that time, tell us what you saw.
I saw the envelope there, the heel print. If you look at the picture closely, there's a glove and what appears to be a knit cap under the plant on the right.
Okay. Let me get you a better picture of that.
Ms. Clark, perhaps we should have him put an arrow where he says he sees a hat.
We're going to, I think, use a photograph that shows that area a little better, if that's all right, Your Honor. Or if you think we should, we'll do it on this one.
Well, it's not apparent to me.
Under this plant, sir,
Right, that'd be the glove right there.
that we're pointing to right now?
Yes.
All right. And then you said there was a hat somewhere?
In the very lower right corner, you can see part of a hat, what appears to be a knit cap.
Down here?
Right.
we get a closer photograph of that location? What's that? Is that the hat you told us about, sir?
Yes.
All right. And another, do you see another bloody shoe print there?
What appears to be a heel mark, yes.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Clark, what photograph is this?
And we should mark this, Your Honor, as photograph 44?
All right, People's 44.
Can you circle that heel print? And that's the knit cap?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that's the glove?
Yes.
All right. And you were able to see these things from the your position in the standing on the bushes near the call box when you used your flashlight to look at the location?
I was actually kneeling when I saw all this.
Kneeling?
Yes.
Did that plant that seems to be hanging over the glove and the hat, did that kind of block them from view unless you used your flashlight?
Yes.
What else did you see at that time, sir?
There was some what appeared to be bloody footprints going up the steps towards the house.
Okay. You saw those, and was that from your position still in the bushes at
That's
the call
correct.
box area?
Yes.
And you saw bloody shoe prints?
Yes.
How many sets of bloody shoe prints did you see?
Just one set.
That's asked you marked equals 45.
All right, People's 45 display with 15 photographs of alleged shoe prints.
Move this out just a little. And you can step down, sir, if you would. Go ahead and look at that. All right, tell us what you see there.
The first picture in the upper right-hand corner, or the upper left-hand corner, would be the area where the male victim was laying.
And that would be, for the record, let's make that 44A.
45A.
5A.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Clark, at the conclusion of the court date today, if you would have somebody from your, one of your clerks label each one of these underneath A through whatever.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As to both 43 and 45.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I know you also want 40 as well.
That would help for reference, yes. Thank you.
Yes, please continue.
The second picture
B.
would be of the female victim, and there's stairs leading to the west.
All right, now is that's from perspective standing at the top of the stairs looking down?
Yes.
Okay.
The
And
third,
do you see a shoe print in that photograph?
yes.
Can you point?
Right.
And 45C?
It's a picture of the stairs. There appears to be two shoe prints.
And those are the same stairs shown in 45B?
Yes.
Can you point out the other shoe prints, sir?
There's one here and one here.
And now 45C, it's on its side, but can you tell us, is that the landing at the top of the stairs?
That's a landing going towards the front door, heading west.
So that's the landing at the top of those steps shown in B and C?
Yes.
Can you point to any shoe prints that you see in that photograph?
Here, here, here.
And that would be D. Now E, can you tell us what location that is?
It's the landing. You can see the front doors right here. And this continues.
Seeing shoe prints in that location.
Yes.
Can you point to them, please? You want to use a pointer? Hard to reach anyways.
There's one here, one here, one here, bang, one here.
And stepping back to F.
This is past the landing, and it's going towards the west. This is a rear gate.
And is that another kind of perspective shot of a longer shot of the walkway area that's shown in E?
Yes,
And you see bloody shoe prints there?
yes.
Can you point to them, please?
Here, here, here. There's a faint one here, and I believe that's one right there.
Your voice up because everybody in the jury box needs to hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
All right, now photograph G, H, I, and J in that row. Can you tell us if you recognize what's shown there?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of what appears to be a bloody footprint.
And do those look like the bloody shoe prints you saw that night?
Yes,
And those bloody shoe prints were going in what direction?
towards the west.
Would that be towards the rear alley behind the condominium?
Yes.
And on the bottom row as well, sir? K and L.
Two more what appear to be bloody shoe prints.
And do they appear the way you found them when you first came to the scene?
Yes.
D, M, N, and O on this chart. What location is shown there?
That's approximately the middle of the walkway on the north of the house. There's some steps.
Does that walkway area have steps going down and up and down?
Yes.
Okay. And do these appear to be the steps, one of the set of steps going down?
Yes.
Did you observe bloody shoe prints on those steps as well?
Yes.
And can you see them in the photographs here?
Yes.
Can you show us?
Yeah, one here. Looks like a little bit here. There's one here. One here, one here. There's one here, there's one here. And this appears to be a shoe print.
As well. All right, Chief.
All right, Ms. Mark, at this point, would it be helpful to have two of your assistants move this exhibit? Because some of these photographs, the shoe prints are not visible. Perhaps if you could have that exhibit and momentarily have two of your assistants take it down to the end of our jury box. And they're nodding back there because they'd like to see it.
Thank you very much, John.
And we'll just take a pause for a minute or two and let them look at it, including our alternate there. Officer Risky, would you fix your collar?
Thank you.
That as well.
The other, why don't we?
1492, were you able to see the other, most of it? All right.
Bring it down. Now, so these photographs that are being
Wait, Counsel, let's let them, so we don't have their divided attention here. All right, thank you, Counsel. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so you stood at the, call box area up on the plants, and you made these observations, sir. You saw the hat, the glove, the envelope, the shoe prints. Did you see all of the shoe prints that we've just described going all the way down the walkway at that point?
No.
Which ones were you able to see at that point?
I can see the ones on the steps and the ones on the landing leading towards the front door, which was open.
The front door was open?
Yes.
How far open was it?
A little more than half, I believe.
Now, you saw the woman you described in the black dress lying at the foot of the stairs.
Right.
Can you describe her position for us?
She was laying on her left side, her hands to her chest, her feet were together and underneath the fence.
Underneath the gate?
The
fence?
The fence.
I'm directing your attention, sir, to photograph. I ask you to point it out to the jury so that they can read it here. It's 44C.
I think this is 43.
43C. The photograph. Could you show us what you're talking about? Her legs were under the fence?
Under the fence right here.
After you made these observations, sir, what did you do next?
My partner and I seen that the front door was open. There was footprint, what appeared to be bloody footprints going towards the front door. We stepped over the female victim and went to the front door. We saw the shoe prints continue on down the walkway. We looked in the house. There was appeared to be no evidence of ransacking or forced entry. And I saw a phone probably 15 feet, 20 feet from the front door. And I entered and I called the station, told my watch commander what we had.
So when you were standing at the call box in the bushes, you saw the shoe prints leading up to the front door. Could you see whether those shoe prints from that position continued on past the front door or not?
No.
And why was it that you decided to step over the body of the woman and go inside the condo?
To see if there was any other victims in the house or any evidence in the house.
What about a possible suspect?
Possible suspect.
At that point, you didn't know?
No.
Now, how was it that when you stepped over the body of the woman, did you step in blood?
No.
How did you manage not to do that?
By staying to the far left, against the fence and up the steps.
Can you show, yeah, it's hard to show these photographs, but you...
I'll show it on this one.
On this one? If you would, sir, please show us where there's a clear area that you were able to step over so that you avoided stepping in blood. Excuse me, thank you, that's People's 43.
43.
You see in the plants right here, we got next to the fence, stepped over her body, stayed against the wall, up the steps to the front door.
And was there any blood in that location as we face the photograph of 43C on that left-hand side of the stairs?
No.
And so when you stepped over her, also in 45B, does that show part of the clear area?
Yes.
And before you stepped up there, you were already able to see that this bloody shoe print shown in 45B was there?
Yes.
Now, after you went into the location, first of all, did you look at the door?
Yes.
Did you notice whether there was any evidence of forced entry?
I did notice, and there wasn't.
There appeared no evidence of forced entry.
No.
Did you see any bloody shoe prints on the carpeting?
No.
Did you see any evidence that there had been property strewn around or any evidence of a struggle?
No.
Did anything appear to be out of place?
No.
Did drawers appear to be open?
No.
Did cupboards appear to be open?
No.
Did clothes appear to be strewn about?
No.
Did you see any blood drops inside the house, on the floor, anywhere?
No, I didn't.
And you saw a telephone there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that phone?
I called my watch commander at the station, told him we had a double homicide on Bundy, and I told him that O.J. Simpson was somehow involved.
And why did you think that?
Because when we approached right by the front door, you could see a lithograph on the north wall of the apartment, or the condominium. And as I got to the phone, there was a letter, had O.J. Simpson as a return address. So I thought it was his wife or his girlfriend.
Okay. Now, by involved, did you mean as a suspect?
No, his, potential victim, maybe it's his wife, I didn't know.
So involved in the sense that one of the victims may be related to him.
Right.
What happened next?
My partner and I exited the apartment, took the same path down through the plants. I went on the other side of the north fence by Mr. Goldman.
And how did you do that? Did you step through the blood somehow when you did that?
No, I went around to the neighbor's yard.
All right, so directing your attention to the monitor, Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as People's 46.
All right, People's 46.
Can you show us, sir, the area you're speaking of that you went to in order to see Ron Goldman, that is the neighbor's side of the fence?
There's a big tree where the arrow is. There's a path that leads back to the fence where Ron Goldman was laying.
And is that arrow showing that location?
Yes.
Was it dark in that location as well?
Yes.
Did you use your flashlight, sir?
Yes, I did.
Now, these photographs appear to have been taken in daylight.
Yes.
You didn't have that much light.
No, I didn't.
When you went around behind Ron Goldman's body, what did you see?
First thing I saw was a pager laying to the north of the fence in the dirt.
Another set of photographs. Yes, make sure, Johnny. Series of photographs, Your Honor, be marked as People's 47. It's a series of 9 photographs. I will have them labeled A through.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bing.
Okay, are you able to see these, sir? We've got to step down.
I'll step down.
Sure. Go ahead and orient yourself for a minute. Doctor, if it would be all right with the court, would you mind if we had one of the lawyers hold the board in the middle of the jury so they could all see it while he's talking about what he found?
So long as the defense counsel can see what's going on.
Mr. Coffin will be at sign it, I'm sure.
Accommodate out there.
All right.
Oh, never mind, we have these on laser. I'll let the officer look at these. All right, go ahead, have a seat. All right, that would be 47A.
All right, 47A.
Next. All right, 47B. Can we move 47C? 47D? 47E? F? G? H? I? These are pretty dark. We're going to have to use the photographs, I think. Can you see where the page is depicted in the photographs, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have to get you to stand back by Mr. Cocker so the rest of the jury can see them. All right. Point out where the pager was found.
This would be the pager right here.
For the record, the witness is pointed to 47A.
The court reporter cannot hear the witness testify at this point because he's turned away.
Keep your voice up, sir.
Pardon me?
Keep your voice up. All right. The witness is pointed to photograph 47A. Can you point that out one more time, sir?
This would be the pager.
All right. And do you recall seeing keys in that area
No, I don't.
at that time? And did you approach from behind this gate here?
Yes, I did.
And was that on the other side of the gate? I'm showing 47A.
That would be in the neighbor's yard.
So you were not inside the gate near Mr. Goldman?
No.
Go ahead and take your seat, sir. What did you do in that location while you were on the outside of that gate?
I approached Mr. Goldman. When I was on the other side, I noticed that one of his eyes was open. So I approached him. I shined my light to see if there was any movement in his pupil. There was none. It remained fixed and dilated. And I touched his eyeball with my finger to get any involuntary reaction, such as twitching of the eyelid, movement of the head. And it just basically verified that he was dead,
And you found what?
that he was dead.
So now that photograph in 47A, is that how you found him in that position?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
I went back out to the street, and a backup unit had arrived. I met with them.
Now, during that entire time, sir, did you step in any blood in the walkway or around the victims
No, I didn't.
or up on the stairs or the pathway leading to the front door?
No, I didn't.
Did you touch any of the evidence?
No.
And why is that?
Because I was trying to preserve the integrity of the crime scene.
Is that something you're trained to do, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Standard training?
Yes.
At that point,
Clark, I think we need to take a report of recess.
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief 15-minute recess. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't discuss anything about the case amongst yourselves. And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Ask you to step back into the jury room, please. All right, Officer Risky, you can... The jury? No?
No, I do, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Carrigan, all right.
There is one particular chart that I just wanted to call the court's attention. That I have one question regarding.
Mr. Cochran, it's up behind the carriage.
I object to the use of the word trail. I think that that's inclusionary. I have no problem with blood drops, blood whatever, but I think the trail, there's no real issue about that. I think that's argumentative, and I think it's in a inclusionary form. And I don't object to the photographs which I've seen, but the label, I think, takes a little administrative basis. I'm telling you, Your Honor, there will be a lot of evidence in regard to whether or not it's not a trail.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor, this was shown to Mr. Cochran yesterday, and there was no objection lodged. Secondly, it is a matter of what was observed and what will be testified to by the witnesses, that the blood trailed, and in fact did trail. There was a tailing effect to the blood that showed that it trailed in a westerly direction. And so it's simply descriptive of what the testimony will be. That's what a board is. That's why we have photographs. Counsel can argue it's not, but we have a series of blood drops to the left of a series of bloody shoe prints. It's a trail of blood.
That's certainly, I'm indicating because there will be testimony that is not a trail. All we're talking about is
What
evidence.
is it?
I'm talking about the label of this evidence. And I just think it's inappropriate to call it blood trail. And so I'm asking the court. And when I saw this last night, we weren't on the record or whatever, so now's the time. She hasn't put it out now. Now's the time. I'm just saying we should, if she wants to call it blood and Bundy, I have no objection. I object to the use of the word trail.
Right, I think that's a matter for counsel to argue, but this is the people's evidence. This is the way the witnesses characterize what they saw, and so it's simply descriptive. It's what the testimony is going to elicit. That's why we have these boards.
That's exactly the point. It's a matter for both counsel to argue, not be argumentative on this document.
Well, counsel can put up his own board and say blood drops, and it's not a trail. Our witnesses found it to be a trail, and that's what the testimony will show, and that's why we have boards.
Thank you.
I don't want to do that. I think the evidence will be that this is 160 feet up that way, and they find 4 drops of blood. That, and 5 drops of blood. That does not make a trail among most reasonable experts. And the question is, I don't want to argue that at this point I will argue at the end of the case. It's argumentative. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Objections noted. It's over with. Thank you. All right. Let's have the jurors, please. Deputy McNair. Ms. Robertson. Record Robert Riskey is on the stand. Officer Riskey, you're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue your direct examination.
I believe when we left off, sir, you indicated that you contacted your supervisor.
That's correct.
And who was that?
Called Sergeant Rossi on the phone.
And after you called Sergeant Rossi, what did you do next?
We exited the residence, went down, I checked Mr. Goldman, and then I was leaving from there, and a additional unit showed up.
All right. So after you looked, you went around the neighbor's side of the fence, looked in at Mr. Goldman, then you backed out again and did what?
Additional unit showed up, and I started telling them what we had.
An additional unit meaning other police officers?
That's correct.
In a black and white unit?
Yes.
And was that based on the call you put out?
Yes.
You explained to them what you found?
I started to explain to them, and then Sergeant Marty Kuhn showed up, and I just told everybody at once.
Now, when your sergeant came to the scene, where was everybody during this time?
We're on the east side of the street by my police vehicle.
You were out on Bundy
That's
in
correct.
front of the location?
That's correct.
You were not on the sidewalk or on the walkway?
No, we're on the east side of the street by 874.
And while you were standing in that location in the street, what were you talking about?
I advised them we had a double homicide and what evidence we had that was visible from what we had seen. And My partner was sent to the rear to secure the rear. One of the officers started setting up crime scene tape, and Officer Wally and I were directed to search the house.
Now, when you say crime scene tape, I'm showing you again the photograph that's been marked today as People's 46. You see that yellow tape in the foreground?
Yes.
Is that crime scene tape as you described it, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And who put that up?
I believe Officer Ed McGowan.
And what was the purpose of that crime scene tape?
To keep people from walking through the area, through the crime scene.
Can you tell us where it extended to?
The tape in the front went from the neighbor to the north to the neighbor to the south, encompassed the whole 3 houses.
And to the rear of the area, was that secured also?
Yes.
And how far was that crime
was,
scene extended in the rear?
The neighbor to the north of the rear of her residence to the foot of the alley, which would be Dorothy.
Showing you now a photograph that was previously marked as People's 39. You recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's the rear alley of the Bundy address.
And you see the tape you referred to earlier and identified as crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that shown in this photograph also?
Yes.
What's shown in the foreground there, is that crime scene tape?
Yes.
Is that the end of the alley?
That's the south end of the alley on Dorothy.
You see the police car in the back, towards the rear of that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you see where the crime scene tape is in relation to that car?
Yes.
Is the car inside or outside the tape?
It's outside.
Outside the tape?
Yes.
And again, that tape in the rear is to prevent people from walking through?
That's correct.
And who set up the rear crime scene tape, if you know?
I really don't know.
Was all of that tape, however, set up right after you called your supervisor?
It was set up while Officer Wally and I searched the house.
And this photograph, for the record, Your Honor, that's on the screen now, is People's 38. All right, then let's back up for a second, sir. After the sergeant got to the scene, now at that point, everybody's standing outside in the street in front on Bundy?
Right.
No one's walking up around the walkway or around the victims? No. And were you given some order at that point?
Yes.
And what was that?
To search the house.
For what purpose?
I look for additional victims, suspect, any evidence that might be in the house.
And the other officers, what did they do?
Officer McGowan put up the crime scene tape. Sergeant Kuhn made sure nobody walked through the crime scene. And my partner, Officer Terrazas, went to the back, secured the rear location.
Okay, that Sergeant Kuhn, is he in relation to another one?
No, not that I know of.
And so what did you do at that point?
Officer Wally and I approached the residence through the grass, went up the path, up the steps, and into the house.
And when you say that you did that, did you walk through the bushes again?
Yes.
Not on that walkway that had the blood on it?
No, we used the same route I used before.
And you avoided stepping in the blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the officer that went with you do the same?
Yes.
And you went inside the house?
Yes, I did.
Once again, sir, when you went into the house, did you notice any bloody shoe prints?
No, I didn't.
Or ransacking?
No.
Or evidence of a struggle?
No.
Or forced entry?
No.
What did you do inside the house?
We first searched the ground level of the residence from the extreme east side all the way to the rear, which would be the west. And there was some stairs that lead down the garage. We went down the stairs. We saw a cup of ice cream sitting on a banister of the stairway.
Was that inside the house, sir?
It's inside the house, right by the garage.
Okay. Is there a door that leads from the house, inside the house, to the garage?
Yes.
And are there stairs that lead to that door?
Yes.
And the ice cream, was that at the top or the bottom of those stairs?
It's at the bottom of the stairs on a banister.
But inside the house?
Yes.
What did you see, other than that?
We opened the door, searched the garage. There was nothing in there. And we went back upstairs, went to the second level of the house. We observed 2 children sleeping in their beds, and there was no other evidence in the house.
Did you look in the master bedroom?
Yes.
What, was the master bedroom lit?
I believe it had a table lamp on, yes.
Was there a television in the room?
Yes, it was.
Was it on?
Yes.
And the bed, what was the condition of the bed?
The covers were just piled in the middle of the bed.
Covers were rumpled?
Yes.
Were there any other lights on upstairs?
I believe there was a light in the main hallway, and the workout room, I think, was lighted.
Okay, there's a workout room?
Just east of the master bedroom, there's like a balcony that overlooks the living room, and there's some workout equipment in there.
And was that lit?
I believe the light was on in there, yes.
And the bathroom? In what condition was the bathroom near the master bedroom?
The lights were off, but there were candles lit. The tub was full of water. That's
Like,
about it.
like someone was getting ready to take a bath?
Yes, ma'am.
And the children, were they asleep in their rooms?
Yes.
One child in each room?
Yes.
So were their rooms dark?
Yes, they were.
Did you notice any evidence of blood drops
No, I didn't.
anywhere upstairs?
No.
Any evidence of a struggle?
No.
Any evidence of ransacking?
No.
Drawers pulled out?
No.
Closets opened?
No.
Clothing thrown around?
No.
Jewelry thrown around?
No.
Anything look out of place up there?
Not that I can see now.
What did you do next?
I went down to the front landing, advised my supervisor that we had 2 children in the house and we had to take them out the back.
So you went back downstairs to the front door area?
That's correct.
The door is still standing open as you found it?
Yes.
And were there any candles lit anywhere else in the house?
Not that I recall.
Did you write a report in this matter, sir?
A brief statement.
Very brief.
Yeah, very brief statement.
Do you happen to recall at this time the condition of the ice cream that you saw in the cup just inside the door in the house? On the banister, excuse me?
It appeared to be melted.
So when you went out on the landing, who was it you made contact with?
Sergeant Kuhn?
And you told him about the children inside?
That's correct.
And what did you tell him to do about them?
I just told him we had 2 children in the house and we were going to take them out the back.
Then what did you do?
I walked the walkway that leads to the rear gate. I met with my partner and told him we had 2 kids. We were going to open the garage door and bring them out.
All right. Now, was that the first time you took that walkway towards the rear area of the condominium back
Yes.
to where the rear driveway is?
Yes, it was.
Well, I have here another series of photographs. I'd ask you mark as people's 48? Yes? 40?
All right, People's 48.
Officer, I'm going to, if I might have Mr. Escobar hold this
Yes.
in the center of the jury. Officer, if you'd like to step down, take the pointer with you. Maybe take a picture. All right, now this is the first time you've walked this path that goes towards, from the front door to the rear of the location, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you see anything unusual on that walkway as you proceeded down it?
I continue to see what appear to be bloody shoe prints and drops of blood.
Now, were you using your flashlight?
Yes, I was.
Is it dark in that location?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Carter, can we have Mr. Risky keep his voice up?
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Talk louder. How did you avoid stepping on those bloody shoe prints or on those blood drops?
I used my flashlight to illuminate the walkway and stayed against the wall leading back to the back.
So before you stepped, you were able to see where you were stepping with your flashlight?
That's correct.
And you avoided those
Ask and
bloody...
answer, Your Honor.
You avoided those bloody areas?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us if you can? Are you able to see these, sir?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph that will be labeled as A, 48A. Do you see these markers here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you see those markers closer up in B and C?
Yes, I did.
What are those?
Those are evidence tags.
And the drops that appear next to them?
They appear to be drops of blood.
As you saw them that night, sir?
Yes.
And in C and D?
There are also evidence tags and drops of blood.
So D is a blow-up of the drops shown in perspective on the stairs in D?
Yes.
And in F and G?
This is the rear walkway going to the driveway. There's an evidence tag on that also.
And G, is that a close-up of the evidence tag shown in F?
Yes, it is.
Now, that gate that's shown in F, is that the rear gate that actually opens onto the rear driveway in the back alley?
Yes, it is.
And H, down here, can you tell us what location is shown there?
That's the rear driveway.
Everybody see? You see the evidence tags shown in H?
Yes, I can.
All right, and can you see the close-up of those tags in I and in K?
Yes.
Now, when you went out towards the, out through the rear gate, were you able to see any other blood drops?
I met with my partner at the rear gate.
And he's practicing non-responsive.
Yes, I did.
And how did you happen to see those?
My partner directed my attention to it.
And how did he do that?
He just told me he saw blood on the gate and on the driveway, and he showed me where they were with his flashlight.
Shone his light on them?
That's correct.
Was he staying away from them?
Yes.
And when he told you that, was that so you'd stay away from him too?
Object that also.
Sustained.
Speculation.
Sustained.
My partner told me.
Sustained.
When he told you that, what, did you stay away from those blood drops?
Yes, I did.
And are these, can you tell us whether the blood drops shown in I are the blood drops in the rear driveway that were pointed out to you by your partner with his flashlight?
Yes, they are.
Did your partner point out any other item of evidence near that blood drop in the rear driveway?
There was a change by the Jeep.
And when you say change, you see that depicted in one of these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Is that in K at the very end?
Yes.
And now the two evidence markers that you see in J, or better actually over here, in H, do those show the relative locations of the blood drop and the change?
Yes, I do.
And is that as you found it on that night, sir?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, the blood drops that you saw going down the walkway, where in relation to the bloody shoe prints that you've described did you see them?
I believe they were to the left of the shoe prints.
And at the rear gate that you pointed out to us that's now shown in the photograph, F. Did you notice anything unusual on that rear gate?
There was blood at various locations on the gate, or what appeared to be blood.
And did your partner point out any other blood with respect to that rear gate?
He pointed out blood on the outside of the gate, on the back.
And were you able to see that?
Yes, I was.
Overruled.
When you got to the rear gate, when you walked out that walkway for the first time towards the rear in a westerly direction, when you got to the rear gate, was it locked?
No, it wasn't.
Tell us what condition it was in.
I don't know if it was broken or the latch was stuck open. I just pushed on the gate with my flashlight and it opened.
You pushed it with your flashlight?
That's correct.
And it opened by itself?
Yes.
You didn't touch it with your hands?
No, I didn't.
Now, you mentioned something about a Jeep.
Yes.
When you got out to the rear of the location, to the rear driveway, you mentioned you saw the drops of blood and the change. You also mentioned that you saw a Jeep?
Right.
Did you see that Jeep in the photograph that has been marked as 37?
Your exhibit, Ms. Clark.
I know. 39.
Yes, I can.
Is that the Jeep as you found it that day, that night?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you found the Jeep, sir, was the garage door open or closed?
It was closed.
When you went out the rear gate for the first time, did you notice anything unusual about that Jeep?
I didn't really examine the Jeep the first time.
Did you come back to it at some later point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
After the children were out of the house,
After you exited the rear gate, you saw your partner pointed out the blood, you saw the blood on the gate, etc. What did you do next?
Overruled.
What did you do next?
I told him we were going to open the rear garage door, and I asked him if there was anything, if we opened the door, if it would disturb any evidence, and he said no.
And did you then open the rear garage door?
I went back in the house and woke up the children, got them dressed, and the girl opened the garage door for us.
Now, when you say you went back into the house, what route did you take?
The walkway back to the front door and then in through the front door.
And again, as you walked down that walkway, were you using your flashlight?
Yes, I was.
Did you step in the bloody shoe prints?
No, I didn't.
Or the blood drops?
No.
And you went back into the house?
Yes, I did.
Got the children dressed?
Yes.
And when you took them out, what direction, what route did you take?
Went down the stairs, through the garage, went through the inside of the garage, had a girl open the garage door, and then we went past the Ferrari and out on the driveway.
So they went out through the back.
Yes.
And was a police unit there?
There was a unit at the end of the alley on Dorothy.
And you took them out to that unit?
Yes.
They were then taken, what, to the West LA
To West
station?
LA.
At that point, did anyone know who their parents were or where they could be found?
We knew their father was O.J. Simpson, but I didn't ask her where he was.
Had that been verified for a fact at that point? That their father was Mr. Simpson?
No, not until I asked her.
You asked the little girl?
Yes, I did.
Sydney?
Yes.
And she told you?
Yes.
After the children were taken from the scene, what did you do next?
I went back to the driveway and I talked to my partner, and I saw the Jeep again. He showed me the Jeep.
And what about that Jeep was unusual?
The front passenger door was slightly ajar.
And is that the Jeep that's shown in People's 39?
Yes.
The passenger door in front. Is that a four-door vehicle? Or a two-door, if you know?
I think it's a 4, but I'm not sure. I don't recall.
But it was on the passenger side?
Right.
Was it standing open?
No, it was closed, but it wasn't closed all the way.
Was the interior light on?
I really don't recall.
After you noticed that the passenger door was cracked on the Jeep, what happened next?
We just made sure that my partner and Sergeant Rossi, when he showed up, we showed it to him, made sure everybody stayed away from it.
Stayed away from the Jeep?
Right.
Why?
Because we didn't want anybody to touch the car, get fingerprints on it, disturb any evidence.
And what did you do after that?
I went out to the front, and I verified that the crime scene was set up. And I talked to Sergeant Kuhn, told him we had the children out of the house. And I came back to the rear, and I walked the alley from Dorothy to Gorham, looking in trash cans, looking for any evidence.
Now, was there someone guarding the front of the location and the rear of the location?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sergeant Kuhn was in the front, and I believe he had Officer Sanchez with him. Another unit had arrived. And in the rear was my partner, Officer Terrazas.
And when I say guarding the location in the front and the rear, can you tell us what's the purpose of that?
You post somebody at the crime scene tape to make sure nobody crosses the tape, disturbs any evidence.
To keep people out.
Right.
And did they do that?
Yes, they did.
So you searched the alley then from Dorothy and Bundy up to Gorham?
Dorothy, the rear alley and Dorothy up to Gorham.
So for one block behind the house.
Right.
And what did you find?
Nothing.
Was there, did anybody take any steps to block off traffic?
We had Bundy from Dorothy to Gorham close the vehicles.
So traffic was blocked off in front of the location on Bundy?
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you notice any bloody shoe prints or blood drops in the alley?
Oh, I did.
Were you looking for them
Yes.
with your flashlight?
Yes.
Now, at some point, sir, did you go to the location of 874 South Bundy where your initial call came from?
Yes, I did.
Was that after you looked through the alley for evidence?
I believe it was before. Right.
Before?
I went back to the front, made sure the crime scene was secure, and I believe another officer and I went to 874.
So before going back to the alley, and was it after the children were taken out?
It was after the children.
After you took the children out, did you go over to 874 South Bundy?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
I spoke with a female white, the original PR of the call, the one that called in the burglar.
The original call that you responded to of a burglary at 874?
That's correct.
And can you describe the woman you spoke to?
It's an elderly female white. I believe she had white hair.
And did you talk to her about her call?
Yes, I did.
Did she discuss with you hearing the doorbell ringing and somebody knocking on her door?
Yes.
Although I think it just explains subsequent action.
As a result of what she told you, what did you do?
My partner and I, or the officer that was with me and I, got a key from her for the rear gate, and we searched her yard for her just to make sure nothing was wrong.
Did she have a dog in the backyard there?
Yes, she did.
Did you ask her to take that dog in?
Yes.
And she did that?
Yes.
Then you searched around her house?
That's correct.
Find any problems?
No.
Any evidence of recently trampled shrubbery or?
No.
See any screens removed from the windows?
No, we didn't.
Any evidence of some recent jimmying of any locks or anything?
No.
Did you report back to her?
Yes, we took her the key to the gate, and we told her it looked clear, and it didn't look like anybody had been back there.
And did you tell her not to go outside?
Yes.
Why's that?
I told her we had a crime across the street and just to stay in the house.
Now, after you made contact with her, what did you do next?
Then I went to the rear and searched the alley. The rear of 875 Bundy and searched the alley.
That's when you searched the alley?
Yes.
What'd you do after that?
I came back to the front, and I noticed that Sergeant Rossi, the West LA Watch Commander, was there, and Sergeant Kuhn was talking to him. I approached them, discussed what we had, and Sergeant Rossi, Sergeant Kuhn, and I crossed the tape, went up on the grass, and looked at the crime scene.
Now, what was the purpose of doing that?
He's my supervisor. I have to tell him what we have.
Okay. And so when you escorted him up to closer to where the victims were, again, you walked on the bushes and on the grass?
Walked on the grass, not in the bushes this time.
Okay. Not on that pathway?
Right.
And did you point out the evidence that you had found with your flashlight?
Yes.
And who was it that was with you at that time?
Sergeant Dave Rossi and Sergeant Marty Kuhn.
Now, did you take them stepping up over the body of Nicole and down the pathway?
No, I didn't.
What did you do?
We went, after I showed them the initial crime scene, we went down to Dorothy, went around to the rear. I showed them the Jeep, the change on the ground, the blood on the driveway. I took Sergeant Rossi to the gate, showed him the blood on the gate, and we went approximately halfway down the walkway. I showed him the bloody footprints.
Nobody else. Corner of Dorothy and Bundy, I'd ask that it be marked People's 49.
49.
Intersection is?
Not without a street sign, no.
Go ahead. Mark this as People's 50.
Right, 50.
Yes. Can you zoom in on the street sign, John? How good's your eyesight?
Well, I can see it says Bundy Drive.
Yeah. Can you make that can you make the sign a little clearer? I can't look.
Before, not now.
There we go. All right. Okay. We get it. Okay. Can we back up now? Show the intersection. Thank you. Can you tell us now where those two cars are and the crime scene tape, sir?
That would be Bundy and Dorothy.
All right. Now this.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm going to release the video on some of these. Let me know if anything sensitive comes up.
Okay. Now the view that we have right now, is it looking in a westerly direction if you were standing on Dorothy?
Yes, it is.
The view that we had before, that was marked as People's 49. Can you tell us if that was a view looking from south to north from the on Bundy?
I was looking north.
Can we go back to that now?
Go back to
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thanks. All right. Now does that depict also it would be the west side of Bundy?
Yes, I don't think this is the picture when Bundy was closed down. This, it looks to me like after we made the crime scene smaller, just 3 houses. It doesn't look like, this is Bundy Drive, but it's not Bundy and Dorothy.
The corner of Bundy and Dorothy, is that the corner that you all walked around?
Yes,
Okay. And that was with Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn?
that's correct.
When you walked down that sidewalk, sir, down Bundy, around the corner of Dorothy and onto Dorothy, did you notice anything unusual on the sidewalk?
Just bloody paw prints.
At some point, did they fade out?
Yes.
And so what path did you take with Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn?
We went Bundy to Dorothy, Dorothy to the mouth of the alley, and then just walked through up to 875.
I'll show you another photograph, sir. People's 51. If this be marked People's 51. Sir, can you tell us what location's depicted here again?
That is Bundy and Dorothy.
That is Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the, in the left-hand corner where you see the police car. Would that be the corner that you walked around?
That's correct.
And you took them up the alley and into the rear area, through the rear driveway area?
Right.
And did you point out the evidence that you've described to us earlier, the blood drops and the change?
Yes, I did.
Were there any bloody shoe prints out on that rear driveway?
No.
And did you take Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn through the rear gate?
Yes, I did.
That rear gate that we see?
I believe it's just Sergeant Rossi and myself.
It was just Sergeant Rossi and yourself at that point?
I believe. I'm not sure.
On People's 48, the blood trail. In F, you see the rear gate?
Yes.
And that's the gate that leads out to the driveway?
That's correct.
When you went in through that rear gate with Sergeant Rossi, were there any bloody shoe prints at that, at the end of the walkway just by that rear gate?
No.
How far did you walk with Sergeant Rossi?
I say about halfway. And we,
Halfway down the walkway?
yes.
So you did not take him all the way up to the front door?
No, I didn't.
As you walked him halfway up the walkway, were you using your flashlight?
Yes.
And were you pointing out what you were able to see?
Yes.
Did you point out any blood drops to him?
Yes, I did.
And where did you point them out?
This has been covered. It's been asked and answered.
Overruled. Overruled.
Just from the rear gate up to where the what appeared to be footprints started again, and we stopped there.
So the footprints led from the bodies of the victims in the direction of towards the rear gate?
Yes, with court order, please.
Okay, with reference to those footprints, the bloody shoe prints that you saw leading away from the body of the victims towards the rear gate, when you first walked down that walkway after you exited the front door of the condominium going towards the rear gate, did you happen to notice whether the shoe prints continued all the way to the rear gate or not?
No, they didn't. They faded out.
They faded out?
Yes.
At what point?
I believe it was after the second landing, going down the stairs from the second landing, they faded it.
Was that about halfway?
Yes.
Halfway down before you got to the rear gate?
Yes.
So when you took Sergeant Rossi in through the rear gate, you took him up as far as the last bloody shoe print?
That's correct.
And then what happened?
We turned around and went back out, and we returned to the front on Bundy.
Now again, when you turned around and went back out, you were using your flashlight to see what was on the walkway?
That's correct.
Did you avoid the blood drops
Yes.
at that point that you were walking back with him? There were no more bloody shoe prints.
No, there weren't.
And did those shoe prints appear to get lighter and lighter as you went farther down the walkway toward the rear gate?
From the front?
Yes.
Yes.
Overruled. But he's already testified that it faded out.
All right, after you exited the rear gate with Sergeant Rossi, what happened next?
We returned to the front on Bundy,
And where did you stay?
in the street.
Not on the sidewalk?
No.
And what happened next?
Detective Phillips and Furman arrived.
Okay. Detective Ron Phillips and Detective Mark Furman then arrived?
That's correct.
And about what time was it when they arrived?
I really don't know. I would only be guessing. I don't.
Was it like a couple hours after you first got there?
Yes.
And where did they pull up to? Where did you first see them?
They parked on be the southeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy. They parked on Dorothy.
Now, at this point, who was already at the location? Which people that you saw?
It's myself and my partner.
Officer Terrazas?
That's correct. Officer McGowan, Officer Wally. But they had gone up to Gorham and Dorothy and blocked traffic. Sergeant Kuhn was there, Sergeant Rossi, Officer Chavez and Cummings, Officer Glorioso and Ziegler, and Officer Aston. I don't know who his partner was.
Gonzalez?
Yes, Officer Gonzalez.
And were these people all guarding the perimeter?
Sustain or phrase question.
What were these people doing?
Officer Cummings was maintaining control of the crime scene log, who arrived and who left. Officer Gonzalez and Aston were knocking on the neighbors' doors, see if they heard or saw anything. I guess Officer Terrazas was in the back, guarding the back.
Guarding the back?
That's correct. Officer Sanchez was guarding the front with Sergeant Kuhn. And I believe Glorioso and Ziegler were also knocking on doors.
And at that point, and Sergeant Rossi was there as well?
Sergeant Rossi with me, yes.
And after all those people were there, about 2 hours after you got to the scene, Detectives Ron Phillips and Mark Furman arrived?
That's correct.
What happened when they arrived?
They met with Sergeant Rossi, Sergeant Kuhn, and myself. We went over what we had. Detective Furman, Phillips, Sergeant Kuhn, and I approached the front on the grass. I showed them the crime scene that we had in the front.
All right, now, excuse me, let me stop you there, sir. When you say you approached the crime scene on the grass, was that the same route that you described for us before? To the left of the walkway as you face it?
That's correct. It's to the left of the plants on the walkway.
You cut the feed run? All right, now shown in, this is People's 43, 43B. Once again, is that to the left of the walkway shown there?
That's correct.
And you took that same path as you did before?
No, there's grass to the left of this, and we walked in the grass.
You're gesturing over to the left-hand side of the photograph?
That's correct.
Laura, you might need to kill the
Yes.
feed for this.
I will do. All right. Now, did you take them all the way up to the call box that you described earlier?
No, we stayed in the grass to the left of the foliage.
And at this point, who was standing on the grass with you?
So Detective Furman, Detective Phillips, I believe Sergeant Kuhn, and myself.
Did you have your flashlight?
Yes,
So it was about 2:30 in the morning at this point?
I believe. I'm not sure what time it was.
And what did you show them?
I showed them the two bodies, the evidence that I had seen, the envelope, the hat, the glove.
And they all observed it from that position on the grass?
That's correct.
What did you do next?
I took them around to the neighbor's yard and I showed them where the pager was laying and the body of Mr. Goldman.
So you took them around to the side that's shown in people's, 43A, outside this gated area,
That's correct.
and you let them see,
That's the
excuse me,
difference.
that's 47.
I'm going to strike that.
People's 47.
Everything he said.
Overall.
People's 47A, around the outside of that gate?
That's correct.
What'd you do after that?
Then the two detectives, I believe both sergeants and myself, walked around down Bunny to Dorothy, Dorothy to the rear alley, and went to the rear of the residence.
Okay, the same path that you took before.
That's correct.
Do you recognize what's being shown in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's the rear of 875 and the Jeep that was in the driveway.
Now, when you first got to the location shortly after midnight, the first time you went back to the rear area that's shown in People's 52, was the Jeep in that position?
Yes,
Outside the garage?
yes,
But the garage door was closed?
that's correct.
So you came around the corner of Dorothy and Bundy and up the alley with Detectives Phillips, Furman, and Sergeant Kuhn?
And Sergeant Rossi.
And Sergeant Rossi. So it was 5 of you?
Right.
All right. And where did you go?
We went to the driveway, showed them the door that was ajar in the Jeep, the change and the blood on the driveway. I was showing Detective Furman the blood that was on the gate.
The rear gate?
That's correct. And Sergeant Rossi and Detective Phillips walked down a walkway, probably halfway.
Can you, let you look at that for a minute. Orient yourself. Everybody can see that? You see what's, first of all, in general, what location's shown on People's 53?
That's the rear gate of 875 Bundy.
Now, what will be labeled as photograph 53A, is this taken from inside or outside the gate?
That's inside the gate.
So that would be so you're taking that's from inside the gate and you're facing out towards the alley?
That's correct.
Let you use this. Can you tell us if you see where you saw blood drops on the rear gate on the night of June the 12th?
There was blood at the bottom, there was blood on this latch, there was blood at the top, and my partner directed my attention to blood on the outside and the grating.
And do you see that blood designated by some kind of marker in what will be labeled as 53E?
Which one is that?
Let's see. This one is A, second photograph. Here showing the blood drops you've indicated at the bottom rung as B, closer up in C, and closer up in D, in E and F. Can you tell us what's shown there?
This is the outside of the rear gate, and that would be where the blood was.
And a closer up view of that in F?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to ask you to show this to the rest of the jury.
Yes. Want me to come with you?
You want to go and point it out again, sir? 4-7?
This would be the interior of the rear gate. This will be blood on the bottom rung on the inside of the gate. This is a closer up picture of blood on the bottom. This is even closer. This is the outside of the rear gate. The blood would be on the grating, and this is a close-up picture of the blood on the grating.
Thank you, sir. All right, so then after you all went inside the rear gate, what happened next?
Well, Detective Furman and I went to the rear gate. We didn't go inside. And Sergeant Rossi and Detective Phillips went about halfway down the walk.
So you stayed outside the rear gate with Detective Furman?
That's correct.
And what did you do there?
I showed him the blood on the rear gate, and like I said, the blood in the driveway.
What happened after that?
Detective Phillips and Sergeant Rossi came out of the walkway through the rear gate, and Detective Furman, Phillips, and I entered the house through the garage.
All right, by that time the garage was already open?
That's correct.
Okay. And so how many of you walked in through the garage?
3 of us.
And that was you and Detective
Furman,
Phillips and
Phillips.
Detective Furman. What did you do inside the house?
As soon as we entered the house from the garage, I showed him the ice cream and the spoon that was on the ground. We did a quick walk through the house, and then we went out to the front landing.
Had you noticed when you first were inside the house that the spoon that was in that ice cream cup was on the ground?
Yes.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like the ice cream had melted and the spoon had fell on the floor. It was directly underneath the ice cream.
Where did you walk them through inside the house?
We looked at the main level and went up. I showed them the kids' bedrooms and the master bedroom. We went out on the, like I said, the workout area and looked down into the living room. And we came back down and went out to the front landing.
And when you came out onto the front landing, were you able to see both of the victims there?
Yes.
I have here a board that's been shown to council. Ask that this be marked as People's 54.
54.
You able to see People's 54, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Just, if you can see the diagram with the outlines of the bodies in yellow, can you tell us if that is the relative position of the bodies to each other at the crime scene that you found?
Yes.
Now, if you look there,
I think her head was actually closer to the stairs, though.
closer back to the stairs.
Right.
Can you describe the Can you describe for us, sir, the area where the bodies were found in terms of space, in terms of how large that space is?
I would estimate from the north fence to the foliage on the left of the walkway, probably 10 feet and maybe 6 feet long.
In other words, was that a fairly small enclosed area?
Yes.
So when you stood at the top of the landing, did you use your flashlight at that point?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I pointed out the evidence that I had seen. I showed them the bloody footprints and the walkway, the two victims.
And did you show them the envelope, the cap, the glove?
Right.
You were able to see that from standing up on the landing?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
They looked around, just standing there. They looked, and they looked at the steps that leading towards the rear. I mean, the bloody shoe prints leading towards the rear. Then we went back into the house, and I believe Sergeant Kuhn got a hold of Detective Phillips and told him that Lieutenant Spangler had arrived. Detective Furman and I stayed in the house, and Detective Phillips went out to meet with the lieutenant.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could we approach?
Sure. I can just sit there. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Clark, you're just using diagrams, correct?
That's right.
There's nothing else that we're going to see on this?
That's right.
Okay.
Now, from your position at the top of the landing, were you able to point out all of the evidence you've described to us?
Yes,
And is that where the detective stayed at the top of the landing at that point?
that's correct.
And then you indicated that they went where?
They just stayed on the landing and looked at the shoe prints that continued westbound towards the rear.
And they looked at that from their vantage point at the top of the landing?
That's correct.
Where did they go after that?
I believe Lieutenant Spangler arrived. I don't remember if Sergeant Kuhn yelled to Phillips or got him on the radio to tell him he was here. But Furman and I went in the house, stayed in the kitchen, and Detective Phillips went out to meet the lieutenant.
All right. Do you know what route Detective Phillips took to exit the condominium?
He went through the house, down the stairs, and through the garage.
Okay, so he went out the back.
That's correct.
And you stayed inside the house with Detective Furman.
That's correct.
What were you doing inside the house?
Just standing in the kitchen, kind of looking around. I believe there was a jacket in there, a blue jean jacket. We were talking about if it was one of the victims.
And what happened next?
Detective Phillips and I believe he was accompanied by the lieutenant, came in the house. And I exited the rear and just stayed by my partner.
So Detective Phillips came back inside? And you mean, when you say inside, into the condominium?
Into the kitchen and met with Furman.
And when he came in and met with Detective Furman, you left?
That's correct.
And what route did you take to leave?
I went through the house, down the stairs, and out the garage.
And where did you go at that point?
I went out to the patrol car that was parked in the alley and just sat with my partner.
What were you doing?
Just maintaining security. We've been relieved by the detectives, so they assumed responsibility.
So at that point, you were just maintaining the security of the location in the rear of the condominium?
That's correct.
And that you stood in or outside the crime scene tape?
Outside.
Did anyone enter through the crime scene tape that was not authorized to do so while you were there?
No.
In either the front or the back?
No.
Did you ever go back, after you went out and stood in the rear alley area, did you ever go back into the crime scene again?
With a photographer.
Pardon?
With a photographer.
And when was that, sir?
In the back, it was probably 10 or 15 minutes after I'd been relieved by the detectives. And in the front, it was when I was starting to get daylight.
Now, in the back, was that, how long after your exiting the condominium did the photographer come and start taking pictures at the back?
I believe the photographer beat the detectives there. And I was in the back probably 20 minutes. He came back and started taking pictures.
And to your knowledge, had he taken pictures in the front yet, if you know?
I really don't know.
After he took did you show him where to take pictures in the back?
I showed him some blood, told him about the ice cream on the banister, and that's about it.
Did you show him the change and the blood drops on the rear driveway?
Yes, so he wouldn't step in it.
And did you, how long did you stay out there in the rear area, rear alley?
I would estimate till 5:30, around 5:30.
Okay.
Then we went to the front.
What did you do in the front of the location?
We opened Bundy up to vehicular traffic. So all we had was a crime scene from the house north, Nicole's house, and the house south. And we sat in front of that crime scene.
Okay. So was anyone allowed to walk on the sidewalk in front of 875 South Bundy?
No.
Was anyone allowed to walk on the walkway at 875 South Bundy?
No.
So where did you stand in front of the location, sir?
We actually moved our vehicle and parked it right in front of 875. So the walkway wasn't visible from the street.
So you blocked the view.
That's correct.
And were you seated in your car or standing outside of it?
Seated, standing, it was depending on what time it was.
Was that done intentionally, blocking the view of the
Yes.
walkway, sir?
Yes.
Why?
So we didn't want passers-by to look down there and see what it was, and trying to keep the media out.
And by the time you came around to the front, was it starting to get light?
No, it was
Still dark?
still dark.
What did you do out front?
Like I said, maintained the security of the crime scene.
At some point, a photographer arrived?
Sustained.
Did you have contact with the photographer in the front of the location?
Yes, I did.
And was it daylight by then?
I had talked to him earlier, but he hadn't taken any pictures of the front while I was there. And he came, it was just starting to get daylight, and he came and he took a couple pictures.
Okay. Now, was this the same photographer you'd contacted earlier at the rear of the location, the rear alley?
Yes, it was.
When he came to the front of the location and it was lighter, did you point anything out to him?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him taking pictures in that front area?
I saw Detective Furman. He was showing him the glove, and he took a picture of the glove.
Okay. He was pointing to it?
I believe he lifted up the leaves on the plant so he could see it better, and he took a picture of it.
Can you pull that one? I'm sorry. Is this the, I forgot the feed was ever on again.
Well, I assume somebody upstairs caught that.
This has not been previously marked, I think, so we should mark it as People's 54, 5. Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
It's Detective Furman and the victim.
Okay. And what's he pointing to?
It's pointing to the glove,
The glove and the cap?
the cap.
The ones that you saw when you arrived shortly after midnight.
That's correct.
So, let me ask you something. What's he wearing there, Detective Furman?
It's like a white suit shirt, pair of slacks.
No jacket?
No.
Now, in that particular photograph, you had said that the leaves of the plant kind of hung over that one glove and the ski cap?
That's correct.
And that actually you had to lift it up to see?
Right.
Now, at this point, the leaves are not lifted up, is that correct?
I believe that's his left hand holding the leaves back and his right hand pointing to the...
Pull back a little bit, Jonathan.
Oh, never mind. That's the shoe of the victim.
The shoe of the victim, no. So he's just
My
pointing to it
mistake.
with his right hand.
That's correct.
Now, what time was it that you were relieved from this crime scene?
7:15.
At 7:15?
That's correct.
And how, in relationship to that time that you left the crime scene, when did Detective Furman appear and point things out to the photographer?
I would say within 40 minutes. I'm not really sure. Within an hour.
So it was shortly before you left
That's
the
correct.
crime scene completely?
Right.
Do we need this photo anymore?
No, thank you, Your Honor. All right, now between the... Were you ever aware that detectives left the Bundy location?
Yes.
And you indicated, I believe, that you saw Detective Phillips and Detective Furman inside the condominium, and then you went outside and stayed in back.
That's right.
Where were you when the detectives left for another location?
In the front.
And at that point, sir, you had already come around to the front, you were standing guard there?
That's correct.
Overall, re-foundational, I assume.
Yes. Now, how long did you stay in the rear area?
Maybe an hour, hour and a half.
And while you were doing that, were other people guarding the front area?
As far as I know, yes. There should have been.
When you left the rear area to go to the front, did someone relieve you and maintain the guard in the back?
Yes.
And while you were standing in front, is that when the detectives left for another location?
Yes. Detective Phillips actually approached me. He gave me his cellular phone and said they were going to the Rockingham. They asked me directions to get there.
And did you assist him by giving directions?
Yes.
Were you familiar with that location?
Yes. That area, not that location.
You mean the Brentwood area up north of
Right.
Sunset? May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Mr. Cochran?
Thank you, Rick.
You want to start now?
Well, I think we might as well use every minute.
Every precious minute.
Every precious minute we use, Your Honor. Can still say good morning.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Risky. You had been a police officer for how long on June 12th, 1994, when you responded to this location?
4 years, almost 2 months.
4 years, 2 months at that time?
Yes, sir.
And your partner officer was Officer Terrazas, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as between the two of you, who was the senior officer?
I was.
And he had been there less time than you had, LAPD.
Yeah, I believe he had 7 months in the street, 6
All right.
months.
And you had worked the entire 4-year period of time in the West Los Angeles area, is that correct, sir?
No, sir.
Where had you started working when you first started?
Central.
Downtown?
Downtown.
And how long prior to June 12th of 1994 had you been in West Los Angeles?
2 years, 8 months.
All right. And so that we get the chronology of the hierarchy there, you were a patrol person, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was your immediate supervisor?
That night?
On that night.
Sergeant Kuhn was the field supervisor.
Sergeant Kuhn?
That's correct.
And he's no relation to the other Sergeant Kuhn?
Not as far as I know.
All right. As far as you know. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And above Sergeant Kuhn, who came next?
Watch commander was Sergeant Rossi.
All right. And he at some point responded to the location?
That's correct.
And above Sergeant Rossi was whom?
That was it, area commander.
All right. What about Lieutenant Spangler? How did he fit in the hierarchy?
Lieutenant Spangler is a lieutenant of detectives of West LA.
All right. So he'd be above Rossi.
He's actually above Phillips and Furman.
All right. So as I understand how it works, you as the responding patrol officer worked at that scene for a period of time until such time as the detectives responded.
Right, until they take it over.
And the detectives, when they responded, that was Mark Furman and Detective Phillips, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's your recollection they got there around 2:30 in the morning, isn't that correct?
I don't know what time they got there.
All right. Ms. Clark mentioned to you that it was about 2 hours or so after you arrived.
Right.
You don't quarrel with that, though, do you?
I would only be guessing, sir. I don't know. I didn't have the crime scene log.
All right. And if you were to see a log of when the officers got there, that would refresh your recollection, would it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's start with you. You arrived there at about 12:13 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And you arrived there within 4 minutes of the time that you received this 459 Prowler call at Miss Elsie Tistert's residence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you arrived there, you and your partner, Officer Terrazas, were the first officers there, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you described for Ms. Clark that when you were at the Los Angeles Police Academy that they kind of glossed over this crime scene maintenance and training, is that correct?
Right.
And much of what you learned actually on the job once you actually got in the field, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any training in the sensitivity of DNA?
No.
You had any training with regard to polymerase chain reaction or so-called PCR?
No.
Had none of that at all?
No.
All right. Now, by the way, with regard to this crime scene, from the time that you arrived there at 12:13 to the time that you left at, was it 7:15?
That's correct.
So that we're clear, you then stayed there approximately 7 hours, is that right?
Right.
Did you see any officers out there with a videotape machine or a videotape camera videotaping this entire scene?
No.
You never saw anybody with a videotape at that time?
Not that I recall.
While
no.
you were there?
Not that I recall.
You did, in fact, however, see a photographer at some point, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the photographer that you saw, what was his name?
I really don't know.
Would Rokar, if I use the name Rokar, would that refresh your recollection?
It wouldn't because I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
I never.
All right. What time did you first see this photographer, sir?
I really don't know. I went to the front after a search in the alley, and I think he was there. I'm not sure.
Let's back up for a moment. You recall seeing him at the rear
That's right.
of the alley and taking some pictures, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And this was after the detectives had arrived at about 2 or 2:30, isn't that
Right.
correct? So whatever pictures and what he was doing was under the direction of the detectives who had now taken over the scene, is that right?
That's correct.
You did not give him any directions as to what to take. It would have been done by the detectives, is that correct?
No, I just pointed out blood so he didn't step in it or disturb any evidence.
All right. Now, did you ever at any time see this photographer take any pictures of the interior of the residence at 875 South Bundy?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see him take pictures of these candles that you described?
No.
Did he take any pictures of this ice cream, this melting ice cream that you describe in your report? I'm asking if you ever saw it.
Overruled.
Did you ever see him take any pictures of this melting ice cream that you described?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, before we break for lunch, it's a good time to break for lunch when we're talking about ice cream, Your Honor, but let me just ask him, with regard to this ice cream, when you first saw this ice cream, you described the ice cream as a bowl of melting ice cream. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't melted at that point, was it?
In my opinion, no. It was melting. It was
melting. As you
about half and half.
All right. So it was still melting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What kind of ice cream was that? You recall?
What kind of ice cream?
Yeah. Was it vanilla, strawberry, chocolate? What was it?
I don't know.
All right. And you don't have any pictures to this day to tell us, do you?
No.
In other words, would you agree with me that the best evidence of the condition of that ice cream when you first saw it on that night would be a picture of how it looked? Isn't that correct?
A picture of when I actually saw it, yes.
Yeah, when you saw it, yes. We don't have that, do we?
Not that I know of.
Okay. What kind of container of ice cream was this?
It was like a cardboard Ben & Jerry's container.
Ben & Jerry's?
Ben & Jerry's.
Container.
Right.
Is that correct? And this ice cream that you saw was inside the residence, is that correct?
Right.
And where was it in relation to that residence? Was it near the rear?
It was on a banister right before the entrance to the garage from the house.
And it was near the back, and when you came and you took the children out that way, you'd pass right by that banister, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first saw this ice cream, what time was it when you first saw that ice cream, the melting ice cream?
I would estimate 12:35, 12:40.
So at that time, at 12:40, this melting ice cream in the Ben & Jerry's container had not fully melted, right?
Not in my opinion, no.
All right. It's a good point now, Your Honor, the ice cream. We'll pick up there after lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Allow anybody to contact you regarding the case. Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and we will see you back here at 1:30. Officer Risky, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers in the case. You're ordered to return here at 1:30 sharp. All right? We'll stand in recess 1:30. Thank you, counsel.
No. Of an interview conducted on February 8th, turned over to counsel on February. Schwab got the dog, found Nicole's dog, and called animal shelter for him. We had not previously been able to identify him. He came forward when he heard about the incident testified to by Stephen Schwab, realizing that it was him. We have the police report. It has been forwarded to counsel, and we would like to call him as a witness at the conclusion of Officer Risky's testimony.
All right, we'll allow defense counsel the opportunity to review the report, and then we'll take it up at that time.
Yes.
Well, it was faxed to counsel yesterday, so they should have their own copy.
We haven't seen it, but, Your Honor, this obviously, I'm confused. This was an officer who did this on June 12th, 1994. We're getting the report yesterday. But we'll take it up afterwards. Let's see it across the county. All right.
Okay, can I have my copy? Okay.
All right, anything else before we
I'll get
invite
some
the
more.
jurors to rejoin us?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, now I've lost all my staff. right, let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect, we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Robert Riskey is still on the witness stand under cross-examination. Officer Riskey, you're reminded that you were still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, you may continue your cross-examination.
So that we can see the jury in the conversation.
Please. We'll just pile them up here. However. Is that clear enough, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Officer Riskey. Sir. When we broke at lunch, we were talking about ice cream. And since that date that you were out there on June 13th, 1994, have you ever seen any photographs of the ice cream or the spoon on the floor right below the ice cream?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever had occasion to see the cup, the Ben and Jerry's cup that the ice cream was in?
No, sir, I didn't.
And when you last saw this melting ice cream and the spoon on the floor, where was it?
Where was the cup?
Yeah, where was the cup?
The seat on the banister, still on the banister.
And so when you left that morning at about 7:15 in the morning, it was still in that same position as far as you know, is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And no officer had retrieved it at that time, is that correct?
No, the last time I saw it, it was still on the banister.
All right. Now, while we're inside the residence, you never at any time saw the photographer take any pictures of these candles that were lit inside either, is that correct?
That's correct.
Will you describe and give us a word picture for the court and jury of these candles? What were these candles and how were they lit?
The bathtub in the master bedroom or in the master bath is a sunken tub.
Yes.
And there's a space to the west towards the alley that's just flat. There was 3 candles and candle holders on that space. And they were lit.
And they were lit and they were still burning when you got there?
That's correct.
Did you or anyone else preserve those candles so that we have those now?
I didn't know.
And again, would I be correct in assuming that you never saw the photographer who was there take any pictures of the candles?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. It's misleading and confusing, whether we saw it or not is
Overruled.
You never saw the photographer take any pictures of those candles, right?
That's correct.
Since that time, you've not seen any pictures of those candles, have you?
That's correct.
Objection, seems back on evidence.
Overruled.
Did you see any candles anyplace else in the residence that were burning?
I really don't recall seeing any.
All right. Now, you've described on a couple of occasions that the place did not appear to you to be ransacked. And would I be correct in assuming that was the first time you've ever been inside that location?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not there was any very expensive vases or anything of that nature that had been in there before?
I really have no idea.
That could have been taken? You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't.
So since that's the first time that you've ever been there, you just didn't see anything that appeared to be out of order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But so that we're clear, when you finally gained entrance, you walked up the side of the bodies, so it would be to the south of where the bodies would be. The front door of this residence was open. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point, you described for us that you went inside the house. Is that correct?
Right.
Now, did you have one of these kind of roving communicators so that you could call from forget what they call them, the rovers? You could make a call to, back to West Los Angeles Station?
Yes.
So you could have called your sergeant on your rover if you wanted to, right?
Well, I could have.
All right. And as I recall your testimony, at some point you went inside the residence, is that correct?
Right.
Were you by yourself at that point?
My partner was on the landing with me.
All right, Officer Terrazas?
Right.
And did you know at that time whether or not this particular phone was equipped with this star 69 feature so you could punch down and get the last number called or the last number?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know?
No.
And prior to you picked up that phone at some point, did you not?
Yes.
And prior to picking up that phone, did anybody dust it for prints at all?
No.
Did you have any gloves on when you touched the phone?
No.
So you just picked it up and used the phone?
That's correct.
And did you have your rover with you when you picked up the phone?
Yes, I did.
And when you used this phone, is that when you called West Los Angeles Station?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to Sergeant Rossi?
Sergeant Rossi.
And about what time of evening or early morning was that, sir, that you made that call?
I would say 12:20, 12:25.
So it was within a relatively short period of time of your arrival there. Is that
That's
correct? And if this phone had a particular dial component, your phone, your calling out would have disturbed that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did any other police officers at that time make any calls on that phone that you know of? Now, at that time, you only the phone was where inside the residence?
It was between the kitchen and the dining room. It was right on the counter.
Okay. And the light, as you went inside this residence, there was light coming out of the residence down toward where these stairs were. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And do you have a photo? Have you seen a photograph today of that, of the front door being open with the light cascading down?
No.
You've not seen that today?
Not with the front door open. I haven't seen a picture of the front door.
All right. But describe then for the jury how wide this front door was open.
It's half, maybe a little more than half.
About halfway open?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the front gate, you described for us how Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's legs were under that gate, and we saw a picture of that.
Not under the gate.
Well, close proximity to the gate.
It's under the
fence.
The gate is on the other side of the walkway.
Under the fence, properly put. And this gate was open, is that correct?
That's right.
And describe again how far open was it?
It was completely open when we got there.
Like wide open, is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one side of the gate, describe for us how the gate mechanism worked, if you recall. On the side, do you know, was there a buzzer on one side and a handle on the other side?
There was a call box, but I don't know if it was electronic or manual. I really don't know.
All right. While you were there that night, you described for us how in going through the shrubbery, you came up to a call box.
Right.
Did you test that call box while you were there?
No, I didn't.
While you were there up until about 7:15 in the morning, did you see any police officers dust that call box for any prints?
I really don't recall, no.
Did you find out whether or not the call box was operable? That is, by that, did anybody go inside, have the call box pressed, and check it inside to see if it worked?
Not in my presence, no.
Not in your presence?
No.
You didn't do it personally?
No, I didn't.
While you were there, did you see, and I think we saw some pictures this morning, that there was some kind of a handle on both sides of that particular gate that was open, right? Remember a door handle?
Of the rear gate, I don't remember seeing any pictures of the front gate.
All right. Now we'll think back in your mind's eye of the front gate. Do you recall it having handles on the front gate?
I don't recall if it did or not.
You don't recall?
No.
Wait a second. I want to make sure if we have to.
Certainly.
cut these things.
Certainly.
Can we cut the feed? I want to.
Yes.
Hello, Aaron. Good to see you.
We'd like Peter to put this up, so we don't know if we can. Now, I understand this is plaintiff's 42 for identification. Now, can you look at your monitor there, and you see there's appears to be a handle where I'm pointing with the laser disc. Is that on the inside?
That's a call box, sir.
Okay. No, I'm not. No.
I don't think
You can't
he's
see. You
looking
can't.
at
Sorry.
the arrow, not the.
Call box is to the left where there's an arrow. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay. I want you to look to the right of that particular photograph. You see a door knob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where the arrow is now located. You
Yes,
see a door
sir.
knob? All right. Did you notice that night?
I did, but I just didn't make any mention of it.
All right. And there were doorknobs on both sides of that.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And while you were there, did you ever see any police or any police technicians dust those two doorknobs for fingerprints?
No, sir.
And you never did anything with regard to determining how you got that gate open, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, after you made the initial phone call to Sergeant Rossi, you came back outside, is that correct?
That's correct.
At that point, you had not discovered the children, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had not discovered the ice cream?
Right.
All right.
Cartman, do you need this photograph any longer?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Let me take it down, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
And you came back outside,
That's
is that correct? And how long before you went back in the house again?
I would say less than 5 minutes.
So in a short period of time, you went back in the house again
Yes,
with
sir.
anyone else or by yourself?
With Officer Wally.
All right, you and Officer Wally went inside the house?
Yes, sir.
And when you went in this second time, what time was it, sir?
I could only guess.
Your best estimate.
12:35, 12:40.
All right, so within a half hour of the time you arrived there, at any rate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your purpose was to look to see if there were any other victims, any other people inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
And was that when you became aware or formed the opinion, as you stated, that Mr. O.J. Simpson was somehow involved in this?
Yes.
And
Well, actually, when I made an initial phone call.
now you noticed it when you made the first phone call, and you saw some correspondence with Mr. Simpson's name on it,
As a return address, yes.
and this was a letter of some kind.
Just an envelope.
All right. Now, you'd never been to that location before, had you?
Never.
Did you have occasion to check the mail? Was their name on the mailbox at all that night?
I didn't look at the mailbox, no.
This was the first thing that you saw with the name on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
A letter with a return address to Mr. O.J. Simpson.
That's correct.
In your mind, you thought that meant he was somehow involved in this?
Well, with the pictures on the wall and the family pictures and the letter.
All right, let's talk about that. What pictures on the wall did you see?
There was a lithograph on the north wall of the residence.
And this lithograph was of whom?
Of O.J. Simpson, I believe.
In what position? What was he doing?
I believe it was in playing football.
He He was wearing a football uniform?
Yes, sir.
Wearing number 32?
I really don't recall.
Right. But you recognized him?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what else did you see with regard to Mr. O.J. Simpson's photograph?
There were some family photos as you enter the front door. There's like a wall before you get to the dining room that had photos in it.
All right. And what photographs did you see there, sir?
There's just a bunch of photos. I really don't know.
And did you see children in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson in those photographs?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. O.J. Simpson in those photographs?
I seem to recall, but I can't be positive if he was in those photos.
All right. That's your best recollection now.
Yes,
You
sir.
think you saw it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is now, so did you observe this during the first time you went in there and you called Sergeant Rossi?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything else at that point during this first time that you went inside?
No, just the envelope with his name on it by the phone.
All right. Now, then when you came back in 5 minutes or so later with Officer Wally, did you then go inside and upstairs in the unit?
Yes, sir.
Describe this unit for us. Can you tell us how many bedrooms that unit had?
I believe it has 3.
And about, are you pretty good at estimating square footage?
No.
I was going to ask you, how large was this unit?
It's probably maybe 20 by 100. I don't know.
All right. Just your best estimate.
Yeah.
You're only in there with this one couple times, right?
Twice. Actually, 3 times.
All right. So you then, on the second occasion, is that when you went upstairs?
Yes.
And when you went upstairs, you found the 2 juveniles asleep. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point, they were awakened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This was a young lady and a young man.
Right.
A male and female. Is that correct?
Right.
Did you and Officer Wally bring them down at that point during the time of your second encounter into the residence?
Yes.
And of course, you took them out the back way. Is that correct?
Out the back.
And in going out the back way, the female young lady showed you how to open the garage door.
That's correct.
You were able to get them out that way and leave in the alleyway. Is that correct?
Right.
And so that we're clear, that Jeep that we've been talking about, that's a black Jeep, isn't it? Isn't that black?
I believe it's dark green.
Are you colorblind? Let me rephrase this way. Do you have any problem with colors?
No.
All right. Your recollection is that it's a dark green Jeep?
It's a dark green. It's just a dark color. I think it's dark green.
You think it's dark green? All right.
As far as I recall.
Okay. If you were to see a picture of it, would that help you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's put up the Jeep on the L19 and we'll get the number. You're looking at that. Are you able to discern from your monitor the color of that?
No, I'm not.
Just dark. That's all
Just
you can tell.
dark.
All right. Thank you, Bacon. People's 52? All right. So when you came outside, were you with Officer, as he's bringing it up closer, does that help you at all with regard to the color?
Not really, no. It's not really well lit.
All right. So you can't tell?
No.
Just dark. Okay. When you came outside with Officer Wally and the 2 minor children, they were taken to the station by some other police officers?
That's correct.
And did you have any further conversation with either of the minors when you took them downstairs?
No, I didn't.
They then left the scene at some point, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, before I forget, with regard to the photograph that we showed showing the 2 doorknobs on both sides of the front gate, I think we printed that out. I think the next exhibit is Defendant's 1005. May I mark that D1005, Your Honor?
Yes.
And there's an arrow on that, and also an arrow at the call box. And I'll have that marked by Your Honor's clerk.
Thank
now, inside that location, you also described for us that you saw a tub of water in the bathtub. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever touch that water to see whether it was hot or cold?
No,
or
I
whatever?
didn't.
And were there any pictures taken of that water?
I really don't know.
You don't know? You never saw any, did you?
No.
Did you ever?
Objection, Your Honor. There's facts not evidence that this witness has seen the photographs.
Overruled.
Photographs in this case.
Overruled.
Could you tell whether or not someone had taken a bath already from that water?
No.
Did you see any children's toys in and around the bathtub?
No.
Do you recall looking for that?
No, I don't.
All right, you just looked and saw some water in there. That was pretty much it. Is that right?
I was more worried about having a person in there than toys. I didn't see any, no.
I understand. So your answer is you didn't really look and see, right?
That's correct.
I understand. Now, with regard to the master bedroom that you've described for us, there's a master bedroom and a master bathroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the bathtub we've been talking about is in the master bedroom, right? Or off
The
from it?
master bath.
Okay. Now, with regard to this bed, did the bed look as though somebody had been in that bed that night?
It just, the covers were probably in the middle. I couldn't tell.
All right. It was an unmade bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say the covers were piled in the middle, it wasn't as though the bed was made up, in other words, right?
Right.
Did you make any other phone calls from inside the residence at that time?
No, sir.
And then, did you have a third time in which you went back inside the residence?
Yes.
Is that when you went up on the landing? The third time when you went back, when was that?
The third time I went in with Detective Furman and Phillips.
Is that when you went up on the landing?
I went up on the landing the second time I was in there too.
Okay, so 2 times you went on the landing. is
That's
that right?
correct.
That's when you made the observations. Now, with regard to the time that everyone arrived there, I'm going to show you what purports to be an LAPD crime scene log, which purports to have the time that various individuals were logged into the scene. And I want to see whether or not this will refresh your recollection regarding certain individuals. I'll mark this, as the clerk pleases, D-1006, Your Honor, and I'll show it to counsel.
Noted 1006.
Place this before you. It's a 2-page document, Your Honor, D-1006. Now, Officer Risky, let's first of all take you and your partner were the first to arrive. That would be Risky and Terrazzo, right?
Terrazas.
And has you arriving at about 12:20 and leaving about 7:15. Is that generally accurate?
That's accurate what it says. That's not accurate what happened.
Okay, but that's what it says on this log, right?
That's correct.
Okay, because you actually arrived at 12:13, right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know who was keeping this log that night?
I believe it was Officer Cummings.
Okay, and did you yourself sign into this log that night?
No, I signed out. I didn't sign in.
Okay, you never signed in? All right. I want you to look down. Let's see if we can find Phillips and Furman were partners that night. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So what times indicate that Phillips and Furman arrived at the location?
2:10.
That would be 2:10 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Does that comport with your memory that they were there somewhere after 2 o'clock in the morning hours?
Yes, sir, but I don't know how accurate it is again, because I didn't fill it out.
But the log does say 2:10, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was Officer Cummings' job? Is that
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
And he arrived at the scene within about 10 minutes of the time you arrived, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So once they arrived at 2:10, Furman and Phillips were then the officers in charge, is that correct?
After we showed them what we had, showed them the crime scene, yes.
All right, because they were the homicide detectives, is that right?
Right.
All right. And then, it's true, is it not, that did Detectives Van Adder and Lang come before you left at 7:15 or 7:20 in the morning?
That's correct.
And when Van Adder and Lang came, they were the ones in charge because they came from robbery homicide downtown, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Do you know about what time they arrived?
No, I don't.
You don't know?
No.
Again, if I might approach again, Your Honor, I'll ask you to take a look at the log and see if this may tend to refresh your recollection for Van Adder.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation here. There's no demonstration of this witness.
No foundation, that's the objection, correct? You can use anything to refresh recollection.
I'm not, that's not the basis of my objection.
All right, let me see it sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran, proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I want you to, by the way, let me ask you one other question. You were present when officers Van Adder and Lang came, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you knew they were from robbery homicide, did you not?
I was told they were from robbery homicide.
Okay. Who told you that?
I believe before they got there, Furman told me they were coming to take over the case.
All right. And you knew Furman before that particular evening. You worked in the same division with him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what I want you to do now is to take a look at defendants 1006 for identification, and I want to ask you whether or not a review of the times logged by Officer Cummings refreshes your recollection of the approximate times that Van Adder and Lang arrived in the early morning hours on June 13th, 1994.
Well, I can tell you what time it says, but I was in the back when they got there. I don't know how long they were out front.
Okay. Would it be correct, and well, without telling us what it says, would you agree that they arrived sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, from the time they arrived after 4 o'clock in the morning, they were then the ones in charge of this investigation. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned that you'd had this conversation with Detective Furman, and you knew him before that night. Is that correct?
I had seen him. I didn't know him personally.
All right. You'd never been on a particular homicide scene where you'd been the investigator?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
Just in passing.
When you were inside the residence at some point, you and Furman were inside the residence, weren't you talking?
Yes.
In fact, you were in the back talking where the ice cream was?
No, we're in the kitchen.
Well, the kitchen's not too far from where the ice cream was on the landing. Is that correct?
50 feet, maybe. I don't know.
All right, about 50 feet. All right. But at some point, the two of you were back by the ice cream also, weren't you?
Just when we entered the residence together.
Okay, when you came back in the back way.
Right.
All right. And when you were in there talking, did you talk about, did the subject matter of O.J. Simpson come up in the conversation?
No.
The two of you never discussed that?
No, we didn't.
That time? Now, at any time while you were inside, in any of the three times that you were inside this location, did you ever at any time see this photographer inside the location?
No, I didn't.
You never saw him take any pictures, did you?
Not inside, no.
Now, with regard to this crime scene, without putting the photographs back up, from the sidewalk to where Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body was located, would you agree that that was approximately 10 to 12 feet, that general area?
Seems like it'd be a little farther.
All right, well, give us your best estimate.
15, 20 feet.
You place it somewhere 15 to 20 feet?
Yes, sir.
It's from the sidewalk to where she was located, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the front of that property, sir, to the back, all the way to that back gate, can you give us an estimate of how many feet that would be?
I'd only be guessing. I don't know.
Well, not, now you told us how many times you walked this, and we want to get your best estimate. Not a guess, your best estimate, sir.
130 feet, 140 feet.
All right, if I were to tell you that it was more like about 160 feet, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I didn't pace it off. I don't know.
All right, so let's assume it's 150 to 160 feet.
Objection. No. Seems that's not evidence. No
So
foundation.
I asked him to assume that.
Overall, it's a
Thank you.
hypothetical question.
All right.
But I think we need a little, hold on. I think we need a little, from where to where, the sidewalk to
All
the
right.
mid-alley,
Yes, Your Honor.
where's the property line? What are we talking about here?
Certainly, Your Honor. Assume from that front gate, near where the body was found, female body was found, to the rear gate. That's the distance we're talking about. Would you put that in the area of, you said 130, 140 feet, something like that?
It seems a little long, but if you say so.
Well, no. I want your best estimate.
From gate to gate, I would estimate 120 maybe.
120 feet? All right. And as I understand, I understand that's just an estimate. In that area, at least in the front part of the gate, there was a lot of blood flowing down toward Bundy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a lot of blood there. Would you agree with
Yes.
that? Okay. As we've seen in the pictures. And going back toward the back gate, in what you call 120 feet, Do I understand that what you found was 4 blood drops in this 120 feet? Is that correct? With 1 blood drop out in the alleyway?
I didn't count them, I don't know.
Today you don't know how many there were altogether?
I didn't count them, I don't know.
All right, you don't know how many there were?
No.
All right. Whatever number you had, there was a certain number inside the gate and a certain number outside the gate.
That's
Is that
correct.
Now, when you saw this photographer in the backyard, in the back area there, in the alleyway, taking pictures, it was still dark outside at that point, is that
Right.
correct? Do you know what time the photographer arrived there?
No, I don't.
You have no idea?
No, I don't.
You don't know his name either?
No, I don't.
When you saw him in the back alleyway, what was he taking pictures of?
When I first saw him, he was taking a picture north from Dorothy, north through the alley. I saw him take a couple pictures of the rear of the residence. He took a couple pictures of the vehicles, I believe.
All right, if I can approach again.
Yes.
Let's see if we can look at this together and figure out which one's the photographer. Over here where it says SID photos, would that be an indication that's probably the photographer?
Yes, sir.
And what does it show his name?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's hearsay. He can read it to himself to see if it refreshes it.
Read this to yourself and tell me whether or not this refreshes your recollection of the name of the photographer from SID.
I never knew his name, I don't know.
All right, this doesn't refresh your recollection?
No.
All right, do you remember that he had arrived there? About what time he arrived there? You don't know that either?
No, I don't.
What time was it that you saw him in the rear of the location, sir?
It was after I had shown Furman and Phillips a house and came back out.
And what time would that be?
Sometime around 3,
Around 3 o'clock in the morning?
I believe. I'm not positive.
Again, that's your best estimate, around 3 o'clock in the morning? And that's when you saw him taking these pictures in the rear, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you pointed out in the course of your direct examination that you understood it was very important not to traipse through and track through this particular crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described for us on many occasions during Ms. Clark's direct examination the great pains you took not to walk through this blood or any so-called footprints, right?
That's correct.
And because you knew it was very important to try and preserve the integrity of the evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
You knew that either the detectives or someone of the direction of the detectives, a criminalist, would come out and try to mark these various exhibits, is that correct?
Right.
In fact, you also described for us that at some point you saw some blood on the rear gate of the location there.
Correct.
You described for us, remember that?
Yes.
By the way, you never at any time ever saw the photographer take any pictures of the blood which you claimed you saw on that rear gate, did you?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that the first pictures taken of that blood was on July?
Facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Let me phrase it this way, Your Honor. Were you aware of whether or not any photographs were ever taken on June 13th, 1994, of this blood that was supposedly on that rear gate on that date?
No, sir.
Do you know what date they got back out there to take those photographs,
No, I
if
don't.
ever?
Objection, that assumes facts not evidence.
Oh, he knew. Were you?
Answer will stand.
Thank you. Were you present at any time any pictures were taken of the supposed blood on the rear gate?
No.
May I put this exhibit up here?
Which exhibit?
It's the one of the photographs of the rear gate. This, for the record, Your Honor, is 53A. So that we're clear, Officer Risky, these photographs depicted on 53A, you never saw those taken on June 13th, did you?
No, I didn't.
In fact, while you were still out there on June 13th, before you left, have they started hosing down that area yet?
No.
You didn't come back on any date after that, did you?
Just in passing to chase away looky-loos and stuff.
That was during just the course of your patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in the course of your patrol duties, after June 13th, you became aware that somebody hosed down this entire area, did you not?
I assume they hosed it down after they were done.
All right. You saw the blood was up at some point, did you not?
Right.
You know when that was, sir?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
The photographs Ms. Clark showed you to your left with regard to the exhibits and the supposed blood on the rear gate at Bundy, those were not taken when you were there on June 13th, were they?
Of the gate?
Yes, the gate.
No, sir.
And I see some dark, powdery substance on the rear gate. Your Honor, this is on 53A. You know what that dark coloring is on that gate?
It would be an assumption.
Give us your police officer.
I'd assume it's print dust.
All right, was that print dust on there when you were there that night?
No,
That's something that was put on after, is that correct?
that's correct.
So when you left at 7:15 on June 13th, that print dust wasn't there, was it?
No,
When you were out there on June 13th up to the time that you left at 7:15, you didn't see anybody out with one of these little rulers saying, Los Angeles Police Department, Scientific Investigation Division, Photographic Section, as depicted on 53D. You didn't see that?
no, I didn't.
And as best you can tell in looking at 53A from your vantage point there, those purport to be photographs numbered of the rear gate at Bundy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever seen any photographs in connection with this case of pictures taken of the front gate at Bundy?
Not specifically of the front gate, no.
Now, as a police officer of some 4 years' experience, you're aware of how photographs are taken sequentially so that the numbers, you try not to mix up the numbers when you're taking photographs. Is that a fair statement? You're trained not to do that?
I don't take pictures with numbers by them. I'm sorry. I don't know.
You have no knowledge of that?
I've seen them take pictures. I've seen them number evidence, but I have no knowledge of how they do it.
All right. I'd like to, Your Honor, mark another photograph if I can. I'll mark this. Defendant's 1007, D1007. I'd like to approach Judge Counsel. I'm going to place the defendant's 1007 before you. And do you recognize that man depicted in that photograph?
I don't know his name, but I recognize him.
Okay, who is he?
I believe he works for SID.
As a criminalist?
Yes, sir.
With the name Fung, F-U-N-G, ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see this man, Mr. Dennis Fung, at the crime scene while you were there?
No, I didn't.
He wasn't there when you were there, was he?
No.
And he appears to be in D1007, pointing to an area near the top of the fence. This is the fence that's depicted here on 53A, is that correct?
Top of the gate, yes.
Top of the gate. And you don't know what date this picture, this photograph was taken, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. I next want to mark, Your Honor, if I can, D1008. And I'll show it to counsel. It's a photograph also of a fence on the property.
All right.
I want you to look at this photograph, D1008. It has a number 116, a card with 116 thereon. And I want you to see whether or not you recognize that particular photograph.
Looks like a picture of a gate, but
All right, do you know which gate that is on the property?
I can make an assumption.
Well, no, not an assumption. Do you know which one it is?
Both the gates look the same. I don't know.
All right. How many gates are there altogether?
It's 2.
And there's the rear gate, right, we've been talking about?
That's correct.
And where's this other gate?
In the front.
There's one near the front?
Yes.
All right. So can you look at this and tell whether this is in the front or in the rear?
I'd say that one's in the front.
You think this is in the front? All right. Now, if this one's in the front, if D1008 is in the front, do you think it unusual that it has a number 116 on it when you turn and look to your right at 53B, it has a number 116.
Witnesses indicated he has no knowledge of the
Sustained.
May I finish? May we
Sustained.
approach, Your Honor? May we approach? May we approach on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Court reporter has to... All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to D 1008, which you've indicated you believe to be number 116 on the front gate, were you present when this photograph was taken?
No.
All right. Describe that at some point, when Detective Phillips and Furman were still in charge, I presume, or at some point that morning, strike the latter part, that Detective Phillips came to you and asked you for directions to the Rockingham residence?
It was either Phillips or Furman. I know Phillips gave me a phone and one of them asked me directions.
All right, well, let's think back in your mind's eye. Did Furman ever say to you that he'd been to that location before that morning?
To
the Rockingham residence, Mr. O.J. Simpson's
No.
home? Never said that?
No.
All right. This was preparatory to the officers going over to the Rockingham residence?
That's correct.
So by that time, Van Adder and Lang were also present, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Detective Van Adder knew how to get over to that location,
No.
having worked West Los Angeles?
No.
By that time, Van Adder and Lang would then be the ones in charge, isn't that correct?
I assume so, yes.
I mean, once they arrived at the scene?
Right.
So, was it your understanding all four of these detectives, Van Adder, Lang, Furman, and Phillips, were going to Rockingham?
That's correct.
And did you see them leave at some point to go to that location?
No. Phillips gave me a phone. That's the last time I saw him.
Now, when Phillips gave you a phone, what kind of phone was this? A cellular phone
It
or
was a
something?
cellular phone.
And it's one of those little handheld cellular phones?
That's correct.
And was that phone owned by the city of Los Angeles?
I don't know. He just gave me a phone and said if he needed anything, he'd call me. That was...
And you don't know where that phone came from?
No.
Did you ever seen it before?
No.
He just handed it to you?
That's correct.
And what time of evening or early morning was that Detective Phillips handed you this cell phone?
It was just before they left. I don't know what time it was.
All right. Was it light yet, sir, at that point?
No, it wasn't.
Still dark, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that all four of these detectives were going to leave to go over to Mr. O.J. Simpson's house?
That was my understanding, yes.
Had you shared with them the fact that you saw an envelope with a return address to Mr. Simpson inside the house? Have you told anybody that?
I don't think so, no.
Had any of these officers, other than Furman that you know of, been inside to see the photos on the wall?
Just Phillips. Phillips, myself.
All right. And do you recall having any conversation at all with Van Adder or Lang about where O.J. Simpson lived?
No, I don't.
All right. Now, when Phillips handed you this cellular phone, you kept it in your possession?
That's correct.
Did you ever give it back to him that morning?
Yes, I did.
And what time was that you gave it back to him, sir, if you recall?
It was when he and Furman returned to the scene. I don't know what time it was.
You know what time? You don't know what time that was?
No.
While you have that phone, did you make any phone calls on that cellular phone?
No.
Do you know whether or not Phillips had a second phone?
I don't know. He just gave me a phone.
Well, when he gave you the phone, he said, call me if you need me?
No, he said, we'll call if we need anything.
Said, we'll call,
That's correct.
meaning the 4 detectives, one of the 4,
Whoever.
would call you back.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen a log of Detective Phillips's phone calls made that particular morning?
No.
And while you had the phone in your possession, you never made any calls, right?
That's correct.
What time do you think that Detective Phillips returned from the Rockingham residence? At the time you gave him the phone back?
I would estimate sometime around 6:30 in the morning.
About 6:30?
Maybe a little later, I'm not sure.
About how long would you say they were gone?
I'd say a little over an hour.
Would you, as you search your memory, do you think that they left somewhere around 5:30 and came back about 6:30 or 6:40?
I'm not positive what time they left, no, sir.
Did you keep the phone on your person at all times during that hour?
It was on the dash of my patrol car, yes.
Was anybody else in the patrol car with you at that time?
My partner was near it, but not in it, no.
Do you know whether or not he used it?
Nobody could have used it. It didn't work.
It didn't work?
No, battery was dead.
It had gone, the battery had gone down
That's
at
correct.
that point? So when you gave the phone, this cellular phone back to Phillips, the battery had gone down. Is that right? Or it was down?
That's correct.
How do you know it was down? You tried to use it?
Because I believe they called, they either had a black and white with them and they used a radio to contact us, or they had another phone. Because I had tried to see if the phone was broken and it wasn't working at all.
So when you tried to use it and it didn't work during that time?
I turned it on to see if they were trying to call us, and it was dead.
You couldn't turn it on?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I want to mark this at this point as defendant's next in order. D 1009. Do you happen to know the number of that particular phone?
No, I don't.
Sure. And I presume you don't know the number of the phone that you had at that
That's
particular
correct.
evening. Now, when you wrote out a report regarding your observations that particular morning, isn't that correct?
I would call it a report, a statement.
Okay, well, you wrote out a statement about your involvement on that particular morning?
Yes.
And in writing that statement out, you tried to be, of course, as accurate as you could? Did you?
I wrote what actions we took. I didn't write all the evidence I saw, no.
All right. The question is, did you try to be as accurate as you could in the report?
Yes, for what I wrote.
When you were in the academy, you had occasion to learn how to write reports, did you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time, Officer Risky, did you write this report? Do you recall?
I would say around 4:30.
All right, let me approach, and I'd like to mark this D 1010, Your Honor.
All right, D1010.
D1010, I'd like to approach it. And I'm going to show you this report. First of all, and ask you if this printing is yours, first of all. Officer Risky. Look at D1010. Is that yours?
Yes, sir.
And is this printing your printing?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn it over. There purports to be a signature here.
That's mine.
Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And it has a, is that your number as an LAPD officer?
Yes, sir.
West LA Patrol? And 6/13/94, what time is that?
5:15.
And so you wrote this report while you were still at the scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you write this report? Where were you when you wrote it?
I was in a rear alley, sitting in my car.
All right, were you accompanied by anybody at that point?
My partner, Officer Terrazas.
And he wrote a report also?
Yes.
Did you both write them at the same time?
No.
Who wrote their report first, if you recall?
I believe he did.
I think he proceeded first?
Yes.
And is it fresh your recollection that you wrote your report at about 5:15 in the morning?
That's correct.
Now, in this report, you don't, in any place in this report, indicate that you went inside the residence, used the phone, called Sergeant Rossi, saw an envelope with O.J. Simpson's name, return address thereon, and felt he was in any way involved. You don't mention that, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you want to take a look and see?
I don't believe it's in here.
Why don't you read it yourself, first of all, and then ask some questions.
Okay.
Have you read that to yourself?
Yes, sir.
And you don't see anywhere in that report where you mention going in and using Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's phone, do you?
No.
In fact, what you indicate specifically is that, and I'll quote, I then observed bloody footprints on the steps and landing behind victim 1. Footprints were headed westbound on the sidewalk between 873 and 875 South Bundy. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
I then observed the front door of 875 South Bundy to be standing open. You wrote that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
My partner and I then backed out and requested a supervisor, additional units, R/A. What does R/A mean?
Rescue ambulance.
So now, when you said you backed out and requested a supervisor, was that Sergeant Rossi? Your
Sergeant
supervisor?
Kuhn.
Sergeant Kuhn? And you didn't write that on there that you went inside and made a call to your immediate supervisor, did you?
No.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about how you put up this yellow tape to secure the scene. You recall that?
That's correct.
And again, that was an effort to try and keep intruders out. Is that correct?
Right.
Police officers, however, were free to come and go inside that scene. Isn't that correct?
No.
They weren't free to come and go?
No.
There weren't a number of police officers who walked inside that scene?
No, there weren't.
And is that during the time you were there?
During the time I was there, right?
You can't speak what happened later, can you?
No.
But while you were there...
Objection made there as opposed to, is that the same?
Overruled. While you were there, when the yellow tape was up, give us the names of the officers who walked inside the residence there, or inside this crime scene, inside the yellow tape area. Should you give us those names?
Just inside the crime scene?
Yes, and who were in and around the area there at the Bundy crime scene.
Well, objection to the next page.
What, inside the tape? Inside
the tape.
Your question was compound and
Okay, Your Honor, let me
complex.
make it clear. Okay, all right? Thank you. Now, with regard to the crime scene, I want you to tell the court and jury the officers who were given any access inside either the front gate or the back gate or the residence there at Bundy while you were there.
Sustained.
All right. Can you tell us the names of any officers who were given access to the Bundy crime scene while you were there?
Well, the Bundy crime scene encompasses a large area.
I understand that. So tell me the names of the officers.
I'd have to look at a log or something.
All right. May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
With 1006?
Yes.
Place before you D1006, and you can look at this. This will refresh your recollection, and you can tell the court and jury which officers, if any, were given such access?
There was myself and Officer Terrazas, Sergeant Kuhn, Officer Wally, Officer Glorioso was in the back, Phillips and Furman, Sergeant Rossi, and the detectives.
All right. Anybody else that you can recall at this point?
No.
What about Lieutenant Spangler? Did he come at some point?
He came. Yes, he was in the rear.
All right, so he's a lieutenant. He could get inside, couldn't he?
Yes, sir.
So let's see if we can count them. It would be Risky and Terrazas, 2. Cummings and Sanchez, 4.
Cummings and Sanchez weren't in the crime scene.
Okay, they were not. Okay, Sergeant Kuhn was?
Yes.
3. What about Captain Zeman? He wasn't there?
He was, I believe he was at the tape. That was it. He didn't go across the tape. I saw him at the tape.
Okay. McGowan and Wally.
It's actually McGowan. It's not McGowan.
Okay. McGowan?
Right. He didn't go in the crime scene. Wally did.
Wally did. So 2, 3, 4.
They weren't.
5.
They weren't there.
Okay. 4. What about Hyder and Vasquez?
No, they went to the foot of the alley and took the 2 children to the station.
What about Glorioso?
Glorioso was in the rear.
All right. And then the 2 detectives?
That's correct.
And then, of course, the other 2 detectives from robbery homicide.
And Sergeant Rossi. I don't see his name.
Okay, Rossi. Okay. And possibly photographer?
Not. Well, he went on the grass, if you consider that in the crime scene.
Well, he's in the back taking pictures, wasn't he?
Right.
All right. And then Van Adder and Lang, is that correct?
Right.
Can you call any others at this point, sir?
No.
Is there a Captain Gartland from Homicide Detectives who arrived right about 7:20? Did you see him that morning?
I was gone. I left at 7:15.
Okay, so you didn't see Captain Gartland?
No.
Now, I want to show you now a picture, or 3 pictures I'd like to show counsel and ask you whether or not you can recognize this particular officer. I'll show these 3 pictures to counsel.
All right, with the court reporter, please. And I'm sorry, Madam Reporter, why don't you stay there? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a evidentiary issue I need to resolve, and I'm going to need to watch a videotape out of your presence, obviously, on all of the gizmos here. So I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room, and hopefully this will just take a few moments. All right, Madam Reporter, why don't you set up again? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated.
The video is on a laser disc, Your Honor. We've previously dealt with this before. Counsel have seen it. I'd like to show it to the court again at this point.
All right, at this point, your purpose of showing the videotape is to ask Officer Risky if he recognizes the officer who's depicted.
These officers, they're on, Your Honor. And should he, I think perhaps you should step out while we're doing this, Your Honor.
All right. Officer Risky, why don't you step outside and don't talk to anybody while you're out there. Thank you. Also, if there's a TV monitor out there, don't watch the monitor.
Your Honor, the additional issue of the discovery of this video, we've never been provided a copy of this video.
Well, let's see it first. You may not have an objection to it once you've seen it.
They've seen it before, Your Honor.
How long is this excerpt?
Not very long. We all sat here and watched this before.
Not very long doesn't tell me enough.
Okay, Your Honor. Well, 6-7 minutes, all right?
All right.
5-6 minutes.
This is the same videotape they tried to do before, with the same problem.
No.
I don't know that yet.
That was a problem.
All right. Mr. Cochran?
This supposed search for truth, counsel goes to great pains through over and over again to talk about how this crime scene is protected. We're going to be able to demonstrate, Your Honor, in one of those photographs, there are 9 or 10 people in this little tiny area, Your Honor, that they've got in there. We can identify a lot of those people from the coroner's office. We know what time they got there, shortly after 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning on the 13th. What we're trying to show here is that, it's not, they would like to have everything their way where they could show that everybody walked around and did all these things, but that's not the truth. And why would they want to mislead this jury? And the facts are, we'll be able to establish it, and I should be able to ask this officer whether or not he represents, whether or not he recognizes Lang, whether or not he recognizes Van Adder, whether or not he recognizes Rogers, and any number of other officers that he may recognize who are walking through that scene in this particular area. And we know that the bodies are not moved till the coroner gets there, and they're there at that particular time. So I think the video is very clear. With regard to the officer, it seems to me that these seem to be sequential of a person walking right in the crime scene. And I think we'll be able to establish that at some point they hosed this area down when they didn't need it anymore, and this officer's walking right through there. And it's just as though the detectives are walking through there. There may be a sheet or whatever down, but you can see on some of these videos, Judge, some people are wearing gloves, some people aren't. Some people have booties on their shoes, some people don't. But there are like 8 or 9 people crowded in this little area. And that's quite contrary to what Ms. Clark has tried to tell this jury. And that's not the truth.
Ms. Clark?
No, the truth of the matter is that this crime scene was handled appropriately. Mr. Cochran would like to show photographs out of context, out of time, and out of sequence, and in one case even trying to misrepresent that 3 photographs are of one person, and the more closely we look, the more we realize it's not even the same person in those 3 photographs, trying to mislead and confuse this jury, and all we're asking for is fairness here. We want the jury to get the truth. We want it to be untwisted and undistorted by counsel in an effort to twist their minds. We want them to get the truth. If the jury concludes that the crime scene was not properly handled, so be it, but at least I want them to make that conclusion based on the way the truth is, what the evidence really is, not some distorted, twisted version of it that counsel wants to give them. Taking these photographs out of context, time context that is a real problem. At some point, we have to release every crime scene, and not just this one. It doesn't get preserved for all eternity. What happens, as the court is very familiar with, is that they go in, they take the photographs, they collect the evidence, and at some point we have to clean up the place and move on. Now, this crime scene was washed down, but not till a few days afterwards, as far as I recall. It was washed down by the family. Prior to that time, though, on the 13th, everything was collected and preserved at some point, after which people were, I'm sure, walking on it, but at that point it no longer mattered. The evidence was collected, and it was photographed, and it was diagrammed, everything was done. And when that's all done, then yes, people will walk through a crime scene. Eventually they have to. Otherwise, we're going to have sections of this entire city where no one can walk for all eternity because it was a crime scene. My God, most of downtown LA would be untouchable. So there's just no way that we could possibly use these photographs for any probative value unless we establish what the time was. If the time is demonstrated to be at a point in time when this officer indicates it was carefully cordoned off and no uniforms were allowed in, or very, very few, then that's one thing. Or at a time when he's saying we're all walking up the left side of the pathway in the shrubbery to avoid the blood in the walkway, and the time shows that this occurred when he claims it couldn't have, that's impeaching. But at this point, it's not impeaching, it's distorting, it's confusing, and it's misleading, and that's all it is. And under 352, the court has an obligation to make sure that the jury is not so misled. You should also know that the counter that the court sees on the tape that they played for you is not even the counter from the video. It's the counter from the laser disc that counsel has, which is irrelevant to everything in this case. Counsel knows the real time. He knows it, Your Honor, and he's deliberately hiding it from this court. And he wants to hide it from this jury as well, so that they will be misled and confused, and that's the problem. I don't care if the jury sees this videotape. If it's put in the correct time frame, then they have a right to see it. The problem is that this is a cut-up, chopped-up version of something where counsel has conveniently deleted everything that doesn't support his argument and has deleted the time that would give it any probative value or even any impeaching value. So at this point, we have no upside. There is no probative value. We have only the prejudicial value of misleading and confusing this jury. And until counsel can establish the accurate time when these photographs were taken, when the video clips were taken, it should never be shown to the jury this way.
Sure.
Two more issues, Your Honor. We have never been given a copy of this tape, although counsel promised it to us, a month ago? We should have had it, and we should have had a chance to review it. And that's another discovery issue. They've had it, obviously, for quite some time. The court ordered them to give it to us. They never have, and we still don't have it. We need to know what kind of editing machine they used in order...
We don't need to know that.
Do you think we...
No, we don't need to know.
No,
We don't need to know that.
No, the court may not be interested, but the people need to know.
No,
because
we don't need to know that.
But in any case, Your Honor, it's also this officer's testimony that he left at 7:15. And from these photographs, the nature of the sunlight shown, we can see it's much later than that. So we need the real time. We need the real time, or else it's not even impeaching. It's only confusing and misleading and very prejudicial. There is no probative value.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
Briefly.
Counsel talks all this stuff about wanting the truth, and they always want to hide the truth.
Knowing the court reporter has now 4 minutes left of paper.
Thank you, Your Honor. They always want to hide the truth, Your Honor. We have Mr. John Whitney, who helped to shoot, who helped to put this on the laser disc. And that is a laser disc, and the counsel is more than aware of it. They've seen it, and they've had it before. We'll give them a copy of our laser disc, Your Honor, if they want it. The court, this is preposterous for her to stand up, make that argument to right-thinking people in this courtroom and outside. You can see these people stepping over the bodies, Your Honor. Lang is stepping over the bodies. The bodies have not been moved. And she has the temerity, the unmitigated gall to talk about telling the truth about this crime scene. 9 people are gathered around there, and they want to give you a picture that they tiptoed around and never touched anything. That's preposterous, Your Honor. So ultimately, they can have all the theories they want. But as I said before, they're going to be killed by the facts. And I would like, Your Honor, if you have any questions, to address Mr. Whitney about this. This isn't anything we made up. These are the same video they've seen now for the last 2 or 3 weeks. They're more than welcome to our video, Your Honor. We can lay a foundation for this. We can identify these people in that video, and we have a right to show that to this jury. I mean, this is what cross-examination is. We will be able to demonstrate that they did not handle this scene appropriately, Your Honor. We can clock in the video. The worry about clocking in the number, Mr. Whitney, would you address the court? He has knowledge, if the court would allow me to ask him, about the timing on the video also.
I mean, the counter that's going on the laser disc, that really doesn't concern me.
Okay.
Well, I know what counters are on laser discs. I mean, it's not a mystery.
Mr. Douglas advised we give him the tapes also, Your Honor.
We have given them the tapes.
Yes, Your Honor, we gave him the first tape on the Monday when it was discussed. We gave him the second tape last week. I put on the record.
He did.
All right. All right, at this time, and I want to emphasize at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection under 352 and under foundational bases for these reasons. And listen carefully, counsel. One, your offer was that you wanted this officer to look at some of these items and identify who these police officers were. There's no dispute as to who these people are. We all know who they are. It's not a disputed issue. So to waste the court's time to look at a videotape and say, this is Detective Van Adt or this is Detective Lang, that's a waste of the court's time because that's not a fact in dispute. The issue is who had access to the crime scene and when. Without establishing when those videotapes were taken, it's misleading to the jury unless you've got somebody who can say in relatively absolute terms when those videotapes were taken. This witness cannot testify to those things because he testified he was in a car in the back alley until he left the crime scene. That was his assignment. There are certainly other witnesses who were at the front who can testify to these things. This is the wrong witness. And this is the wrong time to bring up this particular issue.
It started out, Your Honor, with us talking about the uniformed officer. And may I just address that for a moment? Where talk about misleading, where we have them go to all this trouble to show all these things. I think I should be permitted to ask them if he recognizes that officer walking right through the scene. Your Honor, the
That
evidence...
one photograph
Yes,
that we have of the back of the officer,
yes.
that one photograph, I'm going to allow you to ask him if he recognizes the person.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
the other stuff,
All right,
that's a factual dispute as to who this is. We may never resolve that.
all right, but I want to ask him. And the others, there'll be Lang and Phillips along, and we'll deal with that, Your Honor.
Right,
And I
that's
asked them to check
the
that
point
record.
I'm making.
They have to tape.
Do you understand the point I'm making?
I heard you loudly and clearly, and I'm ready to proceed with that.
All right, but that videotape is not coming in unless and until somebody comes in and says, I shot that videotape, this is the date and time when I took it. Because the timing is critical here. But this is not the guy to argue with it about. Over it. Ms. Clark.
Yes, with respect to the photograph that counsel is going to show to the witness, until we establish a time frame for that picture, may I ask that we not be shown to the jury?
Well, you just ruled on that.
No, I'm going to let him show that, but you can on cross-examination ask, is there any idea, and we'll tell the jury, I'm sure through your cross-examination, that we have no idea when that was taken. Could have been the next day, could have been 3 days later.
Because even if you can identify the officer, how does that help to time the picture?
Yeah, you ruled on it.
Yeah. All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, hold on just a second. I was going to break at 3:15. Do you want to break now?
Yeah, because I have paper and we're going to make a regular recess at 3:15. That's fine.
I mean, I'll stop now if you want to change court reporters. All right. Court reporter says she just wants to change paper. We'll take a break in about 15. We're going to take a half hour at 3:15.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I'd like to show Officer Risky photograph, which we're going to mark, I guess, as defendants next in order, Your Honor. Is this D1011?
1011.
D1011. Now, Officer Risky, do you recognize that as the crime scene there at Bundy?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the uniform on that man who's walking in the crime scene area?
Looks like a LAPD uniform.
And do you recognize, or from that vantage point, are you able to recognize who that particular police officer is?
No.
Of the names that you gave me earlier, were they all male officers?
Yes.
And of that number, are there any who are particularly buff or who work out regularly?
Overruled. No, not at this point.
Yes.
Tell us which ones who were uniformed out there that day who work out who were particularly buff, the males.
Officer McGowan, but he's black.
It's probably not him.
Are we accounting for body armor in this one as well?
Well, I can ask that question.
Officer Glorioso, he works out.
Glorioso?
Yes, sir. As far as I can recall, that's about it.
Would it be helpful to see the list again of the ones who were?
I know who was there, I just...
All right. But you can't tell us the name of this particular officer?
No, sir.
From that vantage point?
No.
Now, the detectives were dressed in plain clothes, were they?
Yes.
In fact, on one of the photographs that you were asked to look at this morning, we have a photograph of Detective Furman, and did you see him and how he was able to access the area where he was looking for the mid cap, where he was pointing down towards it? Did you see him access that area?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any booties or anything on his shoes at the time he was walking in that area?
No, he didn't.
Were any of the officers wearing any booties on their shoes at all that morning?
No.
Were any of the officers at all using gloves that morning when they were out there?
Not that I recall, no.
Well, I'm looking for a photograph here. Describe for the court and jury, if you would, sir, the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found is a rather small area, is it not?
That's correct.
And in that area, there's some shrubbery,
Yes.
and it's kind of an area that's totally enclosed, is it not?
That's correct.
Can you give us the dimensions of that area where his body was found?
I would estimate 6 by 6, 10 by 6, I'm not sure.
10 by 6? I'm advised that the photograph that I'm looking for, Your Honor, is number 55, which probably the switch should be cut on. Just before we do that, however, let me get back to this area where Mr. Goldman's body was found. What are the dimensions of that area?
I would guesstimate between 6 by 6 and 10 by 6. I'm not sure.
If two men in the approximate area of 5'10", 175 are in there, in that particular area, they pretty much cover that area. Is that a fair statement? They were standing upright in that area?
To cover it?
Yes, sir. It'd be pretty crowded in there, would it not?
Possibly, yes.
Did you step in that area at all?
No, I didn't.
You were on the other side of
On
the
the
fence,
outside
is
of
that
the
right?
fence.
All right, may we see People's 55 for identification? Cut the feed drum.
If we may have a moment, we have some slight confusion as to which is requested.
Place this exhibit. I'll have to get the numbers on the board. Madam Clerk, what number is this? Do we remember? 875 Bundy?
54.
P54. I'll place it up here. So, with regard to P54 for identification, the area that you've described as 10 by 6 or smaller is the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it's bounded by a fence on at least two sides. Is that correct?
Right.
And is there a tree or something to the left of where the body's found there?
I believe he was leaning against a tree, yes.
All right, and do you remember how big that tree was or is?
No, I don't.
Now, with regard to this particular exhibit here, was any of this evidence moved while you were there? This
No.
envelope or any of these items?
No,
And while you were there, it was not moved as far as you know?
it was not moved.
It was not moved at all? All right. Let me see, P55.
You should cut the feed for this photo.
Yes, sir. Yes. Now, can you see it on your monitor?
Yes, sir.
Is that Detective Furman?
Yes, sir.
And the items that he's pointing toward, were they obscured from view under the plant material, plant foliage area that we see?
Partially, yes.
And thank you for making it clear. And he is in that photograph standing over in the dirt area. To his left is where Mr. Goldman's body was found.
That's correct.
And were you still at the scene when this photograph was taken?
Yes, I was.
Was this after you'd been up on the landing and it showed the detectives the various items that you'd seen earlier?
This is after they returned from Rockingham.
All right. You were still there?
Yes.
And so this would be about what time in the morning?
Whatever time they get back, I don't know.
All right.
6:45, I don't know.
All right, 6:45?
I really don't know.
All right. After they returned from Rockingham. At any
Right.
rate. And that's Detective Furman's shoe in that photograph?
That's correct.
Did you see the photographer take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And where was he standing when he took the picture of the photographer?
He was, I believe he was standing on the steps up to the landing. Either that or on the landing itself. I'm not quite sure.
Above where the body was?
Right.
He was somewhere behind this particular detective at the time he took this photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to this photograph here, this is People's 875 South Bundy. People's 54, and I guess this is the second photograph, Your Honor, on the left in the middle. There is a shoe in this photograph also of some officer's shoe without being covered in and about the scene there. Whose shoe is that, do you know?
I have no idea.
Did you see this photograph being taken?
No, I didn't.
That's not your shoe, is it?
No, it isn't.
I have just a second more, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Fine. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I think we're about to lose the easel there.
Yeah, it seems that way, Your Honor. I'll hold it. Madam Clerk, the evidence found at Bundy, number of that one?
No, that hasn't been knocked out.
Can we will be your next one.
You want to mark that as a People's next in order?
Yes, I think it's People's Exhibit, Your Honor.
People's 56.
People's 56? All right, well, this is People's 56, the evidence found at Bundy. I want you to take a look, if you will, at the envelope in these two different photographs, People's 54 and People's 56. First of all, I want you to look at what's been marked 104 on People's 56. You see the envelope here?
Yes, sir.
You see where the grouting on the envelope is across the grouting?
Yes, sir.
Here at 104, do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I want you to look at, is it People's 54, I believe. You see the grouting here?
Yes, sir.
The envelope's on the other side of the grouting?
Yes.
Can you explain how that envelope got moved?
No.
Can't?
No.
Also, it's one other photograph I need, Your Honor.
All right, let's take our recess then at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this point. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any contact with any of the parties in the case, or allow anybody to talk to you. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Let me ask everybody to be seated and be quiet while we're waiting. All right, we're going to reconvene at 4:45, and let me do plating with a rather long day. All right, you're the best dressed jury I've seen in a long time, so let's see what kind of casual clothes you have. All right, let's reconvene at 4:45. All right, and officer, you can step down. You're ordered to come back half hour. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present with his counsel. People are represented. The witness, Mr. Risky, is on the stand right now. The jury is not present. Mr. Cochran, you indicated you wanted to...
That's we're going to be quick, so let me do it after the end of the day. I'll have enough questions to go forward.
Okay.
So let's use the rest of our time.
Okay. Officer Risky, are you a P2? P2. Probably the longest day of your life. All right, let's have the jury, please.
Apparent movement of the envelope, and I now wanted to ask you, if I could, to look at Exhibit 56. And I want to show you on Exhibit 56 two photographs side by side, Your Honor. These aren't otherwise numbered, but if they were, should I make them A through whatever?
Yes.
G and H.
All right.
Of Exhibit 56. I want you to step down if you can and block the others, and I want you to look at the glove under this foliage here, this plant. Can you see it from there?
Yes, sir.
The laser pinpoint?
Yes, sir.
If you'll notice, the fingers of the glove are pointed toward a tennis shoe. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And do you notice that the V part of the glove is almost up against the walkway there? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
I'm indicating that. I'm going to make sure everybody can see that. Do you see?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now I want you to now shift your attention over to this next exhibit where there's a 102 marked herein. Can you see where the V part of the glove is now pointing in another direction?
Yes, sir.
And that the fingers of the glove are now pointed in a different direction also?
Yes,
The glove
sir.
has been moved? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Were you there when this happened?
No, I wasn't.
Now, one of the things that you tried to do at this scene was to preserve it so that evidence was not moved. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Cochran.
yeah, I'd
I'm
like
sorry.
to show it to the other two.
I was about to suggest that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
I'd have some help. I have some. Well, I have some help from these two lawyers. Appreciate it.
I think we're just working with one of these right now. I think we're just working with one of these right now. Well, let's let the jury down at the short end down here take a look. You may.
Now, Officer Risky, first of all, with regard to the envelope, which we talked about first, with regard to the envelope, and this photograph here on, is that 56? People's 56 in identification. You see, Officer Risky, as I pointed out, you see the grouting there and the envelope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Location? The envelope is beyond the grouting?
Yes, sir.
See that? Now, Mr. Douglas, can you put that down just a second? I want to show him the other envelope, the other photograph.
Let's do it this way, Carl. Let's see. I'll do it this way. This way. Excuse
Yeah.
me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, we now have exhibits 56 and 54. What we're trying to demonstrate. You see the grouting, Officer Risky, on this, where the grouting is there in the envelope? You see that?
Yes, sir.
And up here, you see where the grouting is in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
You can see it's been moved in those two pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, from 56 to 54. All right, let's move now, gentlemen, to the 56 with regard to the glove, the location of the glove. For the record, Madam Reporter, we're referring now to People's 56 for identification. Now, Officer Risky, with regard to the glove here in what is now 56G. 56G. You see the V part of the glove there?
Yes, sir, I
Up
do.
against the walkway there?
Yes.
You see the fingers of the glove pointing toward the shoes there, tennis
Yes.
shoes? And if you look to the right at 56H, see the V part of the glove is pointing in a different direction, and the fingers are pointing in a different direction?
Yes.
And in this photograph, 56G, is there also a cap somewhere under this foliage?
Yes, sir.
It's hidden by pretty much by the foliage there.
It'll be right here.
Now, so that we're clear, did I say that?
They can't think.
Thank you. Thank you, John. You may begin. Thank you very much, sir. I believe that you told us earlier that you were present when Detective Furman returned from Rockingham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Although you couldn't tell us the exact time that he got back, it was your belief that he'd been away and had gone to Rockingham for about an hour, and that he returned somewhere perhaps after 6:30. Is that a fair
That's
statement?
correct.
And that the photograph of Furman with nothing on his shoes, but with his shoes in the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found, was taken after he returned back from Rockingham. Is that right?
Right.
And it's clear, is it not, and you recall, do you not, that the coroner, the L.A. County Coroner's Office, had not arrived at that scene by the time that you left at 7:15. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So when you left that morning, both of the bodies were still in their same relative positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
If you know, sir, had the coroner's office been called at all by the time that you left?
I have no idea.
You have no knowledge at all of that? All right, but you know the bodies were still there.
Yes.
So that the pictures which I've just shown you, where the evidence apparently has been moved, while you were there at least, did you see the photographer taking any of these pictures?
No, I didn't. I saw him take a picture of Furman. That's it.
All right, now the picture of Furman was in the same general area, was it not?
That's correct.
And so at this point, the photographer was no longer in the back. He was now up in the front part of the location, right?
That's correct.
Did he continue to shoot pictures after that?
I saw him take a picture of Mark Furman. That's the only one I saw, besides the rear.
Did you continue to watch the photographer after that?
Yes.
And did you watch him until you left, or did you go and do something else?
I stayed in the front of the crime scene the whole time until I left.
All right. Now, when you were outside in the crime scene and outside in your car writing your report, you weren't watching the photographer at that point, were you?
I wrote my report in the rear.
In the rear of what?
Of the rear of the, in the alley.
In other words, the report that I read to you earlier?
That's correct.
You read that in the rear at 5:15?
I wrote that in the rear, yes.
All right. When you were back in the front, you weren't at all times watching the photographer, were you, as he took these pictures?
No.
In other words, he was doing his job, you were doing your job.
No, he wasn't taking photos. He didn't take these pictures when I was there.
Okay, he took these pictures later?
I would assume he didn't take them when I was there.
All right, well, you see the pictures now, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't see them taken when you were there?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, you described for us that at one point, sir, as part of your duties there, you searched in and around the alleyway from Dorothy, I think, to Bundy, to Gorham. Do you call that?
Yes.
And what were you searching for?
Anything, any other evidence we might find.
Were you searching for bloody clothes?
Bloody clothes, a bloody handprint on a trash can, maybe evidence in a trash can, additional blood drops.
Searching for knives?
Anything.
Your search, were you searching by yourself or in company with some other officer?
I was alone.
And who had directed you to do this search?
Nobody.
And as you searched, how long did you search, sir?
10 minutes, maybe.
And during the time that you searched, did you ever find any bloody clothes or a knife or anything of that nature at all?
No, I didn't.
Were any of the other officers who you previously told us who were at the scene that morning, were any of them searching, if you recall?
I know they were knocking on doors, talking to neighbors, but if they were searching, I have no knowledge.
You don't know whether they were searching or not?
No.
All right, but you saw a number of officers fanning out in the area. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, when the four detectives left Bundy and went to Rockingham, they all go together?
I didn't see them leave. I don't know how they went.
All right, you knew at some point they had left, but you don't know how they
That's
left,
correct.
right? You know why all four of them went over there?
Pardon me?
You know why all four of them went over there?
No, I don't.
It's true, is it not, that once Van Adder and Lang were assigned to this case, Furman and Phillips were off the case, right?
Meaning
As the
case.
detectives on the case.
They could be the assisting detectives. They just weren't in charge.
Let me ask you this. Do you know that for a fact?
No.
All right. So, as an officer of some 4 years' experience, had you ever been at a scene where robbery homicide detectives came and took over?
That depends on what you mean. I've handled cases where the K car, which works for robbery homicide, comes out and takes a report.
Now, I'm talking about a situation where, because of the nature of the case, robbery homicide detectives are assigned to the case, and the detectives who are on the case are then taken off. We had that situation before?
No.
And when you talked to Detective Furman, when the two of you were talking, and you were advised that robbery homicide was taking over the case from Phillips and Furman, remember that conversation?
Yes.
Was Furman disappointed because he's being relieved by Van Adder and Lang?
He didn't tell me he was disappointed, no.
What did he tell you about that? Did he tell you they were just relieving him?
Yeah, they just said robbery homicide was on the way to take over.
All right. Now, if robbery homicide arrived then sometime after 4 o'clock to take over, do you know why it was then that all four of the detectives then went over to Rockingham?
No.
Okay. And if robbery homicide had taken over at 4, do you know why it was that Furman returned back to the address there at Bundy after 6:30 and was participating in taking pictures? Do you know why that was? When Furman came back to Bundy, was he accompanied by his partner, also Detective Phillips?
Yes.
Was he there also when he came back?
He was in the street.
All right. And did you give him the phone back at that point?
Yes, I did.
By the way, with regard to your testimony here, have you watched television at all in connection with this case before today?
Well, you can't really help it. It's always on.
It's always on, isn't it? Were you told that you were not supposed to watch television?
No.
The DH didn't tell you, the judge had ordered all witnesses not to watch television? They didn't tell you that?
Not that I recall, no.
So you've been watching this, and without them telling you that, And did you hear the testimony of Pablo Fenves with regard to the color of that Jeep?
No.
Did you see his testimony?
No, I didn't.
You still believe that Jeep is dark green?
I believe it was dark green.
You've never heard anybody when you're watching television say that, have you?
No.
But what part of this proceedings have you been watching on television?
Of this trial?
Yes, of this trial, sir.
None of this trial. I saw the prelim.
And you've not been watching since that time?
No.
You just said it was always on television. What have you seen?
Just you turn on a channel, it's on. You change the channel.
Well, if you change the channel, you turn to another channel that has it on, don't you?
Yeah, but you just keep changing the channel.
Keep doing what?
You just keep changing the channel. There's more than one channel, sir.
No, I hope so. But when you turn from one channel to the other, what have you seen in connection with this case and this trial? Because you weren't aware of the court's order. That's the question.
I don't recall seeing anything on this case. On the trial, I saw the prelim.
None of the testimony?
No.
Now, when the 4 detectives went over to Rockingham, do you know whether or not the photographer went with them?
I don't know.
Did you see him during the time when you didn't see the 4 detectives?
I believe he was still at Bundy.
You think he's still at Bundy?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the log at all?
Well, I didn't write the log again, so.
So would that refresh your recollection or not?
I didn't write the log. I don't know.
All right. Well, what did you see him doing if you believe he was there during the time they were away?
Standing by a car, talking to somebody else.
And it's your belief he did not go to Rockingham, right? Is that what you're telling us?
I believe he stayed. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Well, I believe he stayed at Bundy.
Now, this blood that you described toward the rear gate of that property, could you see that with the naked eye, or did you see that with the use of a flashlight?
Flashlight.
And did you and your partner both see it, or did you see it first?
I saw the blood on the interior. He saw the blood on the exterior.
And did you tell the detectives, Lang and Vanner, about this?
I showed it to Furman and Phillips. I don't know if they told him or not.
You showed it to Furman and Phillips.
That's correct.
You did not show it to Lang and Van Adder?
No.
And you felt that was important evidence, did you not?
Yes.
With regard to any or either of these fences, did you ever have occasion to close either the front gate that we've previously seen or this rear gate?
No, I didn't.
So you don't know the sound that those gates might make when they're closed?
No.
You didn't test those at all?
No.
Now, may I ask you this, with regard to how that front gate is opened, while you were there, did you or any of the officers conduct any kind of an experiment to see how that works?
No.
How you get in the front gate?
No.
You didn't do that?
Mm-mm.
While you were there, did the fingerprint dusters or the technicians who do that, did they come at the scene at all?
No.
And while you were there, you continued as best you could to try and preserve that crime scene without moving evidence, right?
That's correct.
Or stepping in blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
You did not return to that scene again in any official capacity after you left at 7:15 or 7:20 on the morning of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Not while it was still a crime scene, no.
Were you aware that at some point that crime scene was hosed down? Do you know what time and what day that was done?
No.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
You don't know what date it was no longer designated a crime scene, do you?
No.
All right, Your Honor, perhaps this might be an appropriate place. I'm not finished.
If you want to approach, please.
Sure.
To reflect all the jurors have withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Cochran, what do you have to show us?
Your Honor, I've asked Mr. Harris to punch this in. It's not, he's doing it manually because it's difficult to bring up. But some exhibits that I'd like to show this particular officer, so can we demonstrate that? Laugh at that one. That one shows.
All right, I will.
This next frame after this. All right, is it possible to take out the still and search writing on that?
That's what comes up when you have to do it manually, unfortunately. I can do it while you're looking at it.
Can you back up here? And I want to
When you print this, does it come up with the?
You show this test, so
I'm sorry.
part of the problem is that the defense is running off their Laserdisc. Their Laserdisc is not hooked up to this particular printer. They use a different system. So I cannot make a print copy of this particular photo. It's the same system, we're just not hooked up.
we use that disc here.
The problem is that I think. Let's try. One way to find out is to try.
Could you back up one quickly? I want to see the cap of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do the one under the cap below.
Is there a focus on this?
That's a print from the Alma. That's clear. It's coming off good. Okay. See if I can get a photo print off this. I'll attempt to print, but I do believe that it will show the search code on it because it's a direct video capture.
All right, is this a laser disc, the defense laser disc, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Fairlaw, what does it show?
This particular copy shows the search code. We think we might have found a way to print it without the search code across it, which we shall see in a moment.
Well, we're trying to view this.
You need all these people?
Well, I can't see because I'm using the Your Honor, this print was printed without the search code across it, so it is a clear print.
All right.
Should I see these?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Sure.
All right, let's proceed then. I take it, Mr. Cochran, you're going to show two different frames, hopefully print outable without the search code showing apparent moving of the envelope and the glove, correct?
That's a lecture. We have those move.
Those four frames.
We have four?
That'd be fine.
I think we got the gloves, not the envelope.
Yes, we only printed the glove.
All right, Mr. Cochran, that's how you propose to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I only have one. I need a second one of the gloves. Let me talk to Jonathan, man. Steve.
All right, Mr. Cochran, are you waiting to print out four of these?
Yes, I'm trying to print out four. I have
All right.
one, Your Honor, that should be worse. Can we print this out? This should be printed out.
Cochran, are we ready to proceed?
Three, Your Honor, that I have, and I want to show to counsel, show to my client.
Counsel, we've had the opportunity to look and see what it is the defense intends on producing. Any comment?
We still haven't seen the one they intend to produce on the record.
I thought we
There's apparently four. There's one other one with the glove has been moved, and I'm just trying to find that. I think that one I have.
That is the score we have already seen, 6386. We've seen 6369, 6386, and 0641. That's a ghost. There are two images.
This is the same thing that Mr. Cochran's been doing throughout this trial. This is another distortion. This is another deception. Because what he is trying to show this jury is that there was some nefarious, sinister agency at work here in moving the evidence. In fact, that is totally false. What you can tell if you look in the photographs where he claims evidence was moved is that there were photo number tags and the bodies had been removed. As Mr. Cochran has elicited in cross-examination himself, it is a very tight space. And when Mr. Goldman's body had to be moved, it is natural that some of the evidence around the body, which was closely located to the body, like the glove, which we can tell in the photographs where, as a matter of fact, can you pull that up, please? The photograph in which, before Mr. Goldman's body has been moved, you can see that the toe of his boot is right near the glove. As you can see in this photograph, Your Honor, where the numbered tag appears, the boot is no longer there, and that's because the bodies have been removed. In the movement of the bodies, obviously, some evidence was disturbed, and that's why they take the photographs before and after. And Mr. Cochran is deliberately trying to mislead and confuse this jury and cause prejudice in the minds of this jury by not letting them know that what has actually transpired here is that the bodies were removed in between the time the first and the second photographs were taken.
Yes. As usual, counsel has it all wrong. I asked this officer, her officer, whether or not you take pains not to have evidence moved. And that's the question that I asked him. Now, I asked him, and they can explain that all they want. The evidence, he told me no evidence was to be moved or ever moved. I'm not responsible for this crime scene. They are, Your Honor. If we have evidence in which, in one photograph, Your Honor, the glove is pointing with the V up against the walkway, and the other it's been turned and moved. The cap has also been moved. They haven't seen anything yet. And she's going to try to explain. She thinks she can explain everything away. By the end of this case, she will have offered so many explanations, I think she'll finally even be tired. And so that this doesn't work, Your Honor. She cannot explain everything, and everything is a misrepresentation. All I've done is shown a picture, Your Honor, of their crime scene. And that's, if they can't, first of all, they break the state law and call in the coroner out 10 hours later.
Wait.
Wait,
Mr. Cochran, that kind of apples and oranges is kind of a waste of my time,
I don't waste your time.
especially this late in the
All
day.
right, let me just say this.
But let me ask you a question. This particular witness is a P2 patrol officer who gets called to the scene. He's not the detective who's in charge of the crime scene. All this guy does is take a look-see, decide he's in over his head, and calls his supervisor. Secures the crime scene. Here he is. This is not the guy to explain how the photographs were taken or what's where. And he has already testified with regards to the people's exhibits that it appears to him these two items have already been moved.
That's correct.
So why do we need to go into this with this officer?
Primarily.
You've established that fact.
I
but
did.
for a P2 to testify to all of this stuff.
First of all, Your Honor knows he's a P2. This lawyer over here tried to make him seem like he was the most careful officer in the history of the LAPD, how he tipped around this scene. She went through it 15 times. So,
No,
Your Honor,
only 10 times.
well, 10 times, Your Honor. That's what it seemed. Well, I was off by 5. 10 times she went through it, made him like the greatest P2 ever. This jury doesn't know the difference between a P2 or whatever, Your Honor. She created this aura, because she always tries to do that, and now I'm going to show that the evidence was moved.
Here's the problem. This guy had nothing to do with taking these photographs, nothing to do with collecting the evidence, and nothing to do with the calling the coroner, nothing to do with setting up the photographs. He had nothing to do with anything.
Well, he did see the one photograph taken where Furman is in there. He said he was present when that was
He's
taken.
present for that one.
Right. He was present for that, and he said that the other things have been moved. And that's the point we're trying to make. I didn't make this evidence. If this evidence was moved.
Welcome back, Aaron. It is good to have you here. You're exhausted, technically, but back, yes. And, okay, yeah, and thank you for letting us know and coming back. We are watching another argument in the trial. It is a comical scene. It is indeed. Not any witnesses right now. They're just arguing. Exactly. Undercovers and zone out. Testimony. No wonder this trial took so long. They argue about everything. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so snuggle up and zone out to this circus of a trial. Yes, I'm glad that you planned accordingly, indeed. So, it's always good to do that because you never know what can happen with the weather. So, yeah, make sure all that's going okay. Yeah. All right, now we will continue.
Moved. Now, she may try to justify it all weekend.
Well, Mr. Cochran, you've established that already with this witness using other exhibits. I think it's an undue use of the court's time with this witness.
All right, I'll move on. That's another thing, sure.
Okay. All right. Well, we've taken the entire balance of the court. It's amazing how these things sort of wrap up right about at 4:30. All right, I'm going to invite the jurors to rejoin us. I'm going to sustain a 352 objection to those 4 photographs as to this witness. All right, let's have the jurors. Yeah, let me see counsel without reporter, please. Records reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a minor technical snafu. If you know what a snafu is, it means situation normal, all fouled up. At least that's the courtroom version of that acronym. And we were unable to produce certain documents from our magic machines here. It took us a little more time than I thought it would, so we've gotten to the end of the court day, and I'm going to take our recess at this time. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about it. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been finally submitted to you. One other scheduling note. Tomorrow morning I'm going to be in session with the lawyers only for some scheduling matters. I'm going to be in session on another case tomorrow afternoon, so I will not see you tomorrow. And I'll be, so you'll have that date. I'll give
What he said yesterday, how prophetic. It's very prophetic, it turned out, wasn't it? However, Mr. Shapiro never did that. But here's what Marcia Clark had to say about that. That is false, and it is unfair, and is the kind of smear campaign tactics that we object to strenuously. That's what she said yesterday, until our witness gets on the stand and tells us he's watching television. We have refrained from that sort of thing. We would ask the court to order Mr. Shapiro not to make these false representations to the press for the purpose of engaging in further smear campaign tactics. The court, Mr. Shapiro, do you want to respond to that? Mr. Shapiro, he responded quite succinctly, Your Honor. Yes, total lie. And he goes on to say it's an absolute total lie. He then invited Ms. Clark and the district attorney's office, since they want to make all these charges, to bring some videotape where he was saying that. So far, they've not done it. Mr. Shapiro has asked me to ask you to have them bring the videotape, if they have that, when they make these kind of charges. Did it on his behalf, Your Honor.
Mr. Garden?
You know, I can't imagine why Mr. Cochran is wasting the court's time and my time bringing this issue before the court. Whatever was said on the record at sidebar yesterday, Your Honor, is between the, that was Ms. Clark's understanding. Mr. Shapiro says it's not true. Let me referee this one for you, okay? We apologize, Bob.
We appreciate that.
Okay? We apologize. Okay? And as for Mr. Cochran, says it's not true. Let me referee this one for you, okay? We apologize, Bob.
We appreciate that.
Okay? We apologize. Okay? And as for Mr. Cochran, we don't need you to tell us how to do our job. We attach to every subpoena the court's directions, okay? So if it happened to fall off this officer somewhere along the way, we apologize to the court for that. But the court will recall that the officer said that he saw the preliminary hearing, and that was, what, 6 months ago? I don't think the order applied to or was in effect 6 months ago. But we will be careful to make sure that the witnesses are aware of the court's order.
All right. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll stand in recess.
Your Honor, will you put your answer my question?
Sure.
This is the jury's tour bus.
going to be a change this morning. I thought, hey, if I'm not going to approach it, how can there be a change? I know, I'm not even going to ask because I'm opposed to it to begin with.
I also
When you say once they are out, the jurors.
Remember, they're not on their turf.
Part of it is timing. I don't know when the last group comes out, how quickly they'll be loaded on the bus. We might have to go back.
before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark, and Mr. Darden. Is Mr. Darden with us today?
We have to be able to see review
All right. Is he going to be back shortly?
very shortly, but
All right, well, before we resume with the jury and the witness, Robert Risky, I just want to take this opportunity to thank both the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for their efforts in coordinating our crime scene view on Sunday. I think it went amazingly well. It was very smooth operation. I thought that the intrusion upon the communities was as minimal as was required under the circumstances. I appreciate the cooperation of the news media helicopters staying out of earshot as much as possible. Appreciate the cooperation of the press and not being overly aggressive. And I appreciate the patience and cooperation of counsel in accomplishing this, because I think it went like clockwork, literally. And I think it was an example of how crime scene views ought to be handled. And there were no glitches.
The court is aware that, standing on the defense, at the scene on Sunday, we expressed that we felt it was the essence of professionalism the way this was conducted, and we applauded all the various agencies that came together to work and show how things can really work well.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to put on the record before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, Deputy Magnero, let's have the jury, please. Mr. Risky, you're advised that you are still under oath, and Mr. Cochran, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Officer Risky. I have some additional questions for you. With regard to the dog, you saw this Akita dog while you were out there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, and can you tell us what was done with the dog that particular morning?
It was taken to the animal regulations.
And was that while you were there?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who specifically that dog was turned over to at Animal Regulations?
No, I don't.
That is a city agency, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not anyone at any time examined that animal to determine whether or not there was any evidence that he had bit anyone that night?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not anything was done to preserve this blood that we've heard was on the dog's paws and hind legs?
No, I don't.
Were you at the scene when this animal was turned over to someone at Animal Regulations?
No, I wasn't.
Do you know what time that was done?
Officer Glorioso and his partner took the dog. I don't know what time they left.
All right, so they took the dog at the scene?
That's correct.
And they then took him to some other location?
Right.
In their police car?
Yes.
Have you seen any reports of what they did with the dog and who they turned the dog over to?
No, I haven't.
And what was Glorioso's partner's name, sir? If you recall.
I believe his partner was Officer Ziegler.
Ziegler?
I believe. I'm not positive.
Okay. Now, turning our attention back to the interior of 875 Bundy, at any time, before we get to the interior, at any time that morning, did you ever go to 873, the unit just to the side of 875? Did you go toward Dorothy Street? Did you ever go over there and knock on that door, try to rouse anybody there?
Towards Dorothy would be 877.
877. Thank you very much. 877 as opposed to 873, which would be Carp, wouldn't it? Yes. So
no, I know it was a door knock, but I didn't do it personally, no.
All right, somebody did go to that door?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever go to the house that's on the corner of Dorothy and Bundy?
No, I didn't.
You did not do that yourself?
No.
All right. Now, with regard to the interior of Bundy, was anyone in charge of looking at the items or examining any items inside the interior of Bundy?
I have no knowledge of that.
We know that you were the first officer who went inside there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the course of your search for evidence, did you ever look in the trash cans inside the Bundy location?
My purpose for being in a house wasn't to search for evidence. My purpose for being in a house wasn't to search for evidence, sir.
No, I understand that, but you told us at some point that you searched in the trash cans outside and around. Remember that? And I was just asking you, did you ever search any of the trash cans inside of Bundy?
No, I didn't.
Do you know if any other officer did at all?
No, I don't.
Now, with regard to the interior location, so that I'm clear, we had a jury view on Sunday so that things may be a little clearer. If you can help us with this, what time was it that you saw this ice cream cup on this banister on June 13th in the early morning hours?
Between 12:30, 12:40 in the morning.
12:30 to 12:40. And as I understand your testimony, this ice cream cup was on the banister as you go down the steps and going out toward the garage.
That's correct.
Did you ever lift that ice cream cup up?
No, I didn't.
Could you tell from the condition of that melting ice cream as you described it, what was the flavor of the ice cream?
I have no idea.
Can you tell whether it was 1 scoop or 2 scoops or whatever?
I have no idea.
Did you ever have occasion to lift the container up?
No.
So you never saw under it whether it left a ring or anything on that counter? You never did that?
No, I didn't.
How many officers, in addition to you, that you are aware of, saw the melting ice cream cup there on that banister as you're going out the back there?
Including the detectives?
Yes, everybody that you know saw it, that you pointed out to.
5. I don't know.
All right. Well, tell us who those 5 would be, sir.
The Officer Wally, Detectives Furman and Phillips, and Van Adder and Lang.
All right. So all 4 of the detectives, Wally, and yourself at minimum.
That's correct.
So it'd be 6 altogether.
Altogether, yes.
And when you last saw this melting ice cream, it was still on this banister there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
With the spoon having fallen down on the ground right below it, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to, while we're in that back part of the house, you described for us the other day that the Jeep was outside the residence when you arrived there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the right passenger door of is that the right front passenger of that Jeep was open?
Yes, sir.
All right, Aaron, good night. Thank you for coming. Maybe see you tomorrow.
And in an open condition of that right front passenger door, would there be an interior light on?
The door was ajar. I don't remember if the light was on or not.
So you can't tell us one way or the other?
No.
But the door was ajar.
Right.
So in other words, if you walked over that door, could you just open it?
No.
Was it locked and ajar, or did you try to open it?
It was, I didn't try to open it, but it was closed, but not all the way. It was locked, but you couldn't open it, but it wasn't closed all the way.
All right. Do you know that it was locked?
No. It was closed. I don't know if it was locked.
It was just closed. So in other words, you didn't try to get inside there
No,
and look to see if anything was inside there?
No.
And do you know whether any of the officers there looked inside the Jeep that morning?
No.
You just can tell us the door was ajar.
That's correct.
And nobody ever tried it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, with
Objection. That is not a testimony that nobody ever tried it.
nobody that you know of tried it. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's what I'm saying. All right. Now, sir, with regard to this, you described for us the other day, I believe, that you said that there was a dime and a penny in this driveway north of the Jeep.
I didn't say that, sir. I said there was change.
Change? Okay. Do you recall what the denomination of the change were?
No, I don't.
Do you recall there was 2 dimes and 2 pennies out there?
I have no clue.
You don't have a clue? Do you recall that there was more than 2 pieces of change there?
No. I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
Have you seen any photographs
No, I haven't.
of this since that happened?
Well, the photograph up here.
You saw the photographs here?
Yes, sir.
And the other day we had a photograph of a dime and a penny, I think.
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall there was more change than that there?
No, I don't.
Have you seen the police reports in this matter that indicated there were 2 dimes and 2 pennies?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall seeing a small blue glass heart or something on the driveway in front of the right tire of that Jeep?
No, I don't.
You don't recall seeing that?
No, I don't.
When you described for us that this photographer was taking pictures of the back area, was that part of the area they were taking pictures of, where the change was and where this heart might be?
He was taking pictures of the alley and the residence when I was there. I don't remember taking any pictures of any evidence.
While you were there, did you ever see any police officers dust this Jeep at all for any prints or anything of that nature?
No.
Did you see any criminalists while you were there look in the alleyway for any track marks or anything of that nature?
No.
You never saw that done while you were there?
No.
Now, with regard to the other part of the interior of the house, you described for us last week how you walked kind of in the plant area so you wouldn't walk through the blood. And did you get your shoes muddy, dirty doing that?
I don't think so, no.
When you went inside the house, did you track any mud or dirt inside?
No.
You sure about that?
Positive.
All right. When you went inside and you used this phone to call your superior, call that?
Yes, sir.
You told us that you saw this envelope with Mr. Simpson's name on it, return address.
That's correct.
Did you keep that envelope? Did you
No,
take
I
it?
didn't.
And when you described that Mr. Simpson, to your mind at that point, was somehow involved from that point forward based upon that envelope, is what you saw, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you went upstairs, you described for us some candles. I think you described 3 candles that you recall that were lit, is that right?
I believe there was 3, yes.
All right, do you recall any more being lit?
No.
Only the 3?
Yes.
And where were those 3?
They would be to the west of the bathtub on a counter.
West of the bathtub, and that's the bathtub in the master bedroom?
Right.
And is that the bathtub that had this water in it?
Yes, sir.
And I may have asked you this, but allow me if I can ask again. Did you ever touch that water?
No, I didn't.
So you don't know if it was cold or hot or
No,
whatever?
I don't.
Did it seem as though somebody had already taken a bath?
I couldn't tell.
You didn't pay that much attention to
No.
it? The candles were around the tub?
They were to the rear.
To the rear of the
west.
tub? Were there other lights on upstairs there when you got up there?
I believe there was a table lamp in the master bath. I mean, in the master bedroom, I'm sorry. And the hall light was on.
All right, and did you, as you're walking through the house, did you see any ice buckets with any ice therein or any chill wine as though somebody might be expecting a guest?
Not that I recall, no.
You don't recall? In the 2 rooms where you found the sleeping children, I presume those lights were off in those particular rooms?
That's correct.
Did you see, did you look through any of the closets while you were there?
Just
clothes closets?
Just for suspects, not a thorough search, no.
You didn't look for any particular clothes or take any clothes or anything?
No.
Now, with regard to the bedroom, in that master bedroom, you described for us that the clothing or the bed clothing was kind of piled in the middle of the bed as though either somebody had been in the bed or it hadn't been made up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did it appear to you that the occupant of that house had been expecting someone to come there?
I really don't know. I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell? Was there any music on inside the house when you came in, or a TV on at all?
There's music.
There was music on? And can you tell us where this music was coming from, sir?
From the living room just as you entered the front door.
Could you tell what it was? Did you turn it off at some point?
No, I didn't touch the stereo, no.
Okay, it was coming from a stereo?
Yes.
Could you tell whether it was a CD or a
No.
tape or whatever?
No.
What kind of music was it?
It's just light. I don't know.
Light music?
It wasn't rock. It wasn't country. Just light, like maybe classical or jazz.
Okay, something light.
Yes, sir.
And was playing when you first went in the house?
That's correct.
The shoes that you were wearing that night, do you always wear those same shoes, or do you have more than one pair of shoes?
I have more than one pair.
How many pairs do you have back in June?
2.
Is that fairly normal among patrolmen,
Yes.
LAPD? 2 pair of shoes? How do you determine? You wear one, does it depend whether they're shined, or do you just wear them till they wear them out and then put the others on?
No, I usually wear the same pair unless it rains and they get soaked, and I change until they dry out.
So you have then a second pair?
That's correct.
Now, you told us there was music on. Do you recall whether or not there was a television on at all that you recall?
There was a television on in the master bedroom.
Okay, and it was on?
It was on, yes.
And again, you just left that on?
Just left it on.
It was you left everything on, or
That's
left everything on that was on, the stereo and the TV?
That's correct.
Right? Left the bath water in the tub?
Yes, sir.
Left the ice cream melting? You didn't take anything?
I didn't touch anything.
And so that we're clear, while you were there, the photographer never came inside and took any pictures of anything inside that place, right?
Not that I was aware of, no.
You never instructed him to do that?
No.
And in your presence, you never heard either Phillips or Furman or Lang or Van Adder instruct the photographer to take any pictures of the
No.
interior? Did any members of the media arrive at that scene at some time that morning?
Not while I was there, no.
Even when you were out in the back or the front, you were not aware of the presence of anyone in the media by the time you left at about 7:15?
There was no media.
Okay. We talked last week about the time that the detectives left to go over to the Rockingham residence. Do you recall that?
I remember speaking of this.
And that was what time they leave?
I really don't know.
And I think you told us they were gone about an hour?
Hour and a half.
And you thought they got back by what time?
Between 6:30, 6:45.
6:30, 6:45? So they would have left, if they're gone an hour and a half, they would have left by 5 or thereabouts. Would that be fair?
5:15, 5:30, I don't know.
Do you know what time the sun came up that morning? In June?
No, I don't.
So somewhere an hour and a half, they were gone out of the presence. When they left, when all 4 of these detectives who were in charge, well, 2 of whom were now in charge of the scene, when they left, who was in charge of that scene over there at Rockingham?
My supervisor.
And who was that?
Either Sergeant Rossi or Sergeant Kuhn.
They're both sergeants, so did you hear some conversation between the detectives who were now leaving the scene where the bodies were to go someplace else?
No.
And was your understanding that all 4 of these detectives were leaving to go to Rockingham to notify Mr. Simpson?
I don't know why they were going.
They didn't tell you?
No.
Are you aware of the LAPD policy with regard to the notification of the next of kin? What the manual says about that?
No.
You're not aware of that?
Nope.
You weren't aware then, and you're not aware now?
No.
Okay. Did you ever hear anybody discuss notifying either the Brown family or the Goldman families regarding these tragic deaths?
No.
Did you notice that you had occasion to walk this long walkway that we talked about the other day that you described maybe as being 120, 130 feet, from the front all the way to the back alleyway? Did you notice that there were some trees that tended to drop, some kind of berries or whatever, that tended to stain that sidewalk? Did you notice that in June as you were looking back there?
I didn't notice that, no.
You didn't, did you ever walk back there when it was light?
No, I didn't.
So when you were back there, you only had the aid of a flashlight, and you didn't sit when it was light, right?
Right.
All right.
It's actually 2 questions, but yes.
Okay, let me thank you for answering both. Yes, yes? Okay. You never saw any berries deposited on that walkway during the light hours? Is that
No,
right?
I didn't.
And you never went over to Rockingham?
Not, I went later in the evening.
Later on that day?
That's correct, just for traffic control.
Okay, did you ever go inside the property?
No, I went after it was done being a crime scene.
All right, what time did you get over to Rockingham?
11:15, 11:30 p.m.
Late at night?
That's correct.
On June 13th?
It was either the 13th or the 14th.
One of those two?
Right.
But you never went inside the property?
No, I didn't.
Now, with regard to this area where you saw these bodies that you described for us, you had occasion, did you not, to observe the body of the female victim you
That's
described
correct.
for us? Do you recall seeing blood spots on the back of the female victim, Ms. Simpson?
I really don't know, no.
If you were to see a picture of that, would that perhaps that fresh a recollection?
Maybe, but I don't remember seeing them.
May I have just a second here?
Photographers are directed to attempt to take photographs of the scene on the screen.
This is 1012. Do you see those blood spots that appear on the back there?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing the body in that condition that night, those spots?
No, I don't.
Did you ever tell the photographer or direct him to take any pictures of of the back as it appeared there?
No.
All right, you can take it down. Thank you. Now, with regard to this area, this very small area where Mr. Goldman's body was found, he was lying somewhere against a tree right in that front area, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you described that area as being about how wide, given the tree as the backstop? How far would you say it was from that tree to that front gate, and from the gate to the way you would enter that place?
I would estimate 10 by 6 or smaller.
10 by 6 or smaller?
Yeah.
Yeah. With regard to that area, while you were there, now you saw in one of the photographs that Detective Furman, you saw his shoes and footprint in there when he was pointing at something under some of the foliage. You recall that, right? That one picture?
I don't think there was any testimony that Detective Furman's footprints were in the scene.
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it, Your Honor. You saw a photograph, did you not, of a detective or some individual in a shirt and some pants pointing down at toward the foliage? Did you
That's
recall
correct.
that? Do you know who that person was?
Detective Furman.
And did you see that person's shoe also?
Yes, I did.
And the shoe was uncovered. It had no booties or anything on that shoe,
That's
did it?
correct.
And he had nothing on his hands either, did he?
Right.
And that picture was taken in that area, this small area that we've been talking about, where Mr. Goldman's body was found. Is that right?
Right.
And while you were there, did you ever see anyone take or seek to preserve any shoe prints that were in that particular area, if any?
Objection made. How do you, what, break up the concrete?
If he understands the question, we don't. Thank you.
Overruled.
No, I didn't.
You not see anybody do that?
No.
Did you ever direct anyone when you were there to take any pictures in that particular area?
No, I didn't.
And I'm talking not only about the concrete, I'm talking about the dirt area.
I didn't direct anybody to take any pictures anywhere.
And do you ever, in your presence, ever hear any of the detectives who were supposedly in charge of the scene to do that?
No.
Good night, Moki. Thank you for coming. See you on the next one. You have a great night, too.
Now, I think we covered on last week that when you left the scene, the coroner had not arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know whether or not the coroner had been called at that point?
I don't know.
And you didn't participate in that?
No, I didn't.
All right. We established you left by 7:15.
That's correct.
And with regard to the movement of evidence, we talked briefly about this last week, that one of the things you try to do at a crime scene is preserve the evidence and not move it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to some of the evidence I showed you last week, you could see that it had been moved. Is that correct?
Right.
And do you know whether or not that evidence had been moved by virtue of the coroner moving the body, or do you know?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
So you have no way of knowing?
No.
Even if the coroner were to move a body, best procedure would be not to move the evidence. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well,
It's argumentative. With this witness.
okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You know yourself that you do everything you can not to move evidence. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And if ever you moved evidence, or evidence was moved from one location to the other, you'd write a report explaining why that was done, would you not?
Right.
That'd be standard procedure, wouldn't it?
For me, yes.
And you're a well-trained officer?
I'd like to believe so.
In addition to you searching the area for any weapons or bloody clothes or whatever, as you described for us last week, were there other officers who also searched up and down that alleyway and that sort of thing that you're aware of?
I know they were door knocking a residence. I don't know if they were searching. I can't testify for anybody else.
All right. You know you searched, and you know other officers were out there, but you don't know whether they searched or not.
Right.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Risky. Thank you, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Clark.
Good morning.
Officer Risky, you got asked a whole lot of questions about what you've done in this investigation just now by counsel, didn't you?
Yes.
What's your job, sir?
Respond to the call, secure the scene. That's it. Make notifications.
You're a patrol officer, right?
That's correct.
And have you ever heard of the title of investigating officer?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is there a difference in the duties between an investigating officer and a patrol officer?
Yes, there is.
Tell us, what is an investigating officer supposed to do?
Just investigate the crime, take copious notes, and look at the evidence and write it down.
Mm-hmm. And does he direct the criminalists and tell them what evidence to collect?
Yes.
And does he direct the photographer and tell him what pictures to take?
Sustained. It's also he or she.
He or she?
Person.
Person. Sorry. Who tells the photographer what photographs to take?
The detective.
The investigating officer?
Yes.
And who tells the criminalist what evidence to collect?
The investigating officer.
And who tells the print people where to take fingerprints and dust for prints?
The investigating officer.
And who is supposed to oversee the coordination with the removal of the bodies by the coroner?
The investigating officer.
Are you supposed to have anything to do with any of that stuff?
Not in this instance, no.
In this crime scene, you were the patrol officer who happened to be first one there.
That's correct.
So none of those things are supposed to be done by you.
No.
And that's proper procedure, not for it to be done by you.
That's correct.
And is it part of your duties to observe and make sure that all of these things we've just mentioned are done?
No.
Is it your duty to watch and see what is being done by the print people or the criminalist or a photographer or coroner?
No.
Oh,
Now, the fact that you did not see photographs being taken inside the house, does that mean that they weren't taken?
No, it doesn't.
Did you stand guard inside the house to watch where the photographer went?
No.
Did you stand guard behind the house to watch and see what the photographer took pictures of?
No.
Did you stand guard in front of the house to see what the photographer took pictures of?
No, I didn't.
Other than taking photographs of bloody shoe prints, can you think of any other way to preserve them?
Object to the form of that question, Your Honor. Sorry, leading suggestion.
Oh,
No.
You ever seen anybody go and break up the concrete to take the pieces of concrete so you can preserve bloody shoe prints?
No.
oh. Slow down though, Ms. Clark.
Sorry.
No, you're going a little fast there.
Are you smoking? Okay. Now, your observations at the crime scene, sir, are you there to closely examine the bodies?
No.
What are you there to do when you make your observations as first officer on the scene?
So, notify the investigating officer of my observations and secure the scene, make sure nothing gets moved.
So when you found that the door, passenger door of the Jeep was not fully locked, would it have been proper for you?
Closed, not fully locked.
We don't know if it was locked. That's a conclusion. Was ajar was his testimony.
Was that, thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You didn't know if it was locked or not.
No, I didn't.
How was it then that you made the observation? Tell us what you saw about that door that made you think it wasn't fully closed.
There's a gap, probably inch and a half, 2 inches between the door and the body of the vehicle.
Okay, then if there was a gap so that the door was partially open, can you tell us how it could be locked?
No, I don't mean it was partially. I mean it was closed, but not closed all the way.
Okay, and if it wasn't closed all the way, can you think of a way it could be locked?
Do you know?
I don't know if it was locked or not. No.
Have you ever been able to? You've had experience with cars. You've driven a few, right?
A few.
Still driving a car?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been able to lock the door when it hasn't been fully closed?
Yes.
It's also a matter of common experience. Everybody here drives a car. We're in L.A.
That's true. It would have been proper for you to go and try and open that door?
No.
Why not?
Because I get my fingerprints on the door, and it'd disrupt the integrity of the crime scene again.
And you want to make sure that you don't do that until print people who come and try and lift prints?
That's correct.
And you didn't see the print people try and get prints off the car, did you?
No.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No.
You just didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
And with regard to the ice cream, you didn't lift that cup.
No.
You didn't try and taste the ice cream.
No, I didn't.
Would it have been proper for you to do that?
No.
Why not?
Because again, it'd disrupt the integrity of the crime scene. I'm just make note of it and leave it alone.
Leave it there for the investigating officer or handling detectives to observe?
That's correct.
Now, about that ice cream, did you have any way of knowing how frozen it was when it was purchased?
No.
Do you know whether it was yogurt or ice cream?
No, I don't.
Could you tell by looking at it?
No.
Do you know whether Nicole Brown put it into the freezer when she got home and took it out just before she went outside and was attacked?
No.
Total speculation on counsel's part.
As counsel's questions.
Overruled.
Do you know how long it takes for that particular brand to melt?
No, I don't.
Do you know how, do you know whether it was frozen in the middle and maybe melted around the sides?
There appeared to be a little bit of mass in the middle with a fluid surrounding it, but I don't know. Like I said, I didn't touch it.
Okay. So you don't know whether the core was still frozen?
No, I don't.
You know of any way to tell a difference between ice cream that's been melted for 2 versus 2.5 hours?
No.
Or 2.5 hours and 2 hours and 15 minutes?
No, I don't.
You know how anybody could tell the difference between that?
No.
Sustained. Sustained.
All right, now you have a duty to, what is your duty with respect to, what is your duty with respect to writing the notes on what you observed at the crime scene?
Just general information, basic notes.
And so it's a general observation of what you saw?
That's correct.
Whose duty is it to write the more detailed crime scene notes?
The investigating officer.
Okay. Nevertheless, did you notice anything with respect to the spoon that was in that ice cream?
That was on the floor.
As though the ice cream had melted and it fell out?
Sustained.
Was the spoon near where the ice cream was on the banister?
It was on the floor directly underneath the ice cream.
Okay. With respect to any ring that might have been underneath the cup, do you have any way of knowing whether she used to rest cups on that banister a lot?
Just my speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, now you didn't see all of the photographs that were taken, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the spoon that was near that was on the ground, what did that appear to be to you?
It's a pink plastic spoon.
Okay. And did you associate that spoon with the ice cream cup?
Yes.
Why?
This, generally, when you go get ice cream, that's the color of spoon you get. Pink plastic spoon.
And did you determine why that spoon was on the ground next to the cup?
No.
Did you pass on any observation with respect to that?
I told the investigating officer it looked like it just fell out when the ice cream melted.
And now you indicated that you didn't know what efforts had been made to notify the family of Ron Goldman or the family of Nicole Brown.
That's correct.
At the time that you were at the crime scene, sir, did you or anyone that you knew of know Nicole's maiden name?
I believe I ran a license plate on a Ferrari. It said Nicole Brown Simpson.
And from that, were you able to determine where her family was?
No.
At the time that you were at the crime scene, sir, did anyone know the identity of Ron Goldman?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So to the best, so at the time that you were there, did anyone know how to make contact with his family?
No.
And you indicated that when you first entered the condominium, you thought that Mr. Simpson was involved. And by that you meant?
I meant maybe a relative or a friend or maybe a potential victim.
So you thought he was a relative or a friend of one of the victims
Right.
because of what you saw inside the condominium?
That's correct.
All right, now you did not see all of the photographs that were taken in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
And you weren't present when, so you have no idea when some of the photographs were taken that were shown to you?
Been asking that several times upon redirect.
Twice.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I won't do it. It's foundational, I'm going into another area.
All right, proceed. Thank you.
In your experience, sir, are photographs taken both before and after the coroner arrives?
Yes.
And has it ever occurred in your experience that removal of bodies from a scene will cause some evidence close to the bodies to be disturbed?
In my experience, they've actually picked up the evidence, tagged where it was at, removed the body, and put the evidence back, and took photographs.
But in your experience, have they taken photographs before the bodies were moved
Yes.
in order to preserve it exactly as it was found?
Right.
Overall.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Your answer was yes? And then photographs are taken after the bodies are removed?
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
By the way, sir, what was it, again, I apologize if I've asked this, I don't remember, because this is not from today. What was it you saw in the condominium that made you believe that Mr. Simpson was related to one of the victims?
There was a lithograph of Mr. Simpson on the north wall. There was some family photos, and then the letter with the return address.
Thank you, sir. Now, you were not wearing gloves, were you, sir?
No, I wasn't.
And Detective Mark Furman, he was not wearing gloves, was he?
Not while I was there, no.
Okay. And Sergeant Rossi was not wearing gloves?
No.
And the detectives were not wearing gloves while you were there?
No.
Were they handling the evidence?
Not while I was there, no.
Were they collecting the evidence?
No.
Were they dusting for prints?
No, they weren't.
Were they lifting blood spots?
No.
Sir, you indicated that you did not touch the Jeep and you did not touch the cup in order to make sure that everything was preserved,
Right.
so that you wouldn't get your prints on it.
Right.
How much training did it take for you to figure out that you shouldn't touch evidence before the criminalist examines it?
That's your own witness. That's
Sustained. It's an argumentative question for your own witness.
Did it take a lot of training for you to figure that out?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, do all of these detectives know that as well?
Sustained. Sustained.
Purpose of your search inside the residence, sir, was that to examine it for evidence?
No, it wasn't.
What were you doing in there?
Looking for any other victims or a suspect.
So you were just trying to clear it in case there was somebody in peril or there was a suspect inside?
Right.
You were asked by counsel about the star 69 feature on the telephone, and that's the feature that registers incoming calls, and then it will immediately connect the caller to the last person who called.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Okay, then are you aware that...
Yeah, so basically today in this trial that I've been watching, Oh, okay, passion, understood. Yeah, see, today with the trial, they were talking about the neighborhood. They're interviewing people people on the stand were in the neighborhood walking their dog or watching TV during the time or, something like that of the killings when they occurred. There were just different people and their different takes, various people and their dog followed one of the Schwab home, and he saw the dog on the porch, and of course, it's a sad situation, and the dog was okay though. But still, and now this is the police officer, they're talking about the crime scene and from all different angles, what the room was like, what he remembers, people he investigated. It's very lengthy, but that's basically to sum up like what today was about. That is a test complete. Still no formatting in live chats. Italics. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well said, passion. It was funny. So Schwab likes his favorite show, the Dick Van Dyke Show, which is famous. And he was watching it at 11 p.m. and Michael and I were thinking it was real late for that show to come on. I wasn't around during that time, but it usually would come on MeTV around the same time it originally aired, and I thought that was a little bit late for it. But yeah, he was, you like those type of shows, and then this is when this mysterious incident occurred, and how they found out something was wrong, and there's different people that were like walking their own dog that were outside, and they heard something, and people called police. And I will say there wasn't really clear about when the crime occurred. The person was very still about not being, just people didn't really know what was going on. So it was unfortunately, well done. But there was still a scene, of course, and people noticed something happening. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And yeah, see, the dogs and the pets, they know things, and they're able to tell people that something is going on. There is also fighting in the courtroom. The defense and the state were fighting each other like YSL, just like that trial. And because just like yesterday with the pin, today it was about withholding evidence or losing evidence on their case, and then the guy from the prosecution, he had to come up and was like, you know what? He apologized to Ben and the people over there, or it was Johnny. Then the judge was like telling them all to settle it down, and then they continued doing what they were supposed to do with the trial. And like I said, it's very lengthy because of the fighting that has occurred. Definitely. So that's basically what was going on today. It's a very, very long trial that lasted months, by the way.
No matter how many outgoing calls are made, that would not disrupt that feature because it registers incoming calls?
Sustained. Sustained. He just testified he had no idea what it is.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Without. Ms. Clark, if you hold on just a second here. Mr. Harris, can you assist us here? Ms. Clark, you have to use the little screw connectors there. Yeah, to make sure that it stays. Mr. Darden, you get anything on the screen? I think we'll have to reboot after the recess. Attorneys have them, I have them. Attorneys have the same thing.
Because our rovers don't have telephone capabilities and we don't have phones in our cars, and I didn't want to broadcast over my rover that there was a possible double homicide involving a celebrity,
Why not? Why didn't you want to use your rover to do that?
because the media would have beat my back up there.
I'm sorry?
The media would have beat all the additional officers there,
They would have gotten there before the additional officers? How come?
because everybody knows they drive around with scanners and they respond to calls. And I didn't want them to get there before we had a crime scene set up.
So the media has the frequency of your rover?
Right,
Has that happened to you before, that they've picked up on your rover?
all the time.
The shoes that you wore at the crime scene, sir, did someone later photograph the soles of those shoes so they could be compared to the bloody shoe prints found at the scene?
Yes.
And who was it that did that?
Detective Phillips.
And when did he do that?
It's either later the evening or the next day.
Sir, do you recall you were shown a photograph of an officer walking up the walkway by defense counsel last week?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the logo of American Journal at the bottom of that photograph?
I don't believe it was when I saw it there. No.
You didn't see it on the photograph?
I saw it on a photograph upstairs, but I don't recall seeing it on the one here.
Okay. The photograph you saw upstairs, did that seem to be the same one that Mr. Cochran showed to you?
Overruled.
Did the defense mark a print of that?
Yes. It has the broadcast ID on the lower right-hand corner blocked out.
Of American Journal? You don't know. Let me see.
No idea.
Thank you. May I approach you, Honor? Showing you what's been marked as Defense 1011. Do you see this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the one you recognize as Mr. Cochran showed you before?
Yes, I do.
And you see this little box down here in the right-hand corner?
Yes,
It's blanked out in this photograph, isn't it?
that's correct.
It's 57.
57, thank you. Show it to counsel. May I show you, sir, People's 57?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall seeing that upstairs?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a copy of the same photograph you're shown in Defendant's 1011?
Yes,
Now, instead of having that blanked-out gray box that you have in the defendant's exhibit, you have American Journal shown in that same area where that box is blank.
yes, ma'am.
And that in the People's exhibit, then it shows you that it's an American Journal photograph.
That's correct.
And you said that there were no media there when you were present, is that right?
That's right.
Are you aware of what American Journal is, sir?
It's a news magazine or a news show.
On television.
All right.
Now, you have no idea when that photograph was taken, do you?
No, I don't.
Because you weren't present when any media was present, were you?
No.
Now, at some point in your experience, sir, after evidence is collected and the criminalist and the photographer finish their work at the crime scene, what happens to that crime scene?
Just tear it down, release it.
You release the crime scene.
That's correct.
And if you didn't do that, I guess all of L.A. would be taped off, wouldn't it?
Sustained.
So at some point, the crime scene is broken down?
Right.
Overruled.
And at the point that you left at 7:15, was that 7:15, sir?
7:15.
Were there any officers walking on that walkway?
No.
And it was still taped off?
That's right.
And when you were there, the crime scene was maintained with that tape?
That's correct.
Did you see anyone walk on that walkway where the blood was as shown in that photograph?
No, I didn't.
And you don't know when that photograph was taken?
No, I don't.
Now, while the crime scene tape is still up, before the criminalist or the photographer or the print people come in and the investigating officers come in to do their work, do you just let any curious cop walk in there and check out the crime scene?
No.
What do you do?
Just make sure people stay out of it.
Who is allowed into the tape?
The investigating officers.
So whoever's just necessary to maintain security and do the investigation who's assigned to the case. Sir, Mr. Cochran showed you some photographs. Last week. I'd like to show them to you now, if you don't mind. You want to cut the feed, Your Honor? Sorry. This is People's.
Clark, do we know what photograph this is?
I think it's People's 44, Your Honor. I'm attempting to verify that now.
P, I believe Your Honor, this
44.
photograph is located on the,
Mrs. Robertson confirms this is 44.
It's People's 44. Thank you, Jennifer. That's okay. You recall seeing that photograph that Mr. Cochran showed you last week?
Yes.
And then Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph, you recall?
Yes, I do.
And you made note of the fact in your testimony that this glove in this photograph appears to be in a different position than in the earlier one.
Right.
Now, in this photograph, sir, you see a numbered tag.
Yes, I do.
Go back to the other one, P44, John.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, now in this photograph, you don't see a numbered tag, do you?
No.
You see a shoe
Yes.
next to that, right next to that glove?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall whose shoe that was?
Mr. Goldman?
So in this photograph, it would appear Mr. Goldman's body was still in place.
Right.
Back to the other one. And in this photograph, do you see Mr. Goldman's shoe?
No, I don't.
It would appear then, do you see bloody drag marks above the number 102 in the upper left-hand corner?
Sustained. Sustained bleeding.
What do you see up in the upper left-hand corner above the number 102?
Dark striations.
And,
Clark, which foot is this?
I'm sorry.
we have not introduced this particular photo. This, I believe, was marked as Defense Exhibit 1005. Is that correct?
Mrs. Robertson?
No.
Not 1005.
That's fine, I'll mark it for people's next in order. At this time, until we can locate the defense number.
Yeah, but we're comparing their photograph to this.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is the people's photograph.
So this is, I'm sorry, Ms.
I have it on one of
Robertson.
the boards.
Hold on, let's, so you don't have to have duplicate photographs.
It has been marked on it. It was 56H.
All right, 56H.
It's on the board.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Do you see Ron Goldman's boot in this picture?
No, I don't.
It would appear that his body has been removed. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Does his body appear to be there in this photograph, sir?
No.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Do you see his body in this picture?
No, I don't.
You don't see his boot?
No.
Now, Mr. Cochran has this photograph, but he didn't show you this one, did he?
No, I didn't.
I don't have this photograph. I don't have to show any photographs. I've checked it.
Sustained.
That's argumentative.
Sustained. Excuse me, counsel, on both sides, we don't need this kind of questioning or this kind of response.
Officer, can you tell us, do you see Mr. Goldman's body in this photograph?
No, I don't.
And can you?
All right, Ms. Clark,
And
you want to
can you
mark
mark
this?
this? Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this will be People's 58.
So if I may check, Your Honor, I want to make sure we have it already.
Certainly.
Mark it. People's 58? I'm going to zoom in on the area that was shown to you in the other photo that was shown to you by Mr. Cochran in People's 56H, and see if you can locate the close-up view. This is a perspective shot of that particular photograph. And while you're looking at this one, sir, do you see the same dark striations above that number tag near the bush?
Yes, I do.
Let me just ask you a quick question. As to this photograph, I don't think this is a restricted photo. All right, what's coming up after this? This is going to be a close-up of this?
Right.
All right.
Nothing. Sir, do you see the glove in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's hard with this zoom effect to see the number, but let me show you the board has been marked as People's 56. And in 56H, do you see the photograph that corresponds to the view that you have there on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be 56H?
Yes, it is.
And so this photograph that was shown to you by Mr. Cochran is a close-up view of the back in perspective.
Laser shot.
Laser. Is a close-up shot, and this one that's been marked as 58 is the perspective view.
Right.
And you can tell now in this photograph that Mr. Goldman's body has been removed.
Right.
Mark, do you want
Thank
to
you.
print that close-up?
Print the close-up we just did. Now, you were present at the scene, were you not, sir? And you've testified that the area in which Mr. Goldman's body was found was 10 by 6?
I believe so, yes.
Was that a very, very small area, sir?
Yes.
Kind of looked like a cage?
Right.
Now, the glove and the cap and the envelope were right at his feet, is that correct?
The glove and a cap, the envelope was a little farther away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Clark, do we need this photograph any longer?
No, I'm just waiting.
All right, we'll mark the printout of the close-up as 58A.
Please.
I think this is the envelope, Your Honor. I think it's okay. Okay, you remember, and this one is marked, this one is People's on the board.
This is from one of the charts, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Did we accomplish lettering those?
It's a letter one, yes.
It's on People's 56, and I believe it is 56.
No. It's not 56.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it is on
44.
People's,
Normally, people see before, but it's not individually labeled.
All right, chart 54.
Perhaps the court would prefer if I label it as well, as I have the others. I'll label the envelope shown in the upper left-hand corner as A, photograph, close-up of the hat and gloves, B, photograph of Ms. Brown, C.
Ms. Clark, I'm sorry. Why don't we, you have them numbered there. Number 1, 2, 3. Why don't we just put number 54, paren 1, 54, paren 2, in keeping with what the exhibit actually says, rather than confuse it even more.
Because, Your Honor, we don't have the envelope number here.
It says glasses 3, doesn't it?
It says glasses. Okay. So we'll have it with the corresponding numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
54 per here in. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are present. Let's have the jury, please. Stand on redirect examination. Officer Risky, you're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue your redirect.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Two, please.
This is P54-3, Your Honor.
All right, P54, paren 3.
You remember Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph last week?
Yes, I do.
And you see the position of the envelope?
Yes.
And it's just a little bit above that grouting that's in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph?
Right.
Okay. Can we get the perspective shot? Okay, if we could cut the feed for the next one, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd ask it to be marked P59.
All right, P59.
Okay, do you see in this photograph that Mr. Goldman is present?
Yes.
And you see the envelope in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in on the position of the photograph.
One, please.
You're losing it. There we go. Push it up just a little, Jonathan. Thank you. See the position of the envelope in these photographs there?
Yes, I do.
It would be the same in the last photograph you saw, P50, in the last photograph that we showed you?
Yes,
With respect to the grouting and everything?
right.
Okay, so you can see that the body is in place in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the previous one as well?
Yes.
And
Well, you
now,
couldn't see the
please-
body in the previous.
Yes. But you can see that the position of the envelope is the same?
Right.
And do you see a numbered tag in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Did you see a numbered tag in the previous photograph in which the envelope is in the same position as in this one?
No.
Okay. Good.
May this be marked as People's 59A?
All right, the print, 59A.
Two, please.
Okay, now you recall that Mr. Cochran showed you this photograph?
Yes.
With a numbered tag in it?
Yes,
And-
ma'am.
Okay, and you saw that the envelope was slightly moved?
Back to the former question, slightly.
Moved.
Okay, was moved?
Moved.
Okay,
Yes.
moved.
This photo is P56F.
All right, now let me show you perspective. Photograph that you were not shown by Mr. Cochran. Do you see the envelope here?
P58.
All right, that has not been shown thus far
That has not been shown thus far,
by either party.
correct?
Thank you.
Actually, I think I do have this photograph already marked.
I think this may be on one of your boards.
You see this photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
You
this
see
is
the-
what photograph?
Should we mark?
P56H.
This is
56H.
P56H. Yes, it has been marked, Your Honor. And shown. You see the position of the envelope in this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if we could zoom in. And you see the body, the body's been removed in this photograph.
Right.
One, please.
Okay. You see the position of the envelope in this photograph?
Yes.
Now, in this photograph in which the body has been removed, does the envelope appear to be in the same position as the close-up shown to you just before this one?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to that one and I'll look at that. Compare.
I'm sorry, which photo?
The,
Two, please.
does that appear to be in the same position as the perspective shot that I just showed you in which you can see that the body has been removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also see the edge of a blanket in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Was there a blanket there when you saw the bodies in place?
No.
All right, so what does it appear to be, what do you see here, sir, in the difference in the photographs that were shown to you?
Objection to former question. Let's see, that's the case. Let me see.
Correct. Which photographs?
First of all, with respect to the envelope, would it appear that there were photographs taken before the bodies were removed?
Yes.
And would it appear then that after the bodies were removed, photographs were taken again?
Yes, ma'am.
It's also speculation. He wasn't there. He was told that. Counsel leading and suggested.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
as to what?
Leading and suggested.
Okay. You saw the photographs that we've just shown you, where photographs were taken of the envelope before the body was moved. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we showed you a photograph of the envelope that was taken after the body was removed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in those photographs taken of the envelope after the body was removed, you see a numbered tag.
Yes.
And was there also a photograph taken of the glove before the body was removed?
Yes.
You saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there was a photograph taken of the glove after the body was removed.
Yes.
And you saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw that there was a numbered tag on the glove after the body was removed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the photographs that were taken after the bodies were removed, the envelope and the glove appeared to you to be in a different position than they were before the body was removed. Is that correct? see the photograph that has been marked as People's 56K? It's number 105.
Yes, I do.
Appears to mark an evidence item of a ring.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, this is 56.
Okay, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm going to put it up on the laser so everyone can see it. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see that ring when you were there?
No, I didn't.
Of course, if it was under the body of Ron Goldman, you wouldn't have been able to. Is that right?
Right.
Sustained.
Can we cut the feed for the next one, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is P55, Your Honor.
All right, who's that person pointing to the glove and the cap underneath the bush?
Detective Furman.
Now, I think, testified before that Detective Phillips and Detective Furman returned from Rockingham together. Is that right?
Right.
And it was at that point that you saw Detective Furman go and point to the evidence for the photographer?
Right.
And that's him wearing that white shirt and those beige pants?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that shortly?
55.
P55. Thank you.
And was that shortly before you left and got off duty?
Yes.
And you got off duty about 7:15?
Right.
Okay. And was it, did you testify before that that Detective Furman and Detective Ron Phillips arrived at the scene at about 2:10, was it, in the morning?
I believe so. I don't recall what time it was.
Would it refresh your recollection, sir, if I showed you the crime scene log?
I didn't fill out the log, but
No, I know
I didn't
that.
put the time in, but yes.
Pardon?
I didn't fill out the log and put the time in, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Ms. Clark, you're showing the officer the crime scene log,
Yes.
personnel log.
Yes, sir. I'm showing you what appears to be the crime scene log for 875 South Bundy. Do you recognize your name at the very top?
Yes, I do.
Because you were the first officer there.
Yes, my partner and I.
And do you see the entry for Detective Phillips and Furman?
Yes.
And do you see the time of their arrival stated?
Yes, I do.
And is that 2:10 in the morning?
Yes.
Does that refresh your
Excuse me, counsel, this is not the appropriate way to refresh somebody's recollection, is it?
I'm sorry.
They're supposed to read it to themselves rather than tell us what's there and ask that refreshes their recollection.
Can you read that?
Yes, I can.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Generally, yes. I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Does that appear to be, what do you think with the time of their arrival, sir?
Overruled.
I believe it was right around 2:15.
Okay. Now, by that time, the crime scene, had it been secured
Yes.
for almost 2 hours?
Actually, about maybe an hour and 30 minutes, hour and 20 minutes,
You got there at
12:13.
12:13? And how long after getting there did you secure the crime scene?
It was secured when we started the search, which was 12:30, 12:40.
Okay. So between 12:30 and 12:40?
Right.
So by the time Detectives Phillips and Furman got there, the crime scene had been secured for hour and 30 to hour and 40 minutes?
Right.
And by that time, had you and Officer Terrasa seen the crime scene?
Yes.
And Sergeant Rossi? Had he seen the crime scene as well?
Right.
And Sergeant Kuhn and Officer Wally, had they been at the crime scene also?
Yes.
And that all happened before Detective Phillips and Detective Furman got there?
Yes, it did.
And by the way, Sergeant Kuhn, is he related in any way to the officer that testified in the Rodney King case?
No.
Sustained 3 times. 3 times we've asked that question.
I'm sorry, I didn't remember, Your Honor. Officer Risky, you were the first officer on the scene, right?
My partner, now, yes.
How many gloves did you see at Bundy?
1.
Thank you.
Mr. Cochran, any recross?
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Officer Risky, a few questions if we might. If I might approach, Your Honor.
Certainly.
This photograph here on exhibit number, this is 56J. You see this photograph here where this is Mr. Goldman's foot shoe?
Yes.
Is that pretty to be red?
Orange or red.
Orange or red, and it's almost touching the glove, isn't it, on that photograph?
Right.
And this is obviously before the body was moved, right?
Yes.
And this is 56J, Your Honor.
G.
G, I'm sorry, 56G. And while we're up here, at 56G, the glove that you're able to see and this watch cap were under this kind of, this plant, basically. Is that correct?
Right.
The watch cap being more under the plant than the glove. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. And so we see that. Now I want to borrow one of the people's exhibits. 56J. 55? Maybe see number 55, Jonathan.
And people's 55.
Or actually, it's 55 or 50. 55.
Yes. Yes. 55 is Detective Furman pointing at the hat and glove.
Okay, we'll start with 55, Your Honor. All right, now, in this photograph here, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And Detective Furman, who we now identified, is pointing under that same plant that was on 56
G.
56G, Your Honor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that photograph, he's pointing where the watch cap is and where the glove supposedly is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's go now to 55. 59, rather. People's 59. Now, look, is that 59? Yes. In 59, does it look to you like the tennis shoes in a different position than it was in the one we just finished looking at, 55?
It's hard to tell from that angle.
You can't tell?
No.
Let's look at 59A. All we got was 59. What is this?
This is people's 59.
This is 59? All right. Look at those tennis shoes on 59. Now, I want you to look closely at 59. You see those white tennis shoes there?
I see one tennis shoe on the top of another one.
All right. Does it appear to be white to you?
From this distance, yes.
Is that, well, you saw it that night. It appeared to be white to you? The tennis shoe?
With the orange on, I mean the red or orange color.
The one, I want you to look at this one here. Do you see this appear to be white to you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that's the right tennis shoe you're seeing there?
I believe so.
And that appears to be the white, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a 59A, Jonathan? I want you to take a look at 59A. Oh, sorry. Now this, Your Honor, is 59A. You see 59A?
Yes.
You see that white tennis shoe on there?
Yes, sir.
See the distance between that photograph, between that tennis shoe and that envelope?
Yes.
In this photograph, 59A, do you see any one of the tennis shoes by a glove in this photograph?
Objection, Your Honor, it's a different perspective. You can't see anything.
I'm asking him, Your Honor, not her.
I see one of the tennis shoes underneath the plant.
And where is that?
It's to the left of the photograph, or to the right of the photograph in the middle.
All right, do you see, does it appear to be white, the part you can see?
Yes.
Doesn't appear to be orange at that point, does it?
No.
And again, if we were to compare that photograph that you're looking at there now on the monitor with 56J.
Is it G or J?
56G, Your Honor, I keep calling it J, it's 56G. You see, in 56G, the tennis shoe appears to be almost touching the glove, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, based upon Ms. Clark's questioning, sir, when you left the scene, you've already described for us that the bodies had not been moved, is that correct?
Right.
In fact, you can't even tell us whether or not the coroner had been called, could you? And you know...
That's relevant. Whether he knows the coroner's been called.
It'll become very relevant. Overruled.
Answer stand.
Okay. You know from your experience that there's an obligation to call the coroner as soon as you arrive at the scene when they have dead bodies. You know that, don't you?
Objection, this is not the right witness.
Sustained. It's not relevant to this witness.
All right. Very well, Your Honor. At any rate, the bodies were still there when you left, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to your previous experience, you told us that in other crime scenes, where a body's going to be moved, you've had situations where the evidence has been picked up, the body's moved, the evidence was put right back or marked where it was before, isn't that correct?
Right.
You know it's important, is it not, to get the evidence right where it was and not be moved all around the scene, isn't that correct?
It's close.
Overruled.
As close to where it was as you can.
That's right, you wouldn't want to move the evidence, isn't that correct?
Right.
And in looking at these so-called striation marks, does it appear to you that Mr. Goldman's body was dragged across that envelope? Did you notice that on some of those pictures there's more dirt on the envelope than there were before the body was moved?
Objection, counsel testifying, since that's not evidence.
I'm asking him.
Sustained.
All right, let me ask this question.
Rephrase the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you look at the envelope that was on that, on the pictures? Let's just go up and pick a specific one. This is 56J. Now, you've seen 56J here?
Yes, sir.
And this is a photograph where the envelope has obviously been moved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to 56J, now let me get another photograph if I can. Now, you looked at 56J, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to look now at the monitor again. Does it appear to you there's more dirt and debris on that envelope at the time you were there and prior to it being moved, Mr. Goldman's body being moved?
It's not really a clear picture of the envelope.
Well, look at the envelope. See if you can tell.
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has said it's not a clear enough picture.
So he's asked the witness to look at it more carefully.
Look at it more carefully and see if you see the same dirt that you see on 56J that you see on, what's the one on up there now, Your Honor?
This is, I think, 59.
59A.
Mr. Harris, can we focus that a little better?
It's the copy of the picture, it's a print.
All right.
This is 59?
Yes.
Can you tell?
we get a cover over that because I'm getting light reflection from
Can you tell from looking at 59 and compare that to 56H? 59 seems to have less debris on it than 56J.
It really looks about the same to me, sir.
It looks about the same to you. Does it look to you from those striations you were talking about that Mr. Goldman's body was dragged across these particular exhibits and the exhibits were not moved before his body was dragged across them?
I can't tell from those striations.
Well, strike that. In Ms. Clark's questioning, was she seeking to infer through your testimony these items had been moved by the coroner?
I don't know what she was trying to infer.
You don't know what she was inferring? All right. Let's go back to basics. The evidence, as I described for you last week and today, was in fact moved from where you had seen it. Is that correct?
Sir.
And based upon your training, evidence should not be moved by anyone at the crime scene. Isn't that correct?
Unless it's necessary, right?
And unless it's necessary?
Right.
Can you think of any reasons why it would be necessary to move somebody's evidence?
Well, if you take photos before and you have to get the bodies out, and then you put it back and take photos again.
But you described for us that under the procedure you understood, you would then put it right back where it was. Isn't that correct?
Well, as close as you can.
overruled.
Wouldn't you try to put the evidence, would you intentionally put evidence in a different location than it had been, officer?
No.
You wouldn't do that, would you?
No.
Isn't it important for a jury or a trier of fact to have the evidence exactly the way it was?
Asked and answered, not amended.
Sustained.
One of the reasons that you put up the tape is so the evidence will not be interfered with and the integrity of the evidence is preserved. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
That's the whole reason for trying to preserve the scene, isn't it, sir?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the scene, you were shown these pictures. You were shown D1011. So I'll ask you to put up. And we've asked you earlier, you could not recognize this particular officer. Is that correct?
No.
But you have no doubt this is an LAPD officer, isn't it?
I would assume from his uniform he is.
Similar to your uniform, right? Right?
Right.
All right. And in this particular photograph, we don't have the benefit of seeing whether the yellow marks are still up, do we?
No.
The yellow tape. But this officer's walking right up that walkway, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And whether this photograph was taken by American Journal, hard copy, or 60 Minutes, it's still a photograph of that scene, the crime scene at Bundy, walking up that walkway where you found these bodies, right?
It's a picture of the scene. I don't know if it's a picture of the crime scene.
Well, is that Bundy?
Yes.
All right. Is that part of the crime scene?
If the crime scene was still in effect at that time.
All right. Well, there's still a police officer there, is that correct?
Right.
And the police stayed around there for a while that day, is that correct?
Right.
You had left at 7:15 and you never came back, did you? On that date?
Not when it was still a crime scene, no.
Right. And by the time, and at some point when you came back, that scene had been washed down. All the blood had been washed away, isn't that correct?
Right.
You can tell from this picture, D1011, that the blood had not been washed away yet, isn't that correct?
Right.
Now, you described for us how it would be good to try and preserve the evidence and various things because as the first officer on the scene, you just want to kind of preserve things till the detectives who were basically more experienced arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't it be helpful, though, if regard to this melting ice cream, if you had a picture of that ice cream and the condition it was in when you were there? No?
We've gone over
Well,
this.
she asked, I don't want to argue that. I would ask leave. I know, but not this question, Your Honor. I'd ask leave to ask this question. Ask leave, Your Honor. Did she ask a question with regard to this, and I think I should admit it to this.
Yeah, but I think I stopped both of you because we've gone through. We know there are no photographs, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't see any photographs taken. Next question.
All right. You were asked the condition of the ice cream by Ms. Clark about the mass and it was melting on the sides. Remember those questions?
Right.
Wouldn't the best evidence of the condition of that ice cream be a photograph of how it appeared when you saw it at 12:35 a.m. on June 13th, 1994?
Sustained. Sustained.
Now, with regard to your going inside the premises, sir, and using the phone, so that we're clear, you could have in fact called your superior, Sergeant Rossi, on your rover, right?
Sure.
Some of the officers at the scene also had cellular telephones, did they not?
Not till later, no.
At some point they did, but you don't know they had them at that point?
I found out later Sergeant Kuhn had one, and then detectives, when they showed up, had one.
Detective Phillips had one also, right?
Right.
But so that you wouldn't alert the press, you went inside and you used Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's phone, is that correct?
Not just for that reason, no.
I mean, but you used that phone.
Right.
And you didn't have any gloves on when you used the phone, did you?
No.
And with regard to prints on that phone, you use your prints on that phone, right? Were you seeking to preserve prints when you dialed the phone?
I really wasn't even thinking about prints when I picked up the phone.
You weren't thinking about it at the time, right? Okay. And with regard to the redial button, if any, on that phone,
Objection, Your Honor, this witness has already testified he does.
Sustained.
With regard to the star 69 feature on that phone, if any,
Sustained.
did you see on that phone an automatic dialer to the left of the phone that had DAD and other numbers right to the left of that phone as you sat there and started to dial?
I don't recall.
That would be very relevant.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing an automatic dialer?
I really don't recall. No.
You don't recall? Did you ever see any pictures taken of the phone?
No.
Never?
No.
Now, with regard to the media and their ability to plug into the frequency, don't you have different frequencies with the police department that you could use a different frequency where they couldn't monitor it?
We have TAC channels, but...
Couldn't you have used that to contact the...
I don't know if they can be monitored or not. I don't know if a TAC channel can be monitored or not.
Well, the TAC channel,
right.
Is that what you call it, TAC channel?
Right.
And you didn't use the TAC channel, though?
No, I didn't.
Ms. Clark showed you a log involving Detectives Furman and Phillips. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In looking at that log, were you ever able to see whether or not they logged out to go over to Rockingham?
I didn't look at the entire log. I don't know.
All right, let me ask you. May I get the shot?
Why don't we save that for the officer who was maintaining the log?
Okay, Your Honor. I'll do that, Your Honor. Thank you very kindly. Just a second.
Sure.
I'd like to ask this officer one other question regarding that.
Certainly.
When you, with regard to the log at a scene, when you leave the scene, is it incumbent upon the officer to go to the person keeping the log and say, I'm leaving, check me out, when I come back, log me back in?
Yes.
That's the officer's responsibility, right? Right?
Yeah, yes.
All right. In speaking about the integrity of the evidence, Officer Risky, would you agree that if a body was dragged over key items of evidence in this case, there'd be a greater chance for contamination of that evidence than if the evidence had been lifted up or moved? No.
Sustained. With this witness, counsel, you can ask that question of the investigating officer, the detective at the scene.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll wait and I'll do that. But by the way, Officer Risky, you were asking questions about footprints in the area where that picture where Detective Furman had his foot and was pointing toward the so-called evidence. Have you ever seen a situation where a plaster of Paris casts are used to determine footprints? You ever seen that?
No, I haven't.
Your experience, your 4 years, you hadn't seen that yet?
No.
And so that we're clear, as the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky, you were there to make observations and basically try to preserve the scene until the detectives... Yes, if we can. Preserve the scene until the investigators arrived. Is that right?
Right.
Have you, in your experience, seen or been trained that the best evidence of preserving evidence at a scene is the use of a videotape that would cover and show us everything in perspective? Have you been so instructed?
Overruled. Question is, has he been so instructed?
Been so instructed?
No.
The crime scenes in which you have participated in the last 4 years, have you seen the LAPD use the videotape or video camera?
No, I haven't.
At no time?
No.
You never went to the Rockingham scene on this date, did you?
No, I
until
didn't.
late. All right. Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Ms. Clarkson? And I assume we have our next witness on his or her way. All right, Peoples 57.
Okay. This photograph, People's 57. You see the logo American Journal at the lower right-hand corner.
Yes.
You see the officer at the scene, at this, walking on this walkway, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does it appear to be broad daylight?
Yes, it does.
And the fact that an officer is still at the scene, does that mean that the crime scene is still intact?
No.
Have officers been, has it in your experience occurred that officers have been at a scene where the crime scene tape is taken down and the crime scene is released?
Yes.
And especially at that particular scene, I think you indicated earlier on cross-examination, sir, that you went to Rockingham to assist in the traffic control at Rockingham?
But that was around midnight.
At Rockingham?
Right.
At midnight on June the 13th?
Right.
Why were you still working traffic control there at midnight?
Overruled.
Because the news media had set up around Mr. Simpson's house and the neighbors complained about noise and traffic congestion.
And so what about at Bundy? Was there traffic control being coordinated at Bundy as well?
We had Bundy shut down for a time,
The whole street shut down?
from Dorothy to Gorham.
And was that while you were there?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, was traffic control maintained there for some time after that?
I'll speculate he left at 7:15.
She asked to his knowledge if he knows.
We opened it up before I left.
Okay. And then what about media control, though, and crowd control? Was that still something being done at Bundy?
There was no media or crowd when I left. I don't know.
That's it's 7:15.
Right.
Were you there later in the day?
Again, it'd be between 11:15 and midnight.
In Bundy?
Right.
Okay. And what did you see at Bundy at 11:15 or midnight on June the 13th?
Just people standing on the sidewalk taking pictures that said, free OJ or
Signs and stuff?
onlookers.
Mm-hmm. So there was still people crowding around Bundy at midnight on June the 13th?
That's correct.
Good enough. You were shown the photographs of Detective Furman pointing to evidence, and then other photographs. Then you were shown photograph 56G.
Right.
Did those photographs, sir, appear to be taken from different perspectives?
Yes, they did.
Overall.
Now, Mr. Goldman is shown part of him in People's 56D. Does that appear to be blood on his jeans?
Yes, it does.
Did he appear to be fairly bloody, sir?
Yes.
And what about the boot shown in People's 56G? Do you see a part of the boot in that is still white?
Yes, I do.
And the red part, does that appear to be blood, sir?
Appears to be blood and dirt.
You recall the position in which Mr. Goldman's body was wedged around the stump up against the gate?
Sustained. Sustained. Sustained.
All right, can we cut the feed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please.
People's?
People's 59.
People's 59, Your Honor?
All right.
You see the position of Mr. Goldman shown in People's 59, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the way you found him, sir?
Yes, it is.
How big did he appear to be to you?
5'10", 5'11".
About 180 pounds?
Possibly 190, I don't know.
Have you ever tried to lift? And you testified this was a small area where you found him, right?
Right.
Have you ever tried to lift a 180-pound, 5'11" dead person from a small area like that?
Overruled.
Not from a small area like that, but I have lifted a 5'11" dead person.
About 180, 190 pounds?
I really don't remember the weight.
Pretty hard to do,
Yes.
especially in a small area like that.
Right.
Do you know that, did you know that one of the coroner's investigators that removed the body was a woman?
I don't know.
Sustained. Sustained. Dangerous territory.
Sir, are you acquainted with a man by the name of Lieutenant Spangler?
Yes.
Did you see him at the Bundy scene that night?
Yes, I did.
And when the four detectives left to go to Rockingham to notify the defendant, was Lieutenant Spangler at the scene?
Overruled.
Was he at the scene before they left, or?
At the time that they left, was Lieutenant Spangler at the scene, if you know?
I didn't see him leave, I don't know. I saw him before. They had talked about leaving. I didn't see him leave. I don't know if he was still there or not.
You don't know if Lieutenant Spangler was still there when the detectives left or not?
No, I don't.
But you did see him at the scene before they left?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Cochran?
Just a brief question, Judge. Do you know how many cars went to Rockingham?
No, I don't.
And with regard to that photograph of Mr. Goldman where you saw that he was covered with blood, you would expect also that his assailant would also be covered with blood, would you not?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Yes, he can answer that. If he can talk about that, he can talk about this, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. Officer Risky, you are now excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers from the case. And I'm going to excuse you for today. You may be recalled, however. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. People's next witness. Certainly. How about if we get the witness on his or her way, though? All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you come over here, stand by the court reporter, please? Ms. Robertson.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
D-A-V-I-D-R-O-S-S-I.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant Rossi, can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I am a sergeant with the Los Angeles Police Department, presently assigned to West Los Angeles Division.
And how long have you been at that assignment?
I have worked West Los Angeles for just about 5 years.
How long have you been a police officer?
It'll be 26 years in May, this coming May.
26. How long have you been a sergeant, sir?
I made sergeant in November of 1979, so I think that makes it pretty close to 15 years.
You said you are currently assigned as a watch commander?
I'm currently assigned as the morning assistant watch commander. We refer to that as an AWC. My duties are the same as a lieutenant watch commander when the lieutenant is off. And when he's on, and if we're both working, if I'm not off, then I assist him or her.
What do you do? What does a watch commander do?
Watch commander oversees the activities of all of the police officers and field sergeants on the watch or shift. The watch commander approves all bookings of the police officers. Occasionally I'll approve bookings for the California High Patrol officers that use our facility. I review and approve all arrest reports and crime reports. And in addition to handling usually a mountain of unrelated administrative paperwork, I respond to the field for various reasons.
Now, under what conditions would you respond to the field?
I'll go out in the field if an officer or a sergeant requests my presence on a particular situation, and then there are some incidences that occur that the department mandates that I respond to, and generally violent crimes, and of course any kind of homicide I have to respond to.
In any kind of homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you supposed to do? What are your duties with respect to, for example, a homicide scene that you respond to?
My job is to go out to the scene and to ensure that the scene is properly secured and any obvious evidence is protected until the investigators get there. Prior to leaving to go out in the field, there are certain notifications that I have to make to the detectives and to my command staff.
And why is that? Why do you have to make those notifications before you leave the station to your command staff and officers?
And to detectives?
Yeah, and to detectives.
Well, I generally will make the notifications to detectives first because I need to get them rolling. They are the officers that will ultimately handle the investigation. And then I will go ahead and make the various command staff notifications because our command staff needs to know what's going on, especially when the homicide cases.
Okay. And by command staff, you mean the people above you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, directing your attention, sir, to the date of June the 12th, 1994, as of that date, were you assigned as the assistant watch commander at the West LA station?
Yes, I was on morning watch.
Do you recall getting a call from Officer Robert Risky?
Yes, actually, I was assigned as the watch commander that night because the lieutenant was off, so I was sitting in as the watch commander. Yes, I did receive a call from Officer Risky.
Remember what time it was that you got that call from him?
I believe it was somewhere around 12:30, 12:35 in the morning.
Sir, is your memory fresh with regard to what time you got the call from Officer Risky?
It's not real fresh, no. I haven't looked at anything since then. However, it seems like it was something after midnight.
Shortly after midnight?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sir, would refresh your recollection if I showed you a copy of the crime scene log as to what time you were called?
Objection, Your Honor. He hasn't said it's a recollection of anything else.
He, I think, what his last answer exactly was.
No,
Yeah,
his last
okay.
answer, he says shortly after midnight, yes. First call. Crime scene log is when they got there.
He also testified, Your Honor, that he thought it was around 12:30. And then, so I have his answers right back there?
No, I've just read them myself.
Ah. And I asked if his memory was fresh with respect to when he got the call, and he said it's not real fresh, no.
All right, proceed.
I haven't looked at anything since then. Would it assist you to refresh your recollection, sir, if I were to show you the crime scene log?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. You're familiar with how these are prepared, are you not, sir?
Yes, I am.
Showing you the log with the entry of Officer Risky for his time of arrival.
It shows Officer Risky arrived.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, would you just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
And having seen that crime scene log, sir, your memory somewhat refreshed as to when you got the call from Officer Risky?
Yes.
And what is your estimate of the time you got that call, sir?
Around 12:00:25, 25 minutes after 12.
Your Honor, I object. Reading from a piece of paper.
Just will you take that away, please, Ms. Clark?
It doesn't appear that he's doing that at all, as a matter of fact, when he testified. Let me point something out to you, sir. Do you see the time of arrival
Yes.
for Officer Risky there?
20 minutes after 12.
Mm-hmm. And that helps you, sir, to assist, to refresh your memories to when you got the call.
Objection being sustained.
It's foundational, he's already said that.
Sustained. You can ask it in a non-leading way.
How does that refresh your recollection with respect to when you got the call from him?
Well, I'm just, I'm figuring if Officer Risky arrived at 20 minutes after 12, he phoned me shortly thereafter.
Thank you. And what did Officer Risky give you some information with respect to what he was there, he was at the scene for?
Officer Risky told me that he was on the scene of a double homicide.
And did he give you a location?
Yes, he gave me the address.
And what was that?
875 South Bundy.
And did he tell you, and did he give you any information about the scene as he found it at that time?
He told me that there was a female and a male victim outside of the location. He told me it was a condominium. And he told me that the door was open to the condominium, the front door. And he said he had not cleared the house yet, and he didn't know what he had in the house.
What does that mean, had not cleared the house yet?
That means that it's unknown what has taken place, if anything, inside the house, that there may be other victims in the house because this was such a violent crime, or suspects. And so it was imperative that he go through the house and make sure that everything was okay in that respect.
And did you give him some instructions, sir?
Yes, I did. I told him to. First, I asked him if he had requested a supervisor, and he said that he had. And then I told him, okay, go ahead and check the house and make sure that there are no more victims, and tell the responding supervisor to call me back as soon as he could.
Did you get another call then from someone at the scene?
Yes, shortly thereafter, I received a telephone call from Sergeant Marty Kuhn.
And did he give you some information as well?
he told me that that he had received information from Officer Risky that they had cleared the house, that they had found 2 young children in the house, and that he had a unit en route to the location to take the children into protective custody and transport them to West Los Angeles Division.
This be a good time.
Ms. Clark?
Yes. I'm assuming the court wants to take a noon break. I'm going to move into a different area at this point.
All
Do you
right.
want me-
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody contact or communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations on the matter until it has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Sergeant Rossi, you may step down. You're ordered to be returned here at 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess, 1:30.
Awesome.
On the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present.
Right, everybody. I'm going to be ending it to also we don't go past the times thing, so it could be completely archived. It's getting close to that, and also some other things have to get done. Anyway, come on, only got to start stream 10 hours ago. Oh, I know, right? I'm being a Kmart chicken. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but I have to get some stuff done. So, want to flip over this way. By the way, Christine, it was nice seeing you, Chrissy. It was nice seeing you today. I was wondering where you, not wondering, because obviously I've not been over there, but I was thinking about you, so it was nice seeing you tonight. Yeah, and Ash, okay. Yeah, you could ask her your question. It's fine. All right, cool. Glad you got to. Yeah, I'm glad I got to see you today, Pash. Everybody, take care. Have a good evening. And it's been a short stream. It's been quite a short stream. Oh, Pash at Tavers. Heaven must be missing an angel. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's the song. Thank you, Christine. All right. So thank you all for supporting me and hanging out with me. The controversial alien spaceship. So, the one and only. So, and shout out to all of you. Appreciate everybody lurking, hanging out. Was here earlier. Appreciate everybody. So, thanks for the stream, Alien. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone, and peace. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you all are in the world. Okay, good night.